And it is time for Ever17. Because of course it is. Because of course it is. Alright. We got flowcharts. We got them. We are ready to flow down these charts. Alright. So here's what we're up to today. We're going to be running use. Boom. There it all is. There is our path. There's our dream. This is what we're up to. Alright. She offered us medicine. We're like, thank you. You know. We're thinking of ways to escape. We try and contact the outside. We heard voices. We ask you. We don't think for ourselves at all. You know. You have to make repairs? I'll help you. Try and figure out how to decipher the password? I got it! We're gonna be so powerful and cool and incredible, like the cool people that we are. I can't wait. Alright. So let me go to special. We can review the things I did off screen. So off screen, we've done Sarah's good end, because we saw all of Sarah's storyline except for I picked the wrong choice for like the very last choice, so we saw her bad end. So that was stupid. And we saw pretty much all of Sora's storyline too, so I did that off stream as well. So in Sarah's good end, her and the kid swim the 53 meters from Spider-Stalk to the surface, because sure. And then they're like, hey, there sure is a lot of hubbub going on. What if we just escaped and vanished and no one ever saw us again? So that's what happened in Sarah's good end. But they make it to the surface and then abscond. In Sora's good end, so we got down to that laboratory. And then, right at the end, as everything's exploding, the surface does contact them and is like, okay, we are going to be right there to rescue you. Hell yeah. But then Takashi, professional dipshitio, takes that time to go back into the amusement park portion, get the terabyte disc that you was talking about, come back down, and then upload Sora to it, and then he does he goes, no, that's right, he does it when he first comes back, because he's down at the bottom, they're coming to rescue him, and then yes, he's trying to first come back, Sora's like, no, it's gonna take you like 2 hours to decompress, and he's like, I don't fucking have 2 hours. I've got like 10 minutes. So he forces the door open and blows up the elevator back down, thus completely destroying his own chance of rescue. But he uploads Sora to the disc and then drowns. Yay! And that was the Sora good end. Okay, buddy. Sure, why not? Why not? Why not? Alright, but now we get to see what Use is. So, I guess let's get in there on the kid's perspective. Let's go! Alright, the next thing I knew, I was on a bed. The scene was so wide, it was slightly blinding. The smell of disinfectant. I wondered where I was. Am I awake now? It's a hard call. A shadow passed above me on the bed. I wondered who it could be. No, wait a minute. Somewhere. I felt like I'd met that person somewhere before. How are you doing? Look, alright enough. Ooh, who was it? I knew her. I was sure that I knew her. Still, I couldn't put my finger on any one thing I knew about. The more I thought about it, the more the area around my temples pounded with pain. Alright, you. Are you ready? Are you ready for romance? What passes for romance in this game? Alright, yeah. It's no good, you. We're pretty fucked up. But yes, now we have the glorious option to skip until next choice. So we slap the F3 button, and away we go! Alright, you offered you some medicine. We say, thanks! Took the pills and gulped them down. Speaking of the decompression sickness, happens to lots of visitors. All fall ill all of a sudden and get carted in here. So now we know the whole joint is run by a pharmaceutical company. So now we gotta ask the important question, which is, are the visitors getting sick from decompression sickness? Or is there shenanigans happening? Because I got a suspicion that it's shenanigans. Shenaniganis. You know? I got a suspicion it's shenanigans. One of my headphones like quiet. I was noticing that in Alan Wake, but I was willing to blame the game, but this game does not have stereo. When in doubt, unplug it and plug it back in. Am I right? Ugh. Alright, we've unplugged it and plugged it back in. Will my headset work? Nope. Quiet as hell. That's fine. You know, the other side works for now. She said that as she slyly took the cup from my hand, sank my head back into the fluffy pillow. It's a bit rough coming down here anyway. People with no experience just jump into 6 atmospheres for long periods of time. Sheesh! The pressure in Earth's atmosphere is made for people to live comfortably. Of course people are gonna have bad reactions to breathing air this thick. Right? Like, you have no idea. When we first moved here to Seattle, we'd been living in Colorado for, oh my gosh, okay. We moved here in like 2011. So we'd been living in Colorado since 2000. Well, I'd been back in Colorado. I'd been in Arizona before that. She'd been in Colorado longer. So yeah, 2003. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So after 8 years of living on top of mountains, suddenly moving down to sea level, we had like fucking superpowers for like the first year we lived here. Like, oh my god, the distances we would walk like every day, it was insane. Cool. No, wait, what is it? Move here. I don't know. Unimportant. The important thing is that we lived on top of mountains for like a decade and then moved to sea level, and yes! Alright. To next choice! Booga 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 booga. And this is the benefit of the Immel edition that we're playing on. The normal game would just make you go through like every single choice over and over and over again. As opposed to this, where on and on we go. Alright. Do you want you to tell you the reason the door won't open? So the previous options we've chosen already are these that are highlighted in blue. These are things that we've already seen. I know, fortunately, to lead towards the good end, we do have to do the same one. But yeah, so these white options are options we've not previously taken. I want to know. Okay, I'll tell ya. You were just talking about how the watertight doors started closing all of a sudden, right? Yeah. That means that the doors closed automatically. Closed automatically? Lemmy detected flooding and automatically shut the doors in the areas that were in danger. What's Lemmy? That's what we call the main computer that supervises and manages all of the electronic systems in Lemu. Alright. Guess we better skip to the next choice! Alright, so this one, we've already done Don't Ask You, but to lead towards the You ending, we actually do want to ask her, so now we can see something completely new to us. Well, before, didn't you hear 2 voices? 2. You shot the question right back at me and then looked at Mayo. It is Mayo and not Mayo, even though I will probably slip into pronouncing it Mayo, but she does actually call her, like, mayonnaise. Nobody else. I see. Guess it was just my mind playing tricks on me. Mayo would glance at me from time to time, but when our eyes met, she would look away.
Nakyu-senpai, この人は?
Nakyu? Who's this? He's just a visitor. We just met a while ago. But you know, a lot has happened since then. What with the implosion and the flooding and such. Nice to meet you. It's nice to have Sarah back after all the Coco like side with Takashi. Even though after we finish these up, we'll just have the Coco route left. Man. She goes to your old high school? Nice to meet you. That was attributed wrong. She goes to Yu's old high school, not the kid's old high school. The kid don't know whether he went to high school. Alright. We have to try to contact the outside, which we've already done before. Alright. Let's contact the outside. Why would cell phones work when we are inside, like, a metal prison? Come on, guys. Use your brains. Alright. To the next! Let's see. This one does not affect us, so why don't we hit worry since it'll be new? Huh? What's wrong? I couldn't help but notice a dark look in her eyes. There was nothing left of the ninja attitude she had departed with. Did something happen? Sarah? Sarah? Hey!
Nani?
What? You alright?
平気だよ、全然.
Sure, fine, great.
どうしてそんなこと聞くの?
Why do you ask? Well, I mean, you look so depressed.
そんなことないってば.
No, it's not that at all.
ただ.
It's just...
出口見つかんなかったから、ちょっと
We
へこんでた
didn't
だけ.
find an exit, so I'm feeling kinda down. Is that really all that's bothering you?
それだけ.
Yeah, that's all. Sarah's spirits seemed to lift a little. Seeing her smile made me feel a bit relieved.
ともかくここで立ち話をしていても
So we know now in reality that the reason she's so depressed looking at the kid is because the kid is her long-lost psychic brother.
この制御室で現在のレミューの状況を調べてみましょう.
As you do. Alright, what's going on with that? Lemu. Skip it until the next choice! Brrr. Oh, here's our name choices. I see that the only one we've chosen before was Naoto. Let's go with Inami Ken this time. Ina Ken is good.
Inami?
Yeah.
却下ね.
Oh, but what do you mean no way?
絶対無理.
ありえないな。
賛成しかねます.
Oh, here you are. You're all pick a name for yourself, and I pick Inari Ken, and y'all are like...
だって似合わないもの.
ああ、もうめんどいから少年でいいよ、少
My
年で。
name choice was incredible, you losers. How dare you? Just then, the gentlest crash imaginable.
いい加減にしてよ。どういうつもりなの？
Oh, that was Sugumi. Trying to be forceful, but instead it was just... Okay, Sugumi.
何考えてんのよ。 あなたたち。
We'll learn your full deal here soon.
名前を考えてたんだけど。
Thinking of a name.
ふざけないでよ。
I like goofing off. I'm goofing. I'm goofing hard. Yeah, she's right. No goofing off. We should skip until the next choice. Whoosh. Yeah, what's the bravado, Sugumi? I wondered why you're so angry, and I jumped directly to the
どう
point.
して？
Why?
面白いこと聞くわね。
You're funny.
私が怒ってる理由がわからないの？
You don't know why I'm angry? I don't.
ねえ、もういい加減そういうのやめてほしいんだけど。
Cut it out. I've had enough of that. Just drop it. Of this?
とぼけないでよ。お願いだから。
Don't pretend like you don't know, please. I'm not pretending?
しらちらしい。
I see through you.
私、もう何もかも分かってるのよ。
I know everything.
まさか、あなたまでもが奴らの仲間だなんて思いもよらなかったけど。
I don't believe it. I never thought you'd join up with those guys. Those guys? Join up?
あなた、さっき記憶喪失だって言ったわよね。
You were just talking about amnesia, right? Yeah.
じゃあ、なんで奴らのことを知ってるの？
So, how do you know those guys? We explained all of that just a bit ago. I remember meeting you. Weren't you listening?
嘘つかないで！
Don't yell at me, Sugumi. Suddenly, Sugumi raised her
バカバカ
voice.
しい。
That's stupid.
とにかく、私は騙されないから。
Anyway, I'm not falling for it.
もう二度と私に声をかけないで。いいわね。
Don't you ever talk to me again, got it? Alright. Guess I'll just skip to the next choice then. Whoosh. Alright, that is what it means. Do you understand? Yeah! I didn't last time, so this time I totally get whatever it is you're explaining.
では、浸水事故が発生した理由も？
Oh, we were explaining, yes. She was explaining the air pressure differentials.
ほぼ正解です。すごいですね、少年さん。本当に記
I'm
憶喪
suffering
失な
from
んですか？
amnesia. You just explained it to me 5 seconds ago. Jeez, Sora. Oh, this is new, so I can't skip. Yeah, pretty sure.
他に補足すべきことはありません。
I have nothing left to
急
add.
激な気圧の減少が今回の浸水事故の主な原因なのです。
The sudden decrease in air pressure is the major cause of this flood
その
mishap.
後、被害を最小限に食い止めるべく、レミが
Subsequently,
浸水箇所の
in
水
order to
密費
minimize
を
damage,
自動的に閉
Let
鎖
me
しました。
automatically close the watertight doors. So we're all trapped in here.
はい。
That's the one. Maybe it was because I had jumped into a complicated discussion, but somewhere in my head felt like it was tearing. Thinking back on Sora's explanation, there were 2 key points. 1. Reason for the complex blackout was unclear. 2. Reason for the drop in air pressure was that we had sprung a leak.
あれちょっと待てよ。
That's the one. Alright, now we can go. The funky life form reading. Alright. 34 meters. We could be cool, you know. We may not have any memories, but maybe we were some kind of like Olympic swimmer. Somehow, I think I could. When I did Sarah's good ending, I swam from the level below this even. And that was 54 meters.
え？泳ぐんですよ。歩いたり走ったりす
You
るわけでは
have
ない
to
んで
swim
す
it,
よ
you。know. This isn't walking or running. But 34 meters, that's right over there. I could float. I think it'd be easier than walking the distance on
少年
land.
さんは水深34メートルの水圧がどれほど苛烈なものなのか全く分かっていらっしゃらないようですね。
You don't have any idea how severe water pressure is at a 34 meter depth, do you, kid son? No. I have amnesia, remember? I don't know anything. Brain empty. Just a second ago, you were talking about even if one could endure the water
そんな
pressure.
仮定は無意味です。
That type of hypothetical talk is meaningless.
水圧を抜きにしてこの問題を語ることはできません。
You can't discuss this problem without water pressure. But, Sora, you said...
いいですか？もう一度だけ想像してみてください。
Try to imagine it. Just one more time. We might be able to skip now. No.
水深34メートル。10階建て
Oh,
の
I
ビル
think
の
we had
屋
this
上まで
conversation on
泳ぎ切
Takashi,
るこ
not
とが
on
できま
Shonen.
すか？
Alright. You are 34 meters deep. Could you swim to the top of a 10-floor building? There was a severe edge to Sora's way of putting it. Felt like there was something of a warning contained within her words. Sora, you don't really think I would try to break out as Viterstock and swim to freedom, do you? Exactly what happens at the end of Sora or Sarah's storyline.
しません。よね？
You wouldn't, would you? Ha! No way! Why would I do anything that reckless and crazy? Because it turns out that I'm a science experiment child who promised that I would one day come back and save my science experiment sister, but I never did, except here I had the chance to quote-unquote go back to save her by returning to Viterstock and swimming to the surface with her then. It's very poetic, Sora. Jeez.
いえ、それならばいいのですよ。
Jeez, Sarah. Very poetic. I finally get a chance to redeem our childhoods as science experiment children who can see not ultraviolet, infrared. We can see infrared light. There was something else. There was something other than just the infrared thing.
はい、そうです。
Saying that, Sora gave a big nod. Oh, here we go. Now we've changed scenes, so now we're on the move. All right. Let's do the eeny, meeny, miny, mo method. All right. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tiger by his toe. All right. Order set, pick the very best one, and you are it. We're going. Went to the control room again. Yeah, what's up? Any progress?
いえ、残念ながら。
No. To the security office. We started on the bottom choice, and now we'll just work our way up. Oh, Takashi. We don't want to talk to Takashi. He's a douche. To the warehouse. Logger. Wait, I'm like a child now. Damn. Don't expect anybody is here, but what's that? The watertight door at the entrance was slightly open. I was sure it was closed when I'd come by here with you and everyone. Anyone there? Softly opened the door. What's up, long lost sis? Huh? Sarah? Sarah was inside. She was sitting on top of a pile of boxes. I didn't know if I'd surprised her, but her face seemed to stiffen.
なんだ、少年か。脅かさないでよ。
Sorry. Shooting me a slight glare, Sarah stuck her hands in her pockets and dropped to the floor. Oh, because she's got her hologram bracelet that she can see with the lighter.
というよりは、ナッキュ先輩が少し一人にしてくれって言うから、
Naku
別行
said
動
she
して
wanted
る
to
だ
be
けなんだ
alone,
けど
so
ね。
we just went our separate ways. Alrighty, how are things with Sugumi? Sarah sighed slightly and held her hands out, palms facing up. I see. Feminine intuition aside, not even the two girls have been able to get through to her. Even though there was no apparent reason for Sugumi to hold a grudge. What could Sugumi have been so angry with us about? Finally, promised to meet up later in the conference room and split up. To the gondola! Sugumi was there. Ah, the jellyfish gondola, where she maketh the nasty with Takashi. That was real weird scene. Her back was to me. She was looking at the entrance. Called out to her loudly. Well, want to ride the gondola? Sugumi turned to look at me, but she immediately turned on her heel and walked away. She did say not to fucking talk to her again, to be fair. See? Alright, and to the merry-go-round. So this outer path, this must be the jellyfish gondola, like rail. So yeah, that must be the entrance. Okay. Merry-go-round. Several dozen dolphins were connected in a circle. No horses, no carriages, no children's voices. And the blue ocean was just one paneling of wall away. R.I.P. this to the carousel. Oh, I talked to Sarah. She said things were no good with Sugumi. So we must have talked to you first and then Sarah second, the last time we did this. Well, you could say that. What exactly happened? In a nutshell, it was like we whiffed. We started with light conversation about how old she was, where she lived, if she was hungry. We were biding our time, waiting for the right pitch. Ultimately, Mayo asked her straight out, "Why are you so mad?" And what did she say? I said we whiffed, right? It was like we waited and waited for a good pitch, but we didn't get anything, so we swung. So it was a big zero. I don't know if it was a zero, but we sure didn't hit a home run. All we can do is wait for her to get careless and throw the right pitch. Get her out. No! Get a hit! I just wanted to get a sense. Feel what she's all about. Reasons aside, there's just something unpleasant about being disliked. Saying that, you started walking. She got on the platform of the merry-go-round and petted the fin of a dolphin. Followed after you and jumped on the back of a dolphin. Kid, incidentally, what are you doing here? I was looking for everyone. When I went to the security office, nobody was there. What about you? What are you doing? I was just hanging around this area near the merry-go-round. I just wanted to be alone, so... You cast a lonely look at the dolphin as she patted its smooth skin. Hey, why doesn't this dolphin move? Probably because it's not turned on. There should be an operating panel around somewhere. You think if we turn it on, then the dolphin will move? Yeah, probably. And swim in the ocean and catch fish and stuff? What? I was just thinking. Because inside Lemu there are dolphins and whales and fish and clams and octopuses. There are even jellyfish and sea anemones, but none of them are real living creatures. Well, of course not. They were all made by people. I wonder. For example, deep in a forest, it would be harder to find something that's not alive than something that is, right? There are trees and grass, birds and dogs, birds and dogs. Wow, birds and bugs. Bugs. I got dog on the brain. Soil and little living creatures inside of it. Everything is alive. We saw so many cute dogs yesterday that it was like, oh no, we got We got dog brain. We gotta get a dog.
だけどここはどう？
But how about
こ
here?
んな広い空間の中で生きてるのは私たちだけなんだよ。
The only thing that's alive in this vast space is us.
海の中の楽園なのにね。
They call this an underwater paradise? A utopia?
この楽園では生きてることの方が珍しいのかもしれない。
So in this utopia, living things are outnumbered by non-living
つまり
things.
私たちは邪魔者。
Which, in a way, means we're...
死の世界に紛れ込んだ異物なんだと思う。
we're intruders in this world of the dead. You pet the dolphin. The dolphin's deformed plastic smile didn't move at all. A steel rod was stuck into its belly. Do you hate Lemu, you?
難しい
Maybe.
問題ね。
It's hard to say.
好きとか嫌いとかそういうのは考えたことなかったな。
It's not like I like or dislike it. But you liked it enough to start working here, right?
ううん。
No, 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 no.
違うよ。
Well then, why? With my question, you tilted her head. Then she just clammed up and started wandering around one of the dolphins. Finally, her feet stopped and you quietly faced me.
大切なものを
I'm looking for something important.
お父さんの手がかり。
A clue about my father.
実はね、私のお父さんデミューの開発部門で働いてたの。
Actually, my father worked in the research and development division of Lemu. Research and development?
私も詳しくは聞いてないんだけど、
Didn't know the details.
お父さんレミのプログラムを作ってたみたい。
It seems like my father made the Lemmy program. Lemmy? Lemmy? Wasn't that Lemu's central computer?
うん。
Yeah.
もちろん一人でやってたわ
Of
けじゃ
course
な
he
いよ
didn't。do it alone.
そのプロジェクトの一
He
員
was one
と
of
し
the
て
members involved
開
in
発に
developing the
携わってた
project.
ってこと。
Huh, that's so. What did you mean by
お父
clue?
さんね。
My father.
お父さんある日突然
My father
いなくなっちゃったんだ。
disappeared one day.
行方不明に
Just went
なっちゃっ
missing.
たの。
When?
それが物心ついた時にはすでにいなくって、
He's been missing as long as I can
私が
remember.
1歳の時、
When I was 1 year old,
今から
17 years
17
ago.
年前のことね。
So you don't remember your father?
うん。写真とかムービーとかでしか見た
I've
ことは
only
な
seen
くて、
pictures
ちゃ
and
んとし
movies
た
of
記
him.
憶は
I don't
残
really
って
have
ない
any
な。
memories.
今言ったことも
Everything I just
全部
told you,
お母
I
さんから
heard
聞
from
い
my
た話
mother.
で、
But why? Why did he disappear?
それが分かればこん
If
な
I
と
knew
こ
that, I
ろに
wouldn't
来た
have
りし
come
ないよ
here.。
お父さんの姿が最後に目撃されたのは
The last time my father was seen was in
このレミ
Lemu.
ューの中だったの。だからここに来れば消えたお父さんの手がかりが
I thought if I
何
came
か見つ
here,
かるかもしれない
maybe I
っ
would
て。
find some clues about my
お母
father.
さんは
Seems like my mother has already given up, so I can't count on her.
お母さん
My
お
mother
父
has
さんの
convinced
こと
herself
死
that
んじゃ
my
ったんだ
father
っ
is
て
already dead.
思ってるみたい。
Word dead had a heavy ring to it. You looked straight at me as her eyes watered. But, you know,
でも私は信じてるの。
I
お
believe.
父さんは
I know that my
絶対
dad
ど
is
こか
still
で
alive
生きてるんだよ。
somewhere.
だってそう
He
でしょ。
has to be.
お父さんはただ
My father just went
行方不明に
missing,
なった
and his
だけで
remains were never found.
遺体
I
が
couldn't
見つかっ
find
た
any
わけ
words.
じゃないんだし。
I didn't know what to say to her. She might have been waiting for me to say something like, "You're right, he's probably alive somewhere." But I couldn't say it. I just nodded and couldn't even look back into her eyes. Finally, promised to meet up later in the conference room and split. So let's roll!
最高。
Oh, yes. Takashi being a creepoid. We're in the decompression chamber. Takashi's an asshole, so he took the whole bed and is snoring like a joik. No one else can sleep. Takashi shamelessly carried on like that, looking happily
それ
asleep.
にしてもどんな夢を見てるんだろうね。
What kind of dream he's having? Who knows?
大方
Bet it's something sexual, judging from his stupid expression.
この間抜け
おしゃべり女
I
も
wonder why I can't skip these. They must be different.
噂好きな
Talks and talks like an old hag that likes to gossip. He's bitching about you in his sleep.
ちょっと暗なりあんた起きなさいよ
You grabbed hold of Takashi's collar. If we didn't stop her, she might have strangled him. Do it, girl. Alright, I decided to make her act like. Alright, we went Abe true to Kaisar before. Let's go with you this time. I choose for you to act out you.
ユウってナッキュ先輩のこと
Oh, not you. Yep,
なんだそんなの簡単
that's easy.
じゃんうん行くよ
Alright, here I go.
関東愚連会紅爆走連合7代目総長田中優よろしく
I am Tanaka Yu, 7th leader of the Crimson Motorcycle Gang, the baddest group of Kanto hooligans. You is... that?
ついこの間までね
Well, just until just the
今
other
は
day.
肩着に戻ったみたいよ
Now, she seems to be leading a normal, decent life. I see.
何やってんの
You appeared in her changed clothes. We're playing rock, paper, scissors charades. Leader of the Crimson Motorcycle Gang, you?
じゃんけんモノマネゲームなんか面白そうだね
It sounds fun. Can I play?
いいですよ
Sarah started explaining the
Okay,
rules to
わかった
you.
それじゃあ行きますよせーのチッケピ
Just then, the lights illuminating the room started to flicker. Instinctively, I looked to the ceiling. Listening carefully, I heard a sound like the rumble of thunder far away.
何かな
Tiny waves formed in the water pooled on the floor. Walls and ceiling trembled slightly, metal screeched on metal.
まさか
No, it couldn't be. Oh, it can. It can. Let's get to the repairing of it, though. Booga, 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 booga. Alright. You figured it out, too. I did not. I did not figure it out. So you know what? Let's go as we got it. Yeah, the Archimedes principle. That's right. For making the little egg elevator go up and down. Buoyancy of a submerged object is equal to the weight of the liquid displaced by the object. It's how boats work! Right now, the buoyancy of the elevator is exactly balanced with the elevator's weight. So, if we make the elevator heavier, it'll outweigh the buoyancy, so the elevator will sink.
いやーすっごい
Ah, that's right. We're psychic kids who are a science experiment. We can see in the dark and shit.
どっかの誰かさんと違ってね
It's not Takashi's fault that his brain doesn't work. Maybe it is. I don't know. The reason I won't sink yet is that it's not heavy enough, right? Shame that skipping meant skipping glorious, glorious frozen tuna, but tragically, path already tread. Alright, so there we go. I'll help you. So that'll be... boom. One of our necessary hits to get to her good ending.
なら俺とサラで留守番
Alright, in that case, Sarah and I'll hold down the fort here.
それ
Can't
ならもう
complain about that, right?
オッケー
たく俺が何したってんだよたく
I think Takashi was oblivious to his disturbing dream the night before. I figure you was concerned about you in her own way. Like when she had you carry that heavy toolbox. Maybe it was her way of saying, rest a bit or take it easy.
そういうもんかねっていう
Think
か
so?
すげえ好意的な解釈だけど
Pretty
な
generous interpretation,
Well,
I'd
yeah.
say.
だったらお言葉に甘えて俺たちはまったりしとくことにするさなサラ
Ah, well, in that case, I guess Sarah and I will just have to sit back and relax together. Takashi tried to pat Sarah on the shoulder, but she dodged the
お
advance.
っと拙者には手を触れない方が良いでござるよ
Oh, you probably don't want to do that.
何せ伊賀流忍術メイ
I'm
ク
a
回転煮込
licensed
み保持者
Iga
で
ninja.
なんだそれ
だから要するに
It means if you value your life, you better stay back. Yeah, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here, you. I don't want to get caught in the ninja crossfire. Don't get caught up in the crossfire. Pipes continued into the adjacent generator room. Seemed that by opening and closing the valves, the water and oil pressure could be adjusted. Alright. This is all because the power supply is down. This room is designed so that maintenance can be performed manually at times like this, or during blackouts. That's what you told me. You selected one pipe from the countless rows of them and instructed me to close its valve. As ordered, I turned the valve around and around. Hey, you! Said that as I was closing the valve. It's about the girl from yesterday. Yesterday? You mean the seventh survivor you said you saw? Yeah. You're sure your eyes weren't playing tricks on you? I'm positive. These eyes saw her. Maybe you got some kind of eye disease. Disease? Kidding. It's a joke. Why do you always take everything seriously? Oh, enough already. Alright. I'll listen to your stories of unidentified survivors later. Right now, we have to work. We better work, bitch! Finally, the valve was completely shut. That should do it. You, can we talk now? Let's get back to Kudenari and Sarah! You took off from the room as if she were a fugitive on the run. I was left in the room alone. I felt an unclear mess of feelings stewing inside my mind. With that, we've been able to shut off the hot water flowing to the generator room. Time to go and do some amateur welding! Whoosh! Takashi and you did the bulk of the work. Wasn't much for Sarah and me to do because we were helpless when it came to machines. And also children. Takashi and Sarah were working on the other side of the generator. You was doing battle with the machine and depending on my flashlight wielding skills. Nothing much to do. My thoughts started wandering. Of course, they led right to the girl that had disappeared. The girl being Coco, since we saw her down in the decompression room for a moment. I couldn't believe that I had imagined the whole thing. Hey, you know, I've thought a lot about it. About the girl. You still stuck on that? Just listen. Maybe that girl... Maybe she's a ghost. You gave me a fed-up look, shook her head, and went back to work. That's gotta be it. That would explain why the numbers changed so irregularly. Why she vanished all of a sudden. That's stupid. Hey, listen, I'm serious. No. You were talking about something serious. I'd take you seriously. But I'm not listening seriously to something like this. Stupidity is contagious. That's why we gotta lock Takashi in quarantine somewhere. It's like multiplication of pluses and minuses. A plus times a plus is a plus. But a minus times a plus is a minus. So, pass me that minus-like screwdriver, would ya? I suppressed my anger and put the flathead screwdriver in Yu's hand. Okay then, you don't have to listen seriously. Listen to me stupidly. What's that mean, listen stupidly? You know, like Takashi does. It's multiplication, right? A minus times a minus is a plus, right? Damn. Defeated by her own metaphor. Rough. Okay. I'll listen to the stupid stuff you got to say until I finish screwing in these screws. So, what is it you're dying to say? It's about the girl that disappeared. If she were a ghost... Hold on. Hold on. you really believe in ghosts? I wouldn't say believe, but believe in the possibility?
ないわね、可能性なんて。
Zero. This is what possibility there is. Maybe 0.000000000000001%. How do you know? You sighed and started turning the next screw.
古今東西の怪談話なんてものは
Listen,
ほとんどが作り話なの。
ghost stories, now and forever, are almost always made up.
要するにエンターテインメントを目的としたフィクションってわけね。
They're just fiction with the goal of entertaining people. You haven't ever felt somebody's eyes on you when you were in a room all alone?
視線？
Eyes? Yeah, like someone was watching you from behind.
お母さんじゃない？
You mean your mom? I'm being serious. Never mind.
そういうケースはね。
Things like that are just your imagination.
妄想の産物。本人の興味や
Product of an overzealous mind.
幻想ってこと。
An illusion spawned by the mental state of the person. You mean my mind playing tricks on me? With this lighting, she looks like the Hikaru no Go protagonist. The kid with the like black hair and the like dyed bangs. Which ironically also starred a ghost.
平たく言えばそうね。
To be perfectly blunt, yes.
UFO とかカッパもそうだけど、人間っていうのは
UFOs and goblins are the same thing. People like to imagine stuff.
この想像力のおかげで人間はここまで進化してこれたわけだけど、ある意味においてはものすごく厄介な能力なのよね。
Thanks to the power of imagination, people have been able to evolve to where we are, but it's kind of a curse too.
行き過ぎると妄想と現実とがごっちゃになっちゃう。
Taken to extremes, there's no distinguishing between reality and illusions.
幽霊の正体見たり枯れ尾花。
When you turn on the lights, the ghost is only a shirt on a
怖
chair.
がったり、
People
興味のあ
want
る
to be
人に
scared,
は
see
何
what
で
they
も変
want.
化しちゃうの。いるいるって思い込んでいれば、ありえないものだって存在するよ
You
うに
really want to
感じ
believe
て
that
しまうわ
something
けだし。
exists, even if it doesn't, then you still feel that it
怖い
does.
怖いと怖がっていれば、何でもないものだってそれっぽく見えてしまうもんよ。
If you're scared of something, you'll scare yourself, even if there's nothing there. I don't think that... Okay, yeah, this does not affect our ending, so we can say whatever. So you know what? We'll just... Okay... Wasn't satisfied, but I had learned something. I couldn't beat you in a debate.
その顔、まだ納得できないって感じね。
So? It doesn't look like you're convinced. You can't convince me. I know. I saw her. I completely forgot we were arguing about Coco and not just ghosts as a concept. At least I saw something.
まさか僕には霊感があるんだ。
Don't go telling me you have special powers to see spirits or anything either. No, just infrared light.
ちょっとマジ？言い出すつもり？
You're not gonna say it right.
わかったわかった。
Alright, alright.
突然薄桃色のエクトプラズムとか吐き出したりしないでね。
No spinning your head around 360 degrees or spewing out ectoplasmic goo, alright?
あとそれからここでは奨励行為も禁止。
No supernatural tricks or channeling spirits
ウ
either.
ルターガイストとか起こったらせっかく止めたネジが外れちゃうかもしれないから。
Because if a poltergeist gets loose around here, the screws I just put in could fall out. For not believing in this stuff, you sure know a lot about it.
信じてないから詳しいの。
It's because I don't believe in it that I know a
私の
lot.
知識は防御のためにあるんじゃない。
My knowledge is not for
攻
defensive
撃のため
purposes.
にあるのよ。
It's for offensive ones.
つまり幽霊とか超能力とか UFO とかそういうオカルトを信じきっちゃってあっちの世界に行っ
I
ちゃって
mean,
る
there are
人
those
もいる
people
で
that
しょ？
swear by ghosts, the supernatural, UFOs, and that occult stuff. They're completely loony.
私の知識は彼らをギャフンと言わせるためにあるの。
My knowledge is so I can take them down when I meet them.
論破するために 敵の情報を仕入れてるってわ
I
け。
stocked up on enemy information for my verbal assaults.
大学で考古学を専攻したのもそのためなんだから。
That's the reason I majored in archaeology. Archaeology? I thought that was about digging, looking for artifacts and ruins and deciphering ancient letters. That kind of stuff, right?
まあね。
Maybe. You studying archaeology. Just didn't click. So, what are you studying?
研究なんてそんな大層なものはしてないよ。
I'm not doing
私はまだ
anything
1
that
年
big.
生だから
Still a
基礎
freshman.
授業がほとん
So,
どな
I'm
の。
only taking basic stuff.
教授の講義を聞いたり実習で発掘調査に参加したりしながら考古学とは何なのかってやつを
I
みっ
just
ちり
listen to
叩き込まれ
professors
てる最
lecture
中
and
な
go
わ
on about excavation surveys. Oh, sorry. Knocked my glasses into my microphone. I'm still getting the fundamentals of what is archaeology pounded into my head. Oh, that reminds me. Speaking of archaeology, have you ever heard of the continent Lemuria? It seems like it's the origin of Lemu's name.
聞いたことあるも何も嫌っていうほど知ってるよ。
Have I heard of it? I know so much about it that it makes me nuts.
レムリアっていうのは紀元前2億年から5000万年に存在したと言われる幻の大陸のこと。
Lemuria is the phantom continent that's said to have existed from 200 million to 50 million years
その大
BC.
陸では現代よりもはるかに高度な文明が栄えていたが何らかの原因により一夜にして海の底へ
On
落
it
ちたと
thrived
さ
an
れてい
advanced
る。
civilization that was more advanced than what we have today, but it just slipped down to the bottom of the ocean overnight. You recited it off so fluently that it sounded like she was reading from a textbook. Advanced civilization? Overnight, huh? That sounds just
学者
like...
の中にはこの大
Just
陸こそ
like
人
Lemu
類発祥の
itself!
地だと
Gasp!
主張してる人もいるらしいけど
There are some scholars that contend that this continent was the origin of
まったく
mankind.
何言っちゃってるんだか。
What could
そん
they
な
be
こと
talking
ありえるわ
about?
け
That
ない
could
のに
never
ね。
happen. You don't believe it? She don't believe it.
当たり前でしょ。
Of course not.
考古学的にも地質学的にもほとんど根拠がないん
Archaeologically
だから
and geologically, the idea has no basis.
ちゃんとした研究が進むにつ
Also,
れて
Nazis were really
説得
into it,
力はど
so
んどん失われていって
the
もう
more
ま
real
ともな
research
学
is
問の分野で
conducted,
は
the
廃れ
more
き
the
ってる
theory is
説な
shot
の
full
よ。
of holes. It's no longer a legitimate field of study. Is that right?
現実ってのはねおとぎ話とは違うの。
Reality is different from a
宗
fairy
教なんか
tale.
もそうだけど神秘主義者たちが熱っぽく語る話ってのは往々にして夢物語なのよ。
Religion is like that too. Any and all of those mysterious things that people get all worked up about. They're mostly all make-believe.
そもそも根拠がないんだから何を言っても構わないって発想なんだろうけどさ。
Since it's all impossible to prove in the first place, they can say whatever they want. That's the philosophy behind it. Thought that maybe precisely because there was no evidence for or against it, what people said was actually packed with meaning. I felt like that because those words were the only foothold, the only way to really nail down reality. I absently thought about that for a minute.
ちょ
Ugh,
このねじ方
this screw is really tight. Let me try. We switched places and I tried twisting the screw into place.
疲れた疲れた
Oh, I'm beat.
肩が凝っ
My
たぞ
shoulders are
なもし
stiff and everything. You twisted and stretched. Her back popped loudly. Hey, you know what we were just talking about?
さっきの話
Hmm?
レムリアのこと
Oh, Lemuria.
ひょ
Yeah.
っとしたら少年ってこの手の話がものすごく好きだったりする人
Kid, you're not one of those people that get all into these stories, are you? I don't know about that, but since we got time to kill, humor me.
はいはいで何でしたっけ
All right. What is it? Okay. I wonder if Lemuria angered God and he sent it to the bottom of the ocean. The way Lemu angered the pharmaceutical company. And they sent it to the bottom of the ocean because their bleed from every orifice disease escaped. Huh? That is, if the people of Lemuria had such an advanced civilization, maybe God struck them down for their pride or something. Huh? You? She's like, did I not just tell you none of this shit was true?
いけないいけない。危うく私まであっちの世界に行っちゃうと
This
こ
is
だったわ。
bad. Danger! Danger! I'm putting myself in danger of being dragged into lunacy with you.
もっとバカ的にバカ的に。
Stupid,
よ
stupid.
し、これでもう大丈夫。
Alright, I should be fine now.
オッケーオ
I
ッケ
put
ー。
up my not
要するに
stupid
君
barrier.
はバベルの塔と同じだって言いたいわけね。
You're saying it was like the Tower of Babel, right?
旧約聖書の創世記ってお話に出
In
てく
the
る
Old
塔のこと
Testament,
よ。
in Genesis, there's a story about this
そ
tower.
のお話の中で
In
人
it,
間は自分たち
people
の
are
栄
so
華を
proud of their
保持するため
achievements that
に
they build this super high tower, this massive structure that almost reached to heaven.
でも
But
そんな
God was
人間
angered
の
by
行為
their
に神様
behavior.
が腹を立ててしまう。人間の分際で生意気だってね。
God said, I will bring down their pride together with the trickery of their hands. They are impudent.
かくしてその塔は神の力で破壊され、工事は中止させられちゃいましたと。
So, God took it upon himself to destroy the tower, and building stopped, and people spread to all
これ
corners of the
が
earth.
バベルの塔の神話。
That's the story of the Tower of Babel. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I nodded without
だ
stopping
と
my
した
work.
らそれはきっとシバ神みたいな神様の仕業ね。
That would have to be the work of a god like Shiva,
破壊神にして再建の神
the
シ
god
バ。
of destruction and creation.
1000を超える無数の異名
We're a
と
little
4
bit
本の腕。
Christian, we're a little bit Hindu. We just making up
ヒンズー
whatever,
教
which
の
to be
三大
fair
主神の一人なの。
is very much how religion works in Japan. You just, you know, am I Catholic? Am I Shinto? Am I Buddhist? You know, whatever works in the moment. And that was my grandmother's view on religion. Just a little bit of beep boop boop, little bit of everything. Call yourself Catholic because, you know, missionaries are a bitch. I don't know. One of the three main Hindu gods. He has more than 1,000 names, 4 arms, 4 faces, and 3 eyes. Ah, yes, Shiva, famously a he.
再生のために自ら世界を破壊してしまう神様なんだけ
He
ど、
destroys the world for the purpose
そ
of
の破壊
creation.
が徹底されたものであるほど、次に大きな
The
可能性を
destruction
秘め
is
た
so
存
thorough
在が
that
生み出されるらしいの。
in it is contained the seeds or possibility for the next generation. Kinda like starting from square one is better than fixing something
多分
halfway.
ね。
Maybe.
だからもしレムリアが神
So,
様の
if
光で海に
Lemuria
沈ん
pissed
だ
off
と
a
した
god
ら、
enough to sink it into the ocean, then that god would probably have demolished it. I see. A god that would purge the world of filth by destroying it. Or a pharmaceutical company that would purge the world of bleed from every orifice disease by destroying it. Huh? Think we're getting somewhere. A god that damned people drunk with power and forced rebirth.
ほらほら、手が止まってるぞ。
Look, you're slowing down. Hurry and finish up. I'm done. I finished putting in
じゃあ
all the
今度は
screws.
このボルトを閉めて。
Next, tighten these bolts. I handed the screwdriver to her and took the wrench. Somewhere along the line, I'd been put in charge of the work. When you pointed the flashlight near me, I saw 3 bolts in the shape of a triangle. Did you say that Shiva had 3 eyes? That means I put the wrench between my eyebrows. He'd have another eye right here then?
そういうこと。
That's
なん
right.
でもその
The
第
light
三の
from
目から
that
は
third eye
この
burns
世の
all in the
全てを
world,
照らす
purifying it.
浄化の光を放つんだって。
Ah, that sounds pretty cool. I said that as I tightened the top bolt. But I bet a visit to the optometrist would be a pain. Comedy man!
レンズがもう一つ余計に売れるんだから。
Well, you'd have to buy another lens, so the optometrist would love it. Oh, we're just comedy mans. Thought to myself that making the custom frame is what would cost a fortune, but I didn't dare say it.
まあ、それはそれ
That's
として
enough of that.
世界中の文献を
But the
紐
idea of a
解いてみる
third
と
eye is not limited to
第三の目
Shiva.
っていう
It
概
also
念は
exists in the world of
シバ神
Buddhism
が
and
天下
yoga.
透視能力、遠隔視、
Clairvoyance,
スーパービジョン、
telescopic
霊の
vision,
視覚、
ghost
未来視、
sense,
過去視、
gift of the prophet, the power of seeing the past or
神が
future.
かり的な力の源であったり、あるい
There are
は
lots of
厳し
explanations
い修
behind
行の
it.
末に習
Some
得
say
で
it's a
きる
gift
超
from
能
the
力だっ
gods.
たり、
Others that you
諸説
can
いろいろある
acquire
んだ
it
け
from
ど、
intensive training.
それらに共通して言えることは、
But What they all have in common is, when the third eye opens, true wisdom is apparent and all becomes
言う
visible.
なれば人知を超えた存在超人の象徴ってわけ
This is a big, yup, it's a zero escape. They all have something to do with transcending the realm of the human, becoming superhuman somehow. Real wisdom. Muttering that, I turned to face the bolt again. If I had that, I'd be able to get back my memory. Yeah, right. There really is such a thing. I want one.
欲しいって第三の目を
You want what? A third eye? Yeah, if I had one, maybe I could see my past. Maybe I'd know who that girl is. Anyway, I'd like to see what it's
見たい
like.
の
You want to see? Yeah, maybe I could see something.
じゃあ見せてあげようか
Shall I give you a look then? What? I looked up, and there was Yu's face. When did she get so close? We were at a distance where we could just about feel each other's breath. The tips of our noses just about touched. That was how close her face was.
見たいんで
You?
しょ
You want to see, right? You stared me in the eye as she said that. I couldn't speak. My legs shook. My heart was beating as fast as it would go. Felt like it would jump out of my
Hola.
chest.
よーく見て
Now, take a good look. You lifted her bangs and placed her finger on her
ここに
forehead. Right
あるでしょ
here, isn't it?
第三の目が
The third eye. On Yu's face, there was nothing. All I could think about was her nice skin and sweet smell. The pointed laugh sprite! You grabbed her stomach, laughing. What?
冗談冗談
It's a joke! A joke?
おかしい
Oh, that was too funny.
ここまでもろに引っかかってくれるなんて
Who
君最
else would
高
take
だ
that
よ
completely seriously? You're the best. You're so mean, you. You tease me even though you know how serious I am.
ごめんごめん少年がまたしても変なこと言い出すからちょっぴりいたずら
Sorry,
心が芽生えちゃって
You keep saying one bizarre thing after another, so I just couldn't help playing a joke on you.
それにねあながち嘘でもなかったりするんだよね
Besides, what I said wasn't really a lie anyway. Saying that, you pointed to her forehead again. What do you mean? I wondered why we only had 2 eyes. Common knowledge had it that, physically, 2 eyes were enough for gauging the distance to a point or focusing on something. But what would it be like if we really used to have 3 eyes? Actually, the animal ancestors of vertebrates had 3 eyes. Early species of primitive reptiles. Like the tuatara lizard that still had a 3rd eye on top of its head. The 3rd eye. The organ had a similar function to the eyeball and lay on top of the head. That organ would be sensitive to the light of the outside world and control internal hormone secretion and balance based on light. An eye on the crest of one's head would stare straight up. It seemed safe to say that it would sense the difference in light between day and night. A right eye, a left eye, and one above. An eye on the top of the head to stare at the sky. Only we people and higher vertebrates had lost the 3rd eye over the long process of evolution. It had been covered over by the cerebrum, and we lost our ability to sense light directly. Therefore, we had 2 light-sensitive eyeballs, one on each side instead. The lost 3rd eye was called a penal body. Penal. It had functioned in the brain for aeons and was responsible for secreting hormones that helped carve out our 24-hour rhythm. What we called our internal clocks existed because of the penal body. That was essentially the rundown that you gave me as I was tightening the bolts.
つまり第三の目って言っても人体科学的な意味で考える
So,
と
the 3rd eye, in
何のこ
terms
と
of
はない
human
の
anatomical science, is really no big deal.
退化した器官の一つに過ぎないわけで
It's just an organ we lost through evolution. You mean like an appendix? Or the webbing between fingers?
そう そういうこと。
That's exactly what I mean. I finished with the bolt.
オッケー。それでこっちの作業は完了だよ。
Okay, well then, our work here is done. Oh, I'm tired. You stretched as she said that. I put both hands on my waist and stretched. We were both drenched in sweat. Hey, I was wondering. So that occult stuff that you were just telling me is for offensive purposes
う
too?
ん、そうね。
Well, it's not really for offensive or defensive use.
何の役にも立たない
Just a load of useless knowledge.
なのに捨てようと思っても捨てられない。
Still, can't very well just throw it away.
頭の根っこのとこに
Maybe it's completely rooted itself into my brain. But you planted it there yourself, right?
とんでもない。
No way!
犯人は母親よ。
My mom's the guilty one. Your mom?
そう。私のお母
Yes,
さん、
my mom's an archaeological researcher.
主に第三視点とかいう古い概念のことを専門にしてるらしいんだけど、
Apparently, she's an expert in the ancient concept of the third
と
eye.
にかくちっちゃな頃からそれ関連の話を子守歌代わりに聞かされ続けてきたのよ。
When I was little, she told me all those third eye stories instead of lullabies. The third eye. How about that? I wondered if the third eye could be related to something. I would ask about the possible connections, but my mind and body were completely drained. Oh well, I'll save it for next
考古
time.
学なんて大嫌いだったのに。
I used to hate archaeology. You sighed as she said
気が
that.
ついたらいつの間にか考古学
But
のある学部
one
に
day,
進学し
I
て
just
た。
woke up and found myself in the archaeology department. Like mother, like daughter?
そんな生優しいもんじゃないと思う。
It's not that simple. Yu's shoulders slumped, and she let out a deep sigh
これ
again.
はある種の呪いよ。
It's like some kind of curse. Soon after that, looked like Takashi and Sarah had finished their work as well. Well, it had turned into adventure, but at least we had finished the repairs. It's just like Sarah had said, cause of the blackout was the opening of the safety valve due to the drop in air pressure. Who the next choice? Whoosh. Alright. Pre-rolls are on, so we actually gotta take a break. So we'll be back in 3. We'll see what happens when we say, I don't think so. Get it yourself. You
お
won't
願
do
い
me
さ
a
れてくれ
favor?
ないんだ。
Nope. Lol.
なんだよ、
Why
使え
not?
ないや
You're
つ
no
だな。
use. That's exactly why you shouldn't be asking favors of me.
いい？少年は記憶喪失だから知らないだろうけど、こういう時男の子はいいよって答えるものなの。
Listen, kid, you got some kind of memory problem, so you probably don't know, but at times like this, guys are supposed to say, sure. I don't think so. No matter how much memory I've lost, I know that much.
じゃあ、たけしに聞いてみようか。
You want me to ask Takashi?
ナッキョ先輩でもいいけど。ね
Or maybe Nakyu?
えねえ、たけし。
Sarah started calling to Takashi, sitting on the other side of the table. Alright, I get it.
ほんと？
I gave up. I was sure that Takashi and you would side with Sarah. Oh, it felt like I'd fallen into a trap. You can't complain no matter what I bring back, okay? What a pain. Left the conference room and headed for the kiosk. Had a good idea where it was from my wanderings around the complex the day before. Went through the rest area on the way. Something had been left on the bench. Pocket sandwiches! Bless the pocket sandwiches. Alright, we've seen pocket sandwiches. That's right, and then we learned that Sarah's not real. Oh, alright. We are talking about hacking now. Okay, no, we won't have a choice about hacking that matters until after Kick the Can. So let's go with, hey, what's a hacker?
なんて言ったらいいんだろう。コンピューターを扱うエキスパート
How
と
should
でも
I
言うのかな。
explain this? I guess you could say a computer expert of sorts.
とにかくパソコンにすっごく詳しいの。おまけにプログラミングの腕もプロ顔負けっていうレベルでね。
Anyway, she knows everything about computers. And she kicks butt when it comes to programming, too.
趣味でプログラムを組むことはもちろん、この間なんかクラッキングコンテストで優勝しちゃったくらいだし。
She writes programs for fun. Just the other day, she got first place in some cracking contest. Cracking contest? We're talking about Sarah.
暗号破りのコンテストのこと。言っておくけど、犯罪じゃないよ。
A contest to break codes. Just so you know, it's not illegal. Alright, we've had this conversation. Ooh,
暗
or
号
not.
技術の会社が開催する技術
I
の
know we've
安
had
全
this
性の確
conversation,
認
so
を
I'm
目
surprised
的
we
に
can't
行
skip
わ
it.
れる合法的なクラッキングで。
It was sponsored by some company with code technology. It was legal cracking to test their
そこ
security.
でハッカーたちに自社のアルゴリズムを
The
わざ
computer
と
has
攻撃
hackers
させる
attack
の。
their algorithms. Uh-huh. I was getting more and more lost.
まあ要するに暗号解読ゲームの
Just think of it as a
大会だと
decryption
考え
game
て差し支え
contest.
ないと思う。
Oh, so it's a game.
ゲームだと言ってバカにしない方がいいよ。
It's because you call it a game. I wouldn't take it lightly.
なんたって世界中の腕に覚えのある技術者が参加してたんだから。
There were engineers participating from all over the
そ
world.
こで優勝するってことは世界でも屈指のハッカーということになるの。
Winning it means you're one of the world's best hackers.
世界一って言っても過言じゃないかもしれない。
You could even say the best hacker. The best? That's just way too incredible.
そうね。
I know.
コンピューターにかけては彼女きっと天才よ。
When it comes to computers, she's a genius. I see. It seemed that you truly couldn't tell who a person was by appearances. Apart from being mischievous, Sarah just seemed like a normal girl. But Sarah just kept talking with Sora about things I couldn't comprehend. Alright, now we can whoosh. Time for kick the can. I don't get it.
ここまで行ってまだわからないかな。
Alright, you has a master plan wherein we will all charge the can together to overwhelm Takashi with numbers. You put her fingers on Sarah's temples and massage them teasingly.
やめてください。そこ弱いんです。
Stop that tickles!
そうかそうか。
Ooh, you like that, do ya?
ダメ。そこは本当に本当に。
That sounds like a completely different game.
相変わらず頭が弱いのマヨは。
You're as much a ditz as ever,
そう
Mayo.
なんです。私は昔から頭が。
I've had this problem ever since I was little.
誰がバカなんじゃ。
Wait a minute, what am I saying? I'm not that stupid. Whack! Sarah lightly slapped you on the forehead. Their exchange was enough to make us other two feel stupid. Enough of that, just tell me.
仕方ないな。
Oh, well,
少年は一人と喧嘩するのと4人と喧嘩するの。どっち
listen,
がいい？
kid. Would you rather fight one person or 4 people? Neither.
どっちか選
Just pick one. One, I guess.
ぶ。どうして？
Why? Well, against 4 people, I wouldn't stand a chance.
でしょ？
Right.
つまりそういうこと。
That's what I mean.
田中さんは物量作戦で行こうとそういうことなんですよ。
That is what Tanaka-san means by strategy of numbers.
そう。私たちのいっぺんに押しかければ鬼は手も足も出ないはずなの。
If we all mob together, then there's nothing the person that's it can do.
誰かが見つかったとしてもすぐに別の誰かが缶を蹴ってしまうわけですね。
So if somebody gets found, somebody else just kicks the can.
その人が見つかってもすぐにまた別の誰かが缶を蹴る。
And if that person gets caught, then somebody else kicks the can.
そうやって一斉に集中砲火を浴びせれば鬼は攻撃を防ぎきれないでしょ。
That's right. If we all get there at once and unleash an attack, Kunanari won't be able to defend, right?
なるほど。
I get it.
ってことで総員一旦散開した後会議室の の缶めがけて突撃。
So, after we all split up, we'll aim for the can and charge the conference room.
缶を蹴ったらすぐに離脱。
After kicking the can, we'll separate again immediately.
そのヒットアンドウェイの繰り返しで勝利はこっちのものよ。
By repeating this hit and run, we'll win. Isn't that kind of cheating?
そんなことないって。物量作戦は傭兵の基本よ。
Not
デ
at
フォ
all.
ルトよ。
Attacking with overwhelming numbers is a basic military strategy. Though it's kind of like violence by the masses?
民主主義作戦って言って。
Or a democratic strategy? Whatever.
民主主義。多数決。
In a democracy, the majority rules.
つまり勝者は弱者よ。
In other words, those with less numbers are weak. So, we separated and all aimed for the conference room via different routes. But our footsteps sure were loud. Still, we didn't hurry. Takashi would find us. I just hope someone would get there and kick the can before he found me. Alright, definitely skipping, because the kick the can portion is so boring. Alright, so it was Sarah and Sora last time. This time, since we're aiming for Yu's ending, we're going with you.
あれ少年もこっち来たの？
Oh, Shonen, you decided to come this way? Yeah, but where do you plan to hide?
それを今考えてるところ。
Thinking about that as we speak. We kept running.
さてどうしようかな。
Alright, where do we gonna go? We scan the area for trouble, we look for a hiding
意
place.
外な場所に隠れないとすぐに見つかっちゃうしな。
Unless we hide somewhere unexpected, they'll find us right away. Well, let's go in a room for now. As I said that, I heard something. Somebody is coming?
マヨたちじゃないの？
It's probably Mayo and Sora. Probably. We peered through the darkness in the direction of the sound. We could see someone's silhouette. That build could only be... No, it's Takashi!
本当？
Hurry, we gotta hide! We dove into the nearest room. It was the elevator hall. What are we gonna do? There's nowhere to hide. Takashi steadily approached.
あの中に隠れるわよ。
I know. Let's hide in there. Huh? Well, where? Yu's finger was pointing at the elevator that was stuck on its way to Zviderstock. It was the one that Sarah had been stuck in the day before. The door was still open. First, Yu lifted me on her shoulders and I hurried into the elevator. Then I pulled her up. We were able to hide just an instant before Takashi came. We held our breath, watching silently. No emergency light even lit the elevator. Just profound darkness and silence. I could hear Yu crouch next to me, breathing. I thought I could almost hear my heart. I hope he doesn't find us.
来たみたいよ。
Shh! He's here. Takashi appeared at the bottom of the stairs. It seemed he hadn't pinned down our position. He was still glancing around. My heart rate rocketed, pounded in my ears. Put my hand on my chest as if to hold it in check. Oh, please don't let him find us. Takashi just stood there. It was as if he was sure that we were
あ
around.
れ変だな。こっちの方で足音がしたはずなんだが。
Could have sworn I heard footsteps over
気
here.
のせいだったのか。
Guess it was just my imagination. Looked like he'd finally given up. Whew. Just as I thought the crisis had passed. A sneeze welled up inside me. Why now? I had my hand on my mouth as I desperately tried to hold it back. Somehow, I managed to keep it in.
おい、そこにいるな。誰だ？
Hey, I know someone's there. Who is it? What happened to the art style here? Who drew this Takashi?
見つかった。逃げるわよ。
He found us! Run! Yeah, but where could we run?
私に任せて。
No problem. Leave it to me. Next instant, you threw herself out of the elevator. You made a spectacular dive, turning it into a stunning drop kick. That's right. Take him out, you! Get him! Get him! We fought well, but Takashi found us. Can't stop. Terrible. Tragedy strikes. Short while later, he found Sarah and Sora too. We met in the conference room. Whoosh. Alright, so now we are asked if hacking is a crime. We get it. Alright, time to do it again. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tiger by toe. My mother told me pick the very best one, and you are it. Rest area! First, looked like there was no one there either, but then I noticed something. One of the stone pillar's silhouettes in the open area was an odd shape. No, it was the top of the pillar that had something strange about it. Oh, we've done all of this. This is more kick the can. More kick the can. But look, conference room we've not done here. Can stood silently where I had left it. Just in case, I looked in the corners of the room. Of course, there was no one there. That place was a waste of time. Huh, interesting. Okay. Whoosh. That can got kicked as fuck. Alright, is hacking a crime? I get it. Well, figured I'd have to explain it. Takashi, listen. Originally, hacking as a word meant the rhythmical manipulation of a computer. People that could do this were called hackers. That evolved into the word hacker for technicians and research computer experts. What you're probably thinking about is the hacking they talk about on the news, meaning a crime committed using a computer. Like when somebody steals secret information or destroys data via computer. Whoosh. Alright. You're trying to figure out how to decipher the password? We totally got it. Takashi, I'll have a look around for you.
それじゃあ少年、任せた。
Alright, it's in your hands then,
何か
kid.
分かったらレミを通じて私を呼んでくださ
Something
い。
comes up, use Lemmy to contact me. Alright, see you later. I ran through the corridor, kicking up spray as I went. You! Hey, you! It's strange. I thought that maybe she wasn't on that floor. Just then, Sora's voice came to me from the voice converter.
少年さん、私です。空です。
Shonen-san, it's me,
田
Sora.
中さんの居場所が分かりました。もちろん無事でいらっしゃいます。
I know where Tanaka-san is. She is fine, of course. Where is she?
ズバイトシュトックの警備室です。
Zweiterstock in the security office. Security office? Why is she there
そこ
again?
までは分かりません。田中さんの方からこちらに連絡があったのです。
I don't know. Tanaka-san contacted me about her whereabouts. Got it. I'll go to the warehouse as well then.
それには及びません。
No, that will not be necessary. Why not?
調べたところ、幸いにして被害は大したことなかったのです。
Fortunately, to the extent I've been able to investigate, there was no major damage. Zora added there were enough people to do the
それ
required
よ
work.
りも田中さんのところへ向か
Oh,
ってい
because
ただけ
going
ます
to
か
the warehouse is going to be where Takashi and Sugumi go, and then Sugumi, like, gets stabbed through the leg and such. To where you is?
はい。ちょっと様子が変なのです。
Something is strange there.
断定はできないのですが、私にはそう感じられました。
Can't say for sure, but I sense
です
something.
から、誰か様子を見に向かわれた方がいいと思うのです。
So, I think someone should go investigate. Wouldn't it be better if you went instead of me? Something was strange. I didn't know what I could do.
申し訳ありません。あいにくと、私はこれから制御室に行かなければならないのです。
I'm sorry. Unfortunately, now I must go to the control room. Control room? Is something else
そ
wrong?
れは、いえ、ちょっとした
No.
レミのメンテのためです。
I have to do a little maintenance on Lemmy. I see.
大変お手数なのですが、お願いできますか？
I'm sorry, but do you think you could manage it for me? Yeah, sure. I don't have anything better to do. I'm off to check on you. Security office, right?
はい。ではよろしくお願いします。
Thank you. I climbed to the second floor via the emergency stairs. I called to you via the intercom on the side of the security office door. You, it's me. Can I come in? After a bit, the door opened.
どうしたの？なんでここに？
What's up? What are you doing here? Yu was unable to hide her surprise. Sora was right. Strange might have been the word for it. Sora told me to come.
空に？
Yeah, she said that something was strange and that she wanted me to take a look. I couldn't think of a better way to put it and blurted out the truth. Is this a bad time? Yu slumped her shoulders as if defeated and heaved out a sigh.
もうしょうがないか。
Guess that's how it
考え
goes.
てみれば、空には筒抜けなんだもん
If you
ね。
think about it, Sora has ears everywhere.
ほら、そんなとこに突っ立ってないで入りなよ。
Well, quit standing there. Come on in.
君もコーヒー飲む？
Want some coffee? Oh, don't mind if I do. Coffee. I followed you into the room. Smelled like hot coffee. Corner of the room was an ancient siphon coffee machine percolating up dark liquid. Do we see this? Yeah, I was gonna say, this is completely new. She turned to the coffee maker to pour coffee. What are you up to in here? I asked you that bluntly as I leaned back in the
調べ
chair.
物だよ。
I'm looking for something. White steam curled into the air from where she was pouring the coffee. Is this something you have to hide from everyone? Thought it came out a little too accusatory. Maybe I was a little peeved she was hiding something from us.
どうぞ。
Here's your coffee. She turned back towards me with a white cup in each hand. She handed one
暑
to
い
me.
から気をつけてね。
It's hot, so be careful. Oh, thanks. A white cup, white steam. Only the liquid inside was black. Lemu's logo was printed on the cup.
さてどこから話したらいいのかな？
Where should I start? You sat down next to me and took a sip of her coffee. Then she gradually started to talk.
私前に言ったことあったよね。私がレミューのバイトを始めたきっかけ。
I told you before, right? About why I got this job at Lemu?
行方不明になったお父さんの手がかりを探してるって。
Looking for clues about my father who disappeared. I nodded.
私は17年前にいなくなったお父さんの手がかりを求めてレミューにやってきたの。
He went missing 17 years ago, and I came hoping to find a hint as to why. You said that the last place he was seen was in Lemu, right? Oh, are you investigating that?
そう、
You nodded and shifted the cup to her other
お
hand.
父さんについての情報よ。
Information about my father.
今から17年前、
It was 17 years
こ
ago.
こで大きな事故が起きたらしいの。
They say there was a big accident here. Accident?
私もよくは知らないんだけどね。
I don't really know that much about it.
何しろ当時のニュースを調べてもほとんど何もわから
Looking
ない
at
の。
old news clippings, I wasn't able to gather much information. What do you mean?
事故の原因、具体的な被害状況、その後の経緯、どれも曖昧な報道のされ方で、
Cause of the accident? Specific damage? What happened afterward? All the coverage was vague.
要するにマスコミも詳しいことは知らなかったんじゃないのかな。
I figured that the media didn't really know the details about what happened either.
何か大きな力で情報が封じられてたってことね。
Somebody or something powerful clamped down on the information. That's
17
interesting.
年前の謎に包まれた事故。
An accident 17 years ago
17
shrouded in
年前の
mystery.
行方不明になったお父さん。
And my father, who disappeared 17 years ago.
そしてお父さんは事故の直前までここで働いていた。
He worked here until right before the accident.
これらのことから推測できることは、
I can guess some of what happened from what we already know. You think the accident had something to do with the disappearance of your father?
そういうこと。
That's right.
ここにはレミにはお父さんの痕跡が残ってるはず。そう思って私はやってき
I
た。
thought that here, that in Lemmy, there would be some trace. That's why I came
で
here.
も実際に働き出してみるとそんなことを調べる余裕なんてなくて、
But since I started working, I haven't had any time to look into it.
それどころかレミのデータベースには近づくことすらできなかったの。
Couldn't even get close to Lemmy's database.
まあ当たり前なんだけどね。私の考えが甘かったってこと。
Makes sense. I was pretty naive. The chair squeaked as you slumped back in it.
で
She
も
just stared at the ceiling.
でもね、ついにチャンスが訪れたの。
But, you know what? Opportunity knocked. You don't mean this accident?
そうよ。
Yup. You placed the cup next to the console.
私はこうして今レミに触れてる。
Now, I have access to Lemmy.
事故が起きたおかげで私は晴れて目的に近づけるようになったの。
Thanks to the accident, I've been able to get a step closer to my goal.
そのおかげでこうして命の危険にさらされてるわけなんだけどね。
Well, I suppose it's also put my life in danger, but... You joked, shrugging your shoulders. I'll ask you one more time, but did you have to keep it all secret?
そりゃね。
That's a
だって
toughie.
関係者とはいえ私は何の権限もない一バイトに過ぎないわけで、
I mean, I work here, but I don't have any
そ
authority.
んな人間が事故の
It's
視
just a
察に
part-time
紛れて
gig.
レミューの機密事項に触れようとしてるんだよ。
Taking advantage of this accident to gain access to secret
普通な
information
ら
in
こうい
Lemmy?
うのを
Normally, you might call this... the kind of looting, maybe?
そういうこと。これは情報窃盗罪っていう立派な犯罪なの。
That's right, stealing information. It's a pretty decent crime.
けど隠しをせるわけなかったんだよね。
Suppose there was no way I could have kept it hidden.
なんたって空にはレミの動きが手に取るようにわかるわけだから。
Sora knows everything that goes on relating to Lemmy. Think she would understand your situation if you explained it to her.
どうかな。
I wonder about that. You growled as she put the cup to her lips. I took a sip of coffee, too. Oh, same, bro. It was super bitter and super thick. Okay, thick! Thick might be a little unusual. So, did you find anything
それ
out?
がちょっと困ったことになってるのよ。
That's the problem. Tickety-tackety-tack-tack-tack. Saying that, you started tapping on the keyboard. One of the monitors on the wall shifted from footage of an observation camera to an image of a computer desktop. In the middle of it, one window was open. You explained as she stared at the screen.
ネットワークに接続するための認証画面なの。
This is the authorization screen to connect to the network,
接続しようとしているユーザーが
where the
システム側で
system
許可され
assesses
た
the
人
user
間
for
かどうかを
proper
判定す
authorization.
る画面ってこと。
I see. Felt like I kinda got it, but not really.
私はこれからレミデータベースの C レベル、要するに機密情報にアクセスしようとしてるの。
I'm attempting to connect to Lemmy's C level, meaning I'm trying to access classified information.
そんな重要なデータを誰それ構わず見ることができたら大変なことになるでしょ。
But if anyone could easily access important data, it'd be a security disaster, right? Probably. Probably? Yeah, I'll go with yes. What do I mean,
だからこうし
probably?
てここを覗こうとしてるあなたは誰ですかってコンピュータが聞いてきてるの。
That's why there's a screen where the computer asks, "Hey, who's trying to look at this?" As she spoke, you used the mouse to click on a box for name. Inside the box were written the words Yuki
当
Tanaka.
然私の名前だとアクセスできるわけないから、こうやってアクセス可能な人間の名前を偽って入力するわけね。
Of course, there's no way I could access the system using my name, so I'm using someone else's name to
だ
get
け
me
ど
in.
だけどそんなことは誰だって考えついちゃうよね。
But anyone might think to try that, right? I suppose so.
当然これを作った人だってバカじゃないから、それを防止す
Obviously,
る
the
ため
people who
に
program
本
this
当
aren't
に本人か
stupid.
どうか確認する方法が
So?
取られてるの。
To prevent false authorization, they have methods to check people's identities.
本当にあなたが田中幸恵ならパスワードを言いなさい。
The screen then says, if you really are Tanaka Yuki, please show me your password. You then use the mouse to circle around the box for password. Which is in German, because of course it is. It was still blank. What about the password?
それを今考えてるの。
I'm working on that right now. What? You don't know it?
わからない。
I don't know it. So you haven't looked up anything
調
yet.
べてないっていうか、調べることができないっていうか。
It's not that I haven't. I haven't been able to. I haven't been able to get in. So you're stuck.
うん。
Yep,
これのこと。
stuck. You nodded and gave a big sigh. Tickety tackety tack tack tack. After a second's pause, you went back to tapping on the keyboard. There was nothing for me to do. I just sat there, watching you do her thing. From her fingertips, a password was entered into the input field. Password 1. Password 2. Password 3. The digits she typed in were blocked out by asterisks so that anybody watching wouldn't know what the word was. You finished your input and hit the enter key. Access denied. Invalid name or password. But you immediately tapped in another line of letters. I'm telling you, she's trying password 1, password 2. Hey, you.
何？
I was just wondering, who's Tanaka Yuki? Looking at the name, I was wondering, is she a relative or something?
私のお母さんよ。
She's my mom. Your mom worked here?
働いてるの。
Works.
現在進
She
行形。
is working here, as in the present tense. Hey, your mom researches archaeology, right? You said something about it yesterday, I think.
うん。
Yeah. So what? You answered, her eyes still glued to the computer. Archaeology has nothing to do with theme parks, right?
私もそう思う。
My thoughts exactly.
でも予算の下りない大学の研究室よりはレミューの方がはるかに得るものが大きかったんじゃない？
But I figured Lemu could probably offer her a lot more money than some small university research department with next to no budget. Is Lemu doing some kind of archaeological research?
少なくともやってるふりだけはしてるみたいね。
Well, it's pretending to at least.
レムリア大陸の遺跡を調査してるらしいから。
Seems like they're doing a survey related to the ruins of the Lemurian continent.
20世紀の終わり頃、沖縄の方のどっかで海底遺跡が発見されたでしょ？
Near the end of the 20th century, some oceanic ruins were discovered near Okinawa, right?
ライプリヒ製薬はその遺跡こそレムリアが存在したことの証だみたいなことをまことしやかにそれとなくルフしてるの。
Lieblich Pharmaceuticals spread rumors that these ruins are somehow evidence of the existence of Lemuria.
海底遺跡の発掘調査プロジェクトにも多額の資金を投入してる。
They've poured loads of cash into the archaeological survey of the seafloor. Which is kinda crazy cakes.
何を企んでんだか知らないけどさ。
I have no idea what the company is up to. Your mom was involved in that project too?
詳しいことは知らないけど、そうみたいね。
Apparently. I don't know the details.
でも多分ふりをしてるだけだと思う。
I think it's all just an act.
お金だけもらって実際には別のことを研
I
究
think
しちゃ
she's
ってる
just
ん
taking the
だ。
money and researching something else. Something else?
昨日も教えたでしょ？
I told you yesterday, didn't I?
第三視点という
The ancient
昔の
idea
概念。
of the third eye. Oh boy. Your mom sounds sneaky.
悪いお母さんよ。
Well, she is.
でも気持ちはわからないでもないかな。
Still, I think I understand how she
世
feels.
界中の海底遺跡を掘り下げたってレムリア大陸の痕跡なんか見つかるわけないんだから。
Even if they dug up all the ocean floors of the world, there's still no way they would find the ruins of the Lemurian continent.
それが不毛だってことはみんな知ってるの。
Everybody knows it's a complete waste of
ラ
time.
イプリヒ製薬の偉い人もきっと知ってるの。
Even the higher ups at Lieblich Pharmaceuticals probably
な
know.
のに研究してるふりだけはしなくちゃいけないの。
But they still have to go about pretending to do research. I wonder why. It sounds like a waste to me.
さあ企業の考えることだからお金儲けにつながるんじゃないの？
Who knows? But it's a company we're talking about, so I bet it has to do with money.
ああ、そんなこと私たちに知ることはできないし別に知りたくもないよ。
But there's no way for us to know, and I don't really care. Dippity tap 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 tap. Oh, that's right. I've been meaning to ask you, but what do you mean that your mom is researching the third eye? Ooh, I thought the cable was the problem, but
う
no.
ーん要点を簡単にまとめていっちゃうと
Whole guy is screwed. That sucks for me. In a nutshell, it basically
N
means
次元
that
上の全体像は N プラス1次元内から俯瞰することによってのみ認識することができる。
a dimension of value n may only be understood in its entirety when viewed from a dimension at least n plus 1. Oh no! It hurt in my brain! Yes, thank you, kid. Exactly. Uh-huh. It didn't sound very basic to me. What did she mean?
要するに私た
What
ち
the
は
hell
無
did
次
she
元
mean
的
by
な視覚を
that?
得ることで初めてこの世界の全貌が知覚できるのだと。
Essentially, only by gaining a sense of the fourth dimension can we fully sense the whole of what's going on around us. Oh no, wait, no, we did have this. Sora gave this exact same talk to Takashi.
ま
I
る
had
で
no idea what
第
she was
三の目
talking
が開眼
about.
したかのようにね。
Like when the third eye has opened up or something. Yes, Sora gave this same talk to Takashi about how how you can only see, like, the third dimension from the fourth dimension. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Okay. Sorry, I'm still trying to solve this headset issue. Well, this game is trying to explain multi-dimensional bullshit to me. I think yesterday you said something about evolution. About losing that organ thingy on the head? The penis?
違う違う。
No,
そっちじゃなく
no,
て。
not there. Wrong dimension,
こ
dipshit.
こで言う第三の目っていうのは超能力のような力の方。
It's here. It's called the third eye, and it has to do with supernatural powers.
例えるな
It's
ら
like...
ヒンズー教のシバ神の額にある第三の目
Like the third eye on the forehead of the Hindu god Shiva.
アジナーチャクラ。
Like they say in yoga about the Agya chakra or third eye chakra.
先導における炭鉱法。
Or the astral light training by
密教におい
sages.
て弘法大師が室戸岬で治めたという虚空蔵菩薩九文字法。
Or like in esoteric Buddhism with the famous monk Kobo Daishi's aesthetic training and invoking of the Kozuko deity of space through the Kokuzo Gumonjiho.
チベット密教などで言われる天元通。
Like the all-knowing eye in Tibetan Tantric Buddhism. Uh-huh. Felt like I was being bombarded with exotic words. The conversation had completely left me behind. I think I mentioned it yesterday, but... When the third eye opens, true wisdom is apparent. And all becomes visible. At least, that's what they say. Is that what they say? Is it you? Is that what they say? That's if the story is real. Let's see. That means... brain hurty. In summary, it goes something like this. Your mom is researching an ancient concept called the third eye, or third perspective. And once someone has acquired the third eye, they can sense the fourth dimension and see the whole of the world. And that's in line with the legend of the third eye. Yeah, that should be about it. Well, I hear my mom tell it. The third eye and the third perspective are the same. Sure. Why wouldn't they be? Why would a sense of the fourth dimension allow someone to understand the whole of the world? I don't get the connection between the third eye or third perspective and the fourth dimension. There were lots of things I didn't get. You and me both, Shonen. You and me both. Alright, break's over. Okay. Sure. You started working again without answering my question. Sorry, let's make that the end of today's lecture. The explanation from here is pretty hard. Okay. And it's pretty obvious I'm busy, right? You really want to know? Next time, I'll explain it in an easy-to-swallow way. Okay. You didn't say anything more. Okay. I decided to give up for the time being. I remembered I was still holding the cup. I figured not drinking it would be a waste, so I drank it down. Ugh, this is so bitter. And it was completely cold, too. Oh, there's me. Dang, I forgot to drink my coffee before it was cold. It's kind of lukewarm right now, so you know, it's not the worst. I refilled it during the break. So, that warmed it back up. I give up. You muttered that and looked down dejectedly. She leaned back in the chair and it squeaked. In the end, she hadn't found any new clues. Actually, she hadn't even gotten past the authorization screen. Access denied. Invalid name or password. That message had been displayed again and again. It still sat in the middle of the screen. You was really down. So you couldn't get it? The password? Nope. Don't have any ideas? Like what? I mean, when somebody sets a password, it's usually a word that has to do with them. A birthday or phone number or something short. Even somebody that wanted to think of something nobody would know would probably come up with a phrase related to their past. I just come up with like total nonsense phrases. And you know. And then assign like a number and like some like punctuation marks to it. And then I'm like, damn. No, nobody trying to pick some grand personal information would come up with one of my passwords. I mean, there's almost nobody that uses a meaningless combinations of numbers and letters. If they did, they'd probably forget it. And if they forget it, then a password is meaningless. I know that. I tried all the things I could think of. Tried them backwards as an anagram and all possible patterns I could imagine.
でも無理でした。
Ah, but it's no good.
私はただのパソコンが使える人なの。
I'm just a normal person when it comes to computers.
ハッカーやクラッカーじゃないんだから、イリーガルなプログラムを持ってたり、
I'm no
まして
hacker
や
or
物が作
cracker.
ったり、そんな
I ain't
こと
no
はできないの。
I don't have any illegal programs and I can't just type one out right now. Yeah, could you please just ask Sarah to program something to churn through passwords for you because oh my god, doing it manually. You stuck her hands up in the air, signaling your surrender. I know, Sarah could probably do it, right? I remember that Sarah was a top-level hacker. You said Sarah took first prize in some code-breaking contest, right? I bet she'd make a password-breaking program for you.
かもね。
You didn't seem keen on the idea. Why don't you ask
頼
her?
みたいところだけど、
I
でき
could,
れば頼みたくは
but
な
I
いな。
don't want to.
マヨをね、こんなことに巻き込みたくないの。
I don't want to involve her in this. Thought that maybe she was still concerned about the criminal element of the idea. But you don't mind getting me involved?
君の場合は勝手に巻き込まれ
You
に来た
came
ん
and
でしょう
involved
ね。
yourself. I suppose. At that rate, you probably wouldn't find a clue during her lifetime. I wanted to help her out, as a way of thanking her for helping me.
一つだけ手がかりはあるんだけど、
There's just one clue. You took a piece of paper from atop the console. What's that?
お母さんのマシンの中に入ってたの。
This was inside my mom's machine.
私はここに来る前、お母さんの研究室に忍び込んだことがあるの。もちろん、失踪した父親の手がかりを探すためよ。部屋に入ると、パソコンの電源が入れっぱなしだったの。中を覗くと、ご丁寧に、パスワードとタイトルの付け、開いてみると、たった一行、何やら日本語のセンテンスが書き込まれていたの。
I sneaked into her research room before coming here. I was looking for clues about my father, of course. When I went in, I saw that her computer was on. Looking at it, I saw that there was a text file entitled Password. When I opened it, it was only one line. There was a Japanese sentence typed inside it. You saw the password?
うん、確かに見た。
Sure, I saw it,
でも、見ただけであって、覚えてはいないの。
but I don't remember it. What?
急いでたのよ。
I was in a hurry!
誰かに見つかる前に、私は慌ててメモを取ろうとした。けれど、筆記用具が周辺には見当たらなかったの。記憶媒体となるようなディスクも転がってなかった。
I tried to take a note of it before I was found out, but I didn't see a pen or anything around. There were no discs or anything I could copy it to.
今考えてみれば、自分宛てにメールでも送ればよかったかなとか思うけど。
Thinking about it now, I should have sent it to myself by email. You
その時
think?
は焦っていたので考えつかなかった。とっさにプリントアウトしようと思ったんだけど、印刷が完了した直後、お母さんが戻ってきてしまったの。私はトレイにあった用紙を素早く掴むとポケットにねじ込んだ。
I was in a rush and didn't think about it then. Suddenly, I thought I'd try to print it out. As soon as it stopped printing, my mom came back. I snatched the paper that was in the tray and jammed it in my pocket. What do you mean? So the paper you have now is the one with the password on it? You held out the paper without saying anything. What's this? A barcode?
に見えるけど、普通のバーコードの規格とは違うみたいだし。
Oh, this is one of the ones where you gotta, like, look at it from, like, the angle? You know, it's all, like... You gotta look at the paper, like, flat to be able to read the letters. I recognize these. It looks like it, but it seems different from normal barcodes. It's got 10 lines?
うん。
What does this have to do with
Sa-
anything? Who knows? About how many characters were in that password? You said it was in Japanese, right? Yeah. Was it about 10?
よく覚えてないけど、10文字プラマイ1文字くらいじゃないかな。
I don't remember very well. Maybe 10 characters, give or take? Was it all written in Japanese? Any numbers?
確か漢字とひらがなの組み合わせだったと思う。数字やカタカナやアルファベットはなかったはず。
Oh, okay. She's saying it was just kanji. I don't remember any numbers or anything else in it. I wonder which end of this is the top. You got me. Could it be written vertically? No way. If you printed out a text file, why would it come out as a barcode? This remains the question about the whole thing, granted. Although I have recognized the sort of puzzle this is, I don't know why a random text file would print out this way. No hints? So no head?
ヒント？
Hints?
答えがわからないのにヒントなんか与えられるはずないでしょ。
If I don't know the answer, how can I give you a hint? But you have to remember something, right? Like, did it have to do with food or a person's name? You shook her head and spoke.
見たって言ってもほんの数秒のことなのよ。
I saw it, but only for a second. How could you forget something so important?
でも私は少なくとも自分の住所が言える。
Well, at least I know my
電話番号も
address,
生年月日
and
も
phone
社会保障番号
number,
も
and birthday, and social security
それから
number,
自分の名前だってわかるんだから。
and I even know my name.
大事なことを忘れてるのはどっちなのかしら？
Now who's forgetting important things? Oh, snap! When in doubt, throw some shade at the amnesiac! I looked again at the paper we thought contained the password. I was obsessed with solving the puzzle we had found. It was frustrating. Now who's forgetting the important things? What could I say to that? Not like I wanted to lose my memory. Watch this! I'll remember everything just to show you. But first, I had to figure it out. I had my mind set on it. It almost felt like solving it was a rite of passage that would help restore my memory. I get it. I get it. I recognize this immediately, so you know what? Take that, game. Could it be? I thought for a second. Alright. What if I tilt it? Thought that if I tilted it a little, I might be able to see something. This puzzle would fuck on the DS. Yes. Not vertical. It would be horizontal. Cause yeah, you've gotta look from like the edge of it in. Yeah, see? I got it. Listen, if you take the paper and set it like this. What? Let's see. The empty fall sky. A single cuckoo calls out. Brings a chill to me. What is this? It's a haiku, you uneducated lump.
ちょっと貸して。
Let me see that. You grabbed the slip of paper from my hand. Then she copied me and set the paper sideways in the same way.
本当だ。
You're right!
すごい。すごいよ、そうね。
Amazing. Really amazing, kid. You grabbed my hand and shook it happily. But she didn't stop there. She pulled me close in a big bear hug. Squeeze! Oh my god, we all up in the titties now. My face was pressed hard against her bust. Oh my god. It was a nice fit. A little too nice. I struggled for air. Oh no. I give up! Have mercy! I felt almost dangerously excited by her softness. Aw, nasty! Come on, game! Finally, you let me go. she jumped around gleefully like a rabbit. I was glad she was happy, even if she did almost crush me. Watching you all happy like that seemed to wash away all my irritation and fatigue. Stress I was feeling simply faded away. It was like the winter frost melting away under the spring
そう
sun.
か。真上から見てたからいけなかったんだ。
Get it now, you can't see it from right above it. Oh, because you have to view it from a different dimension. Big brain, big brain.
ここから見れば。
If you look from the side, I see it now. Why do you suppose it came out in a barcode like
プリン
this?
ターの調子が悪かったんじゃない？
The printer is probably in bad shape. That is real bad shape. Think so? Hard to believe that would make it print
いい
like
のよ
this.
そんなことはもうどうでも。
I don't care about that now.
とにかくパスワードが分かればそれでいいんだから。
Anyway, as long as I have the password, things are fine. The empty fall sky. A single cuckoo calls out. Brings a chill
多
to
分
me.
これは正岡式の俳句。水無月の国雨に涼しホトトギスをもじったものだと思う。
It's a variation of Masaoka Shiki's The Empty June
だ
Sky.
から正しい読み方はおそらく
So if I input it like
水
this.
月の国雨に涼しホトトギス。
Wow.
よし、それじゃあ
Alright,
このフレー
let's
ズを
try
試
this
して
for a
みよう。
password. A recharged you faced the screen triumphantly, but
海月の国雨に涼しホトトギス。
access denied. She still couldn't get into the sea level information. And then, suddenly,
あれ？
what in the... The screen went black. What just
わ
happened?
からないけど認証画面から強制排出されちゃったみたい。
I don't know, but it looks like it automatically shut down the authorization screen. After a moment, the screen returned to normal. You pecked away at the keyboard and called up the authorization screen again. Cannot log in with the given name at this time.
何それ？
What is this? She tried it again. The result was the same. What does this mean?
何度もパスワードを間違えたからプロテクトが作動しちゃったんじゃないかな。
Maybe I entered the wrong password too many times and it activated some kind of
つま
protection.
りレミの方からお母さんの名前でのアクセスを完全に遮断されてるってこと。
In other words, Lemmy has completely denied access to my mom's name. So,
そうしばらくの間は
So
諦めるしかないってこ
we'll
と
have
ね。
to give up for the time being, I guess. You shrugged
せっか
exaggeratedly.
く苦労して解読してくれた少年には悪いん
You
だけ
went
ど
to so much trouble to read this for me,
そも
Shonen.
そもこの句がそのままパスワードであるという保証はどこにもないんだよね。
But from the start, there was no guarantee that what's on that paper is the
むしろ
password.
この句自体はただのヒントでお母さんはこの句から連想する何かをパスワードにしていたと考えるのが妥当だと思う。
It would make more sense if this was some kind of hint that my mom uses to remember
そう
the
じゃなき
password.
ゃマシンの中にパスワードと銘打って保存しておくのはあまりにも危険すぎるよ。
It wouldn't make much sense to call the file password otherwise. It would be too dangerous. Well, maybe your mom just has no sense of, OPSEC. I wondered why Yu's mom would choose that poem. I wondered what was hidden in the 17 syllables of it. There was no answer or end to my questions. After a while, we heard the Takashi that repairs on the warehouse had been completed with no problems. Finally gathered again in the conference room, which means we can finally skip again. Oh. Of course, it was kind of an indirect thank you to her for looking after me when I was feeling down 2 days before.
さてと
Alright, shall we get
始め
started?
ますか。
Oh, that's right. This is us trying to fix the auto MRI, which is just unplugged. It was like the emotion that was about to explode to the surface had sunk away to nothingness. Next thing I knew, Sugumi had turned to leave the room. Sarah still focused her glare on Sugumi. I looked back and forth between the two of them. Finally, I let my eyes trail off after Sugumi. Yu was there to help Sarah. But first, I wanted to find out what the fight was all about. I ran out of the infirmary and called to Sugumi, who said, "Do not fucking talk to me ever again," to be fair. But she ignored me and headed for the corridor. Ugh, why does it always turn out like this? Even if I was tired of everything, I had no choice but to chase after her. Hey, wait! She shot me a glance, but didn't slow her step. I caught up to her and grabbed her arm, trying to stop her, but she shook off my
触ら
hand.
ないでって言ったでしょ
I told you never to touch me. Sorry. Then Tsugumi started walking again as if nothing had happened. Still, I continued after her without giving up. Started talking to her as I walked next to her, peering at her face. Why are you fighting with Sarah?
あなたには関係のないことよ
It's none of your business. Tsugumi answered without looking at me, letting me know my questions were unwanted.
他人のことにいちいち首を突っ込まないで
Don't go poking your nose into things that don't concern you. How can this not concern me? Thought I'd said enough. It really probably doesn't have anything to do with me. I don't have any right to go involving myself in people's private affairs. But still,
いえや
well,
っぱり関係あるかもしれない
actually, it might have something to do with you. What? Tsugumi strode away. I stood stunned for a moment. I soon pulled myself together and started after her again. No matter how much I called out to her, Tsugumi didn't respond. At last, I caught up with her again. We were at the gate for boarding at the jellyfish gondola. Finally, Tsugumi stopped there. Her eyes were just trained on the half-transparent gondola, which was partially visible beyond the gate. Hey. Looked as though she was completely ignoring me. And who can blame her? She said, "Don't talk to me, don't touch me." How many times now, huh? You don't have to respond, just listen to what I'm going to say. I won't ask you to trust us anymore, but that doesn't mean you have to fight with anyone. We're all in the same situation here. We have to help each other. Tsugumi turned and faced me.
博識なことね
What an insightful comment. Don't joke around.
率直な感想を言ったまでよ
I'm just telling you exactly how I feel. Figured that I should take the fact that she responded to me as a slight change in attitude. I shot her another question. Why do you think we're your enemies? What reason could you possibly have?
言ったでしょ信用できないからよ
I already told you. I can't trust you.
明らかにあなたたちの行動は尋常じゃない
You are all acting
自
suspiciously.
分の意思でそうやっているのかどうかは別としてね
I don't know whether you're acting of your own will, but still. I don't get you. What exactly is
あの時と
suspicious?
同じことをしようとしてるじゃないの
You're trying to do the exact same thing that you did before. The
あなたが
same
本
as
当
what
に記憶
before?
喪失なら知らないかもしれないけど
You really have lost your memory then. Maybe you don't know.
今回の事故だってきっとまた何か裏があるに決まってるわ
There's got to be something going on behind the scenes with this accident as well. You mean to tell me you've experienced the same thing as this before? No, maybe. Tsugumi stared at me intensely. I took her look as an affirmation. And also, I am doing completely different than I did before, thank you. I wondered if the same held true for me. So that means you can foresee what's going to happen, right?
え
I'm right, aren't I? So it's not just me then. How come I can see into the future all of a sudden? See, the future? No, the feeling I had was less what is seeing it and more like knowing the future, or possibly having experienced it before. Did I know it? Had I experienced it? Why? That was because the same thing was happening again. That's it! You and I must have traveled to the past, Tsugumi!
タイムスリップ
Oh, time slip is a much more interesting phrase than traveled to the past. The theory I had hit upon excited me. I was sure it almost had to be. I have the same sense. I know the future. Back at the generator room, I knew that the room had built up heat. And take this morning. I had a feeling there would be trouble in the warehouse. And when I first met Sarah, I felt like I'd experienced something like that before. I think I've probably experienced this same thing in my past. Tsugumi just stared at me. I could clearly see that she was flustered. Hey, tell me your story. When I asked Tsugumi that, it was as if she snapped back to reality. Her expression and the look in her eyes back to normal.
あなたに話を冗談でしょ
My story? Are you kidding?
あなたが奴らの仲間かもしれない以上あなたに手の内を明かすようなことなんてできないわね
As long as I can't tell if you're in with this with the others, I won't tell you anything. I felt dejected, like I had finally found someone that could share my feelings, but wouldn't.
いいこと前にも言ったけどこれ以上奴らには関わらない方が身のためよ
Listen, I told you before, it would be best for you if you stayed away from them.
もちろん私にも
And me too. Why?
あなたやけに理由にこだわるのね
You really
理
get
由なんて
bogged down in
どう
the
でもいい
why of things, don't you? The why is not important. She crossed her arms and said that forcefully.
でもあえて理由があるとしたら
But
それがあなた自身にとって最もいい結果をもた
there
ら
is
す
a
から
reason. It's so that things turn out the best for you.
例えばあなたの記憶喪
For
失なんて
example, your
奴らの
memory
仕
loss
業かもしれないの
could be because of them. That was a shocking idea. Her words just about stopped my heart for a moment. There's no way. I'd never even entertained that idea. Tsugumi turned to walk away from me, ignoring me in my state of dismayed confusion. I didn't have any power left to chase after her.
ああそうだそれともう一つ
And there is one more
お
thing.
しゃべりついでに私もその未来予知とやらをしてあげましょうか
As long as we're shooting the breeze, shall I predict a bit of the future for you? I slowly lifted up my face and looked at Tsugumi. She looked serious all of a sudden. Tsugumi
こ
predicted
のま
that
ま奴らに利用され続ければ
if you continue to let yourself be used by them,
7日に
on the 7th,
あなたは死ぬの
you will die. I trudged along, looking down. The light reflected cold and hard off the walls and floor. Tsugumi's words echoed in my mind. Tsugumi said not to trust Takashi Yu and the others. That my lost memory was their fault as well. That their behavior was suspect? But I wondered if that could really be true. I didn't see how it could be. They all seemed trustworthy to me. Man... Like, that's what's weird. It's like... Takashi's too stupid to be anything but trustworthy. The man is just a lump. But, it's hard to trust you and Sarah because they are clearly both incredibly intelligent, but really just kind of hide that and just putz around like they're normal high school girls. And like, same with Sora. Like, she very much has the like friendly robot assistant like shtick going, but like obviously we get some glimpses of how like weird she actually is in Takashi's route, but like in this one, like she's obviously doing something to fight against Yu's attempts to access the classified information in the computer. You know, by being like, oh, something weird's going on in the security office, and she's kind of the only one who would have had the ability, let alone like actual access to the system to be able to cut off Yu's attempts like just then, right after she tried the haiku password. I don't know. I feel like maybe it's true. Trust no one. See, the type of people you could really depend on? Absolutely not. Definitely not that. I'd only spent a few days with them, but I was sure. Alright, never mind. The shonen is just as stupid as Takashi. Besides, even if she were right, there were lots of things that were inexplicable. If Takashi and the others were scheming something, if they were trying to deceive Tsugumi and me, then it should have been visible in their words and actions. There was no way that normal people could put on an act as elaborate as that. If one or two were trying to lie, it might be possible. Even with my memory impaired, I would still be able to tell if they were all trying to do it. Here, let's move this up just a touch. Ugh, there we go, just so we can read that bottom line of text there. Seeing that you, Sarah, and everyone else were reacting naturally, as one might expect in each situation. It didn't seem possible. It wasn't possible. The most impossible thing to explain was why the accident was caused. Why lie to Sugumi and me? There was no reason, and it would have been impossible anyway. I wondered if I was going to die. That was stupid. If that was the case, it was smarter to help each other more than ever. The problem is probably with Sugumi. That's what I thought. Maybe she had some grudge against Takashi and the others from before. Maybe she was imagining everything and just paranoid. Maybe she was trying to make me paranoid about the others and draw us into conflict, or something else? No. I had to stop it. It was too crazy. That was all my imagination working overtime. Nothing but paranoia. It had to be that the severity of the situation was putting incredible mental strain on everyone. I wanted to trust everyone and to be trusted. So, I would continue to treat everyone as I had up until then. That was what I decided. Rather than worrying about who to trust, we needed to worry about how the situation could have happened. If we knew the cause, we might be able to think of a way out. I remember that Sugumi had said something else.
あの時と同じことをしようとしてるじゃないの。
You're trying to do the exact same thing that you did before. I wondered about my ability to foresee events. Was I repeating the past? I wonder if I really did travel in time. Finally, I arrived back at the infirmary, but there was no longer anyone there. Where did everyone go? Maybe they're in the conference room? Hey, Sora? I called out to her through the microphones in the room, but there was no reply. Sora had said the complex's sensors were not yet functioning everywhere. Figured I'd just have to go searching myself. I sighed and headed out into the corridor. Oh, that's right. I had an idea. The security office was nearby. I could use the observation monitors there. I might be able to see what was going on, and maybe find out where everyone was. So, I made for the security office. When I entered the office, I saw you. She was slouching loosely in a chair. You? What are you doing here?
なんだ少年か。やっほー。
Oh, the saddest yahoo. Yeah. Oh, pet. She swiveled her neck around and greeted me. She couldn't be bothered to shift her body. Where's everyone else? What happened to Sarah?
マヨは救護室の下にある加減圧室で休ませたよ。
She's resting in the decompression chamber below the infirmary. You straightened up. She added that Sarah said she wanted to be alone, so I'd best not bother her. I see.
ソラは制御室でお仕事。館内の設備の点検と調整。
Sora had work to do in the control room. She's checking and adjusting the complex. What about Takashi?
クラナリのことなんて知らないよ。
I don't know what's up with Kurenari.
去り際にお酒が飲みたいとかなんとか言ってたから、どこかで一杯やってるかもね。
When he left, he was saying something about wanting a drink. He might be having a beer or something. Huh? A beer? In Lemu? You shrugged as if to say, who knows?
そういうそっちはどうだったの？つぐみは？
Back. What about you? How did things go with Sugumi? Not good. She wouldn't listen. Okay, that's selling it a little short. We had a long conversation and she said a lot. Oh, dang, she just wouldn't listen. She just took off somewhere. I decided not to say anything about Sugumi's silly suspicions. I mean, there was an in-between space between talking about Sugumi's suspicions and, oh, dang, she just left.
まあそんなとこだろうと思った。
Well, I guess that's how things stand then. So, what are you doing here, you? You can't access the database for a while, right?
うん、も もちろんそっちはしばらくお預けだよ。
Right, so I'm taking a break.
今は館内をモニターで見て回りながら脱出方法を考えてるの。
Right now, I'm looking at Lemu through the monitors and trying to think of a way to escape.
まだ何も思いつかないんだけどね。
Haven't thought of anything yet. R.I.P. You went back to typing on the keyboard. Tippity tappity tip tip tip. The images on the monitors changed again and again. Takashi appeared in one of them. Hey, that's Takashi!
そうみたいね。
Is that the rest area?
そうみたいね。
Wonder what he's doing.
さあね。
Who knows? Takashi was sitting on a bench. He had a can of beer in his hand. As you had said, looked like he was having a drink. So, there really is beer here. Thinking about it, I realized that Takashi knew the kiosk's freezers by heart now. Maybe it was something an employee or someone had sneaked in. What I didn't understand was why there was one more beer. Rather, why the can was opened and sitting next to Takashi. It'll get flat if he leaves it like that. It's impressive how we know that that can is, like, full. Wouldn't you assume that maybe he was just already on a second beer or something? I don't know. Of course, there was no one there. Takashi lifted his can in the direction of the can next to him and muttered something, but we couldn't hear what. Wondered if he was drunk. He looked dangerous.
まったく何やってんだかあのアホは。
What is that fool up to? You punched some keys and switched to a less unsightly scene.
さてちょっと休憩しようっと。
Okay, time to take a break. You jumped out of her chair and headed for the coffee machine. Hell yeah, that's my girl. I want one too.
あいよ。
Where's the sugar and milk?
そんなもの入れるんだ。お子様ね。
What? You take sugar and milk? You're like a kid with a sweet tooth. Exactly. Black coffee is the best. Just deal with it. I can drink it however I want, can't I? I'm a big boy.
まあいいけどね。この引き出しに入ってたと思うけど。
Sure, whatever. I think they're in that drawer. I swear to God, if there's like another password in this drawer. Took the sugar pot and milk bottle from the drawer.
コーヒーは苦いからコーヒーなのよ。
Coffee is coffee because it's bitter. You said that as she poured coffee into our cups.
不純物を入れたコーヒーなんて福神漬けのついたインドカレーみたいなものね。
Coffee with impurities is like a hamburger made out of chicken. I'm sorry, are you shit-talking the chicken sandwich?
まあ君もいずれわかる時が来るよ。
Someday you'll understand, kid.
はいどうぞ。熱いですよ。
Here's your little milk drink, baby. Goo goo gaga. I dribbled a little milk into the cup she gave me. Went to add sugar, but there was no spoon, so I decided to pour from the sugar pot. You know that black coffee is bad for your stomach, right? Incorrect. It's not actually.
そんなのは百も承知よ。
I
体
know
に悪いか
that.
らってこの世界から喫煙者
The
はいなく
hundred
ならな
other
いでし
things
ょ。
that are bad, but smoking's bad for you, and there are still smokers. Besides, when you're tired, sweet things give you a surge of energy. I was in an argumentative mood. But then my hand slipped, and sugar went cascading into my cup. Ah,
う
no!
んうん。これで明日の疲れまで吹き飛
There
ぶ
you
ってもの
go.
ね。
That should give you a surge of energy until tomorrow. Hey, I was
何
thinking.
を？
Thinking what? I didn't tell you?
だってあまりにもくだらないんだもん。
Ugh, this is silly. You said that and sipped her coffee indifferently. What I said is that I can sense the future. I decided to tell you about my theory. I really wanted to hear what she thought. I mean, yesterday in the generator room, the trouble this morning with Takashi, and when I first met
そ
Sarah.
んなのただのデジャブでしょ。
That's just deja vu.
既視感とも言ってね。一度も経験したことのないことが いつかどこかですでに経験したことであるかのように感じられること。
And you've never done something, but you can't shake the feeling that you've seen or done it
でもね、
before.
それは深層心理の中の似たような記憶がそう感じさせるだけで。
Oh, now I'm out of coffee. Terrible. Terrible. But you know, that's really just when you have some memory deep in your mind that makes something feel familiar.
ただの錯覚なの。
It's just a kind of hallucination. It's not. This wasn't like that. I think I've experienced the same kind of thing in the past.
結局のところ、
And
何が言いたいわけ？
what's your point? I think that maybe I traveled through time. And that I came back here to the past from the future. I think it helps to explain my lost memories somehow.
で、その説明っていうのは？
And how does it explain your memory? That's hard to explain, but
君の思考回路は一体どうなってるわけ？
what is going on in that head of yours?
どこをどうひねくり回すとタイムスリップなんて考え方が出てくるのよ。
Look at all twisted up in there to make you come up with some crazy idea about traveling
それ
through
とも
time.
君、未だに天動説を信じてる派？
Are you one of those people that believes the sun circles around the earth? Oh, you stop calling me stupid. But, right now, this.
オッケー。
You held out her palm at me like a traffic cop.
100歩譲って、万歩譲ってタイムスリップしたとしてもよ。
Okay, let's say for argument's sake that you did travel through time. So what?
それと記憶を失ったことにどんなつながりがあるっていうの？
What connection could that possibly have with your missing memory?
全くもって意味不明だよ。
You make absolutely no sense. She does have a point there. Why would traveling through time erase your memory? Though I guess at the same time, it's not like we have some like pre-established mechanics about what time travel would entail. So I don't know, Miss Third Eye. You know, maybe you should be a little more open-minded to this possibility.
いい？
Listen,
この世にはタイムスリップなんて存在しない
there's
の。
no such thing as time travel. Explained as much as anything else in this
科
game.
学的にも不可能なの。
Theoretically and scientifically, it's impossible. I decided to drink my coffee. Ugh. It's so sweet, it made me almost want to vomit.
水が高いところから低いところに向かって流れるように、時間は過去から未来へ向かって流れるのよ。
Water flows downhill, and time flows forward. It's simple.
川の流れと同じ。
It's like a river.
絶対不可逆なの。
There is no going backwards. But... groaned. I wasn't giving in without a fight. Are you sure? What you mean, are you sure? Yeah, but like, do you know that time only moves forward? Water doesn't always flow down, does it?
今度は反重力物質がなんたらかんたらとか言い出すつもり？
Now what? Are you going to explain it all with some anti-gravity
もしくは
substance?
宇宙空間は真空ではなくエーテルの満ちた空間でと
Or
か？
something like space isn't a vacuum, but is full of ether. That's not what I mean. Yeah, I mean, I suppose... Oh, hence it's a siphon coffee maker. I was gonna say, that's a weird choice. Like, I know siphon coffee makers were all the rage in Japan for a while, but it was weird. But it's a... In the case of a siphon, water can flow up. There had to be something to convince you, like... My eyes stopped on the coffee machine. So it's over here. This is the siphon coffee maker. Water in the lower corner was boiling, warmed by the flame of the alcohol lamp. The water was siphoned up the central pipe into the upper chamber by the pressure of the steam. This is it! Look, water doesn't always flow down, see? She didn't say anything, she simply looked at the gurgling water. Hey, are you listening?
これだ！
That's it! You suddenly stood up shouting, Ow! Ouch! You bumped my arm and spilled my coffee everywhere. Out of my arm and her coat. But you ignored it, handed her cup to me, and went bursting out of the room. Here, I'll make the window big and show you the coffee maker. So yes, this is the siphon coffee maker. Yeah, you heat the bottom. Brewster uses a siphon coffee maker as well, because like I said, they were very, very trendy in Japan for like a long time, more than they ever really caught on in like the States per se. She shot out of there like a rocket. Ironically, for the discussion of bitterness and being bad for your stomach and stuff, siphon-made coffee, it's similar to, like, a cold brew. It's a lot like... It ends up a lot lower acidity because of the brew method. Yu was headed west. She climbed the emergency corridor and ran down the spiral staircase. When I finally caught up with her, I found myself in the central control room. Yu and I dashed into the room. There was Sora. She was in front of the console with both hands together. She was quiet, her eyes closed. It was like she was meditating. The LED of the computer in the room was responding by flickering repeatedly. When Sora noticed our presence, she opened her eyes and
どう
smiled.
しました？田中さん。少年さんも。脱出方法が見つかったのよ。
I thought of a way to escape! You shouted in between
脱
breaths.
出方法？
Really? You did?
ね。
Well... Are you alright? You don't have bleed from every orifice disease, do you?
大丈夫。少し休めば。
I'll be fine. After I rest. You put her hand on her chest as she breathes, desperately trying to catch her breath. Then...
ねえ、ソラ。私たちがここから脱出できないのはなぜ？
Hey Sora, why can't we escape from here? It's because Lemu is flooded with water?
いいから君は黙ってて。
I'm not asking you. Be quiet.
ソラ、答えて。少年さんのおっしゃったように、
It is
例
as
の大浸水が
Shonen-san
原
said.
因です。
Because Lemu is inundated with
それ
seawater.
によって地上エンゼルヌルまで登ることのできる非常階段およびエレベーターは完全に浸水してしまいました。
Water has blocked passage to Insel Null via the elevator and
イコール
emergency stairs.
脱出路が閉ざされたということです。
Thus, all avenues of escape have been closed
Okay.
off.
つまりレミューを満たしている水さえ何とかすれば私たちは脱出できるわけね。
So you mean, if we could get rid of all the water in Lemu, we could escape?
はい。しかし館内に無事残されているわずかな排水ポンプだけでは排水が間に合わず。
However, with the limited wastewater pump still functioning, it is
大丈
impossible.
夫よ。
It's no problem. You stopped Sora at that point.
確か地上の浮島には高圧送風機があったはずよね。
The floating island has to have a high pressure intake fan, right?
館内の気圧を高めるために地上から高圧混合ガスを送り込む装置のこと。
A device to send in a mix of high pressure gas to increase air pressure in the complex.
はい。おっしゃる通りです。
Sure.
だったらその高圧送風機を動かして内部に高圧ガスを送り込むことができれば圧力によって水が排水されるんじゃないの？
In that case, why don't we use the high pressure fan to pump in high pressure gas, which will then push out the water?
水の中に沈めたストローに息を吹き込めば中の水はストローから出てくるでしょ？
If you blow air into a straw that's in water, the water comes out of the straw, right? And if it's into like a root beer float, you get those like crazy stable bubbles that are like the best part of a root beer float? Am I right? You know I'm right!
理論上は可能です。
Theoretically, it is possible.
でしょ？だったら
I told you, so let's do it!
そして私も最初に検討した手段の一つです。
And it is one of the methods that I considered initially.
つ
Aww.
まり残念ながらそれは不可能なのです。
In other words, unfortunately, it is
どう
impossible.
して？送風機はここからでは動かすことができません。
Because we can't activate the
エ
fan
レベ
from
ーター
here.
が動かなくなったのと同じ理由で原因は不明です。
It's the same as the reason the elevator is out of order. The cause is unclear.
誠に残念なことです。
It is very unfortunate. Yu's shoulders slumped dejectedly. I put my hand on Yu's back. She turned and smiled an empty smile.
チキショーいいアイデアだと思ったんだけどな。
Thought it was a good idea
もう
too.
一度最初から考え直すとしますか。
Guess I'll have to rethink it. But her words sounded devoid of the spark she'd shown earlier. Huh? Only then did you notice the coffee stains.
何よこれ。シミになっちゃう。
Oh, yuck. This is gonna stain for
更
sure.
衣室の隣にランドリーがありますから、そこで洗濯をなさってはいかがでしょう。
There's a laundry room next to the changing room. Why don't you wash it there?
服の着替えはあることですし。
Fortunately, you have a change of clothes as well.
そうだね。
That's true. You took an area of her coat that was stained black and held it to her nose.
砂糖臭い。
Ugh, this stinks like sugar. You mean it smells like coffee? That's what I wanted to say, but I just barely held my tongue. It was a new day. You said she was going to change clothes and had gone up to the second floor. Sora went back to work. Sarah, she was probably sleeping in the compression chamber. Takashi was supposedly filthy drunk in the park rest area. Sugumi hadn't come back. I had no idea where she'd gone. Me? I was in the conference room. In the middle of the table was a three-dimensional image of Lemu. I was staring at it and trying to come up with escape plans. At one point, he hadn't even hit upon a single one. Any plan would fall apart before I even got it fully developed because of my limited knowledge. But I didn't intend to give up. Thought if I could just find a starting point. I wanted to get back at you somehow. The door opened and somebody came in. Looking back, I saw that it was you. She had changed into her work
なん
uniform.
だ。こんなところにいたのか。探したよ。
Oh, so this is where you are. I was looking for you. I love this uniform. It's so perfectly 90s anime. Ugh. Too many bows and ribbons. The shape of the dress. Her hair color. That is the hair color of a 90s anime character. Are your clothes dry?
乾燥機が壊れていたの。
Nope, the dryer is
どう
broken.
せだからしばらくこっちの服でいようかなって。
These clothes will do for a while anyway. You can take off the name tag, you know.
ねえ、レミューのホログラムなんて表示して何やってたの？
Hey, what are you doing with that Lemu hologram? Just looking.
ひょっとして脱出方法を考えていたとか？
You aren't trying to think of a way out, are you? Well, all I got is time on my hands. I lied to her. Embarrassed, I couldn't tell her the truth.
ふーん。
Enough about that. Aren't you going to sleep?
コーヒー飲みすぎちゃってね。眠れないの。
I drank too much coffee, so I can't sleep.
それにい
Woo!
ろいろ考えたいこともあるし。
Besides, there are lots of things I want to think about. How about that? Same here.
コーヒーが？考え事が？
What, the coffee or the thinking? Both.
なんだ。そっか。
That's
奇
weird.
遇だね。
You laughed dryly as she
じゃあ
said
さ
that.
ちょっと付き合ってくれないかな。
How about keeping me company? You going somewhere?
考え事するの
Yeah,
に
well,
ちょうどいいところだ
in
と思
order to
う。
think, you gotta be in the right place to put you in the mood. Someplace in mind?
第三視点、ゆかりの地。
Yeah. A place connected with the third eye. The third eye. When the third eye opens, true wisdom is apparent and all becomes visible. Power of ancients, ultimate knowledge. Proof of a transcendental state beyond that of normal people. The place that you led me. Dolphin Carousel?
じゃあ、
Ah,
I don't
Lemurian Ruins. That was my second guess, but I was really hoping for the carousel anyway. You walked towards a stone gate which rose out of a dimly lit dome. Can I ask you a question before we go in?
どうぞ。
Sure. Why did the Lemurian Ruins have something to do with the third eye?
ああ、そのことね。あれね。
Mm.
そ
I lied. What?
本当は関係なんてないの。
Well, tell the truth, they're not related.
意味なんかない。
There's no meaning at all. Ha ha ha!
そういえば少年はついて
Just
くる
thought if
か
I
な。
said that, you'd come along with me.
一人でぐじぐじ考えるのって性に合わないから。
Thinking
誰
about
かそばに
things all by
楽しく
myself
て
doesn't really suit me. I need someone else around. See, look, the big butt bow, hallmark 90s anime character design, and we stand.
怒った？
Are you mad? Not really. Just thinking that you don't seem the type to be governed by random illogical thoughts.
そうかな。
Yeah,
でも本当はちょっぴり関係あるのかも。
actually, there might be a connection. You turned her gaze to the
お
ruins.
母さんがレムリア大陸を調査するふりして自分の研究の方をやってるって話したよね。
Told you about how my mom was doing her own research while pretending to study the Lemurian continent, right?
そのお母さんにとって第三視点とレムリアとの関連性はなくてはならない存在だったの。
Seems like she was completely hooked on researching the
なん
third
でかわ
eye.
かる？
You know why? Because she was conducting research in the name of Lemuria?
そう。だからお母さん
Wrong,
は
fucko.
話をでっち上げることにしたの。
Yeah, my mom wanted to study the third eye, pretended there was a connection with Lemuria, and wrote about it. One theory was that the people of Lemuria were giant apes that were 4 meters tall. They had walnut-colored skin, there were no differences between males and females, they laid eggs, and they communicated via telepathy. And they had a third eye in the back of their heads. Telepathy and the third eye. This has something to do with the third perspective. Drawing on the idea that our vertebrate predecessors had 3 eyes, so the ancients, especially the Lemurians, may well have been the races that mastered the use of this power. And, based on the facts discovered, I conclude
第三視点のルーツはレムリアにある。
that the origin of the third eye is
み
Lemuria.
っともらしい論文まで書いてね。
She even wrote trumped up papers on the
本当は
topic,
何にも関係なんてないのに。
even though they really are totally unrelated. Wish you'd tell me more about the third eye.
ごめん。それはまた今度。
Sorry, I'll tell you some other time.
今そういう話をする気分じゃないから。
Don't really feel like going into it now. You and I crossed through the gate and entered the ruins. It was darker inside, and the pathways were interwoven like a maze. The lighting was surreal, with dim lights in some areas and bluish-white lights elsewhere. Occasionally, a hologram of some deep-water fish would shine into view. The ruins were also slightly flooded with water, which had the effect of making them appear more like ruins at the bottom of the ocean. I wondered how far we had walked. Finally, we came to an open space, kind of like an auditorium. The room had a high ceiling. There were rock pillars called obelisks scattered around the area. A few of them were broken, collapsed, or crumbling. This will be our first time actually seeing the inside of the Lemurian ruins. Looking closely, I saw that a mock relief was carved into the wall. As I absent-mindedly stared at the wall, you walked over to one of the collapsed obelisks and sat down, hugging her knees.
この辺のエリアはね、太陽の神殿って
A
場所なの。
strange place, huh? It's called the Sun Temple. That reminded me that I had seen an image of a sun disk in the relief
レ
on
ム
the
リア
wall.
大陸の正確な所在地については諸説あり、はっきりとしたことは分かっていません。
There are a number of theories about the precise location of the Lemurian continent, but no one really knows where it was.
ですが、赤道直下の熱帯雨林地帯に存在したのではないかという大体のところでは共通しています。
But most people agree that it was located near the belt of tropical rainforest just below the equator. You reverted to speaking like an employee, which she was, and started giving me an explanation
そ
of
ん
the
なところ
place.
から私どもレミューの研究スタッフはレムリアの民は太陽を崇めていたのではないだろうかという
Members of our
仮説
research
を立て
staff
るに
here
あ
at
たり
Lemu have put forth hypotheses that the people of Lemuria worship the sun. You paused and
かくして
shrugged.
こんな神殿を作ってみた
So,
と
I
そう
guess
いう
that's
こと
why
み
we
たい
built this temple. I see. As I sat down next to you, I nodded.
海の底に沈んでるってのに太陽なんて皮肉にしか聞こえないよね
A sun temple at the bottom of the ocean. Doesn't that strike you as kind of ironic? I wondered if she was talking about the continent that had sunk to the bottom of the ocean, or she had meant us.
君は何か思いついたの
Did you think of anything? What do you
脱
mean?
出方法
Ways to get out. Oh. I shook my head.
そうやっぱりね
I thought so.
もう他の方法なんて思い浮かばないよ
I can't think of any other ways.
高圧力送風機さえ動けば
We could just get that high-pressure inflow machine to work.
ねえ私ちょっと考えてみたんだけどね
You know, I've thought this through.
私たち誰かに騙されてるんじゃないかな
I think we're being lied to by someone. Huh? What are you talking about?
あなたはきっと利用されてるのよ、奴らに。
You are just being used by them. Tsugumi's words flashed through my mind.
今回の出来事はただの事故じゃなかったってこと
I mean, I don't think what happened here was just a simple accident.
誰かが意図的に私たちのことを閉じ込めたの
I think someone trapped us here on purpose.
だってそうとしか考えられないじゃない
Really? It's the only thing that
不
makes
自然な
sense.
ことがあまりにも多すぎるのよ
There's just too much that doesn't add up.
マヨの友達やクラナリの友達や私の同僚は私たちがここに閉じ込められてることを知ってるはずでしょ
Mayo's friends, Kuranari's friends, and my coworkers should all know we're trapped here, right?
なのにどうして誰も来ないの
So why doesn't anyone come?
何らかの理由で中に入ってこれないとしてもダイバーが窓ガラスを叩くぐらいのことはあってもいいはずじゃない
Even if there's some reason that they can't get inside, divers should at least be knocking on the
そ
windows.
れに電力は生きてるのに通信回線だけ遮断されてたり
Besides, we still have power. Only the communication system to the outside is
事故の
down.
前の警報も停電も原因不明だし
We still don't have any idea what caused the alarm before the accident and the blackout.
高圧力送風機が動かない理由だって分かってない
And we don't know why the high pressure intake fan stopped working either.
私たちを閉じ込めるために全てが用意されてたみたいだよ
It's almost like everything was set up to trap us here. I didn't know what to say to her, but it all made sense to me. Actually, I'd been feeling the same thing. The reason that I hadn't been able to realize it was maybe I didn't want to face reality. I sneaked a look at Yu's face. She clutched her knees and turned her helpless gaze to the water's surface. Her lips were a bluish color, but it wasn't all the fault of the light. Yu was always more upbeat than everyone around her. She was a powerful presence for me. But right then, she seemed very small and fragile. No matter how tough she acted, Yu was still just a girl at heart. It'd been a quick 3 days since the accident. It only made sense she'd be feeling the strain. Swallowed into the deep dark ocean, we'd lost the warm spring sun. Can't let her go on like this. I have to cheer her up somehow. That was how I felt deep in my heart.
ねえ私たち助かるのかな
Friends help each other, right?
少年は未来が見えるんでしょ
Kid, you can see the
この
future,
先
can't
どうな
you?
るのか占ってよ
Tell me how things are gonna turn out. I think we'll be saved.
それは予知それともただの希望的観測
Is that a premonition? Or just an optimistic guess? Of course it's. I wanted to say a premonition, but I couldn't. Saying it wouldn't work. You could see through a lie. I thought about it. The third perspective. The third eye. True wisdom. Omnipotent, all-seeing vision. The power to make light shine once again. I thought that if I only had that. But it didn't exist. It couldn't possibly. It's not a premonition or a guess. At the very least, it's a promise.
約束
Promise? Yeah, I promise. At least, I hoped it was. That it was a promise that would materialize. That we would be able to get you out of here. I held up my hand as if taking an oath. I approached you, but then she spoke.
もし約束破ったら
And what if you break it? I won't. I'll see that you're
絶
safe.
対に 1% たりともないの
For sure? There's not even a 1% chance you're wrong? There is not even a 0.000000001% possibility. I put in my finger at my heart and
こ
promised
んな
you.
自信過剰な約束聞いたこともないけど
Talk about promising more than you can deliver. I crossed my heart and hoped to
仕
die.
方ない付き合ってあげるとしますか
Suppose I'll have to trust you. And stick a needle in my eye. I wouldn't break my word to you. The 4th. Next day after breakfast, you and I went to the security office. She tried to access the computer network again. I planned to stay and see her through it, but cannot log in with the given name at this time. Seemed like she still couldn't get past the security.
まさに万事休すね
Looks like it's no good. Yu's shoulders slumped dejectedly. Isn't there anything else you can
あ
do?
とはシステムをクラックして無理やり侵入するかレミの側からプロテクトを解除してもらうか
Enter by cracking the system open or get Lemmy to remove the protection mechanism. Why don't you ask Sarah? You stopped talking and looked down. Don't you want to find out what happened to your father?
それは
That. You have a right to know. There could be information being kept from you. So, are you going to try to get at the truth, or are you just going to let these doubts nag you forever? So, you, what do you want to do? In the end, it's up to you, so you should do what you want to do. You stared at her fingers, and then she looked at the display. Finally, her eyes drifted to the ceiling. You gave a nod after a
そ
while.
うねマヨには悪いけど力を貸してもらおっか
It might be a lot to ask, but I'll ask Mayo for her help. She wasn't wrong. She didn't need to feel intimidated. All right, I'll go ask her for you. With those energetic words, I bounded out of the security office. As I was sprinting down the corridor. Wait a second. Where is Sarah, anyway? Finally, I realized something. I should have checked on the monitor in the security office. But I thought I'd look stupid going all the way back again. Thought I might ask Sora. But then I saw Sarah cutting across the far corridor. I immediately went after her. Sarah went into the infirmary. I went in after her. Sarah!
びっくりした
Oh, you scared me! Sarah jumped, startled. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to surprise you.
もう眠いんだから勘弁してよ
Oh, I'm
身も心も
exhausted,
クタ
so
クタ
cut
なん
me
だ
some
から
slack. My mind and body are shot. Sarah's haggard expression told the same story. I remembered the fight the day before with Sugumi. She probably had a sleepless night. Were you thinking of going to sleep now?
うん
Yeah, no shit.
何か不都合で
There's
もある
something
の
wrong?
言ってみ
Actually, I explained the details to Sarah about Yu's father gone missing, and about her working at Lemu to find clues about his fate. That her search was being blocked by some protective mechanism in Lemmy.
へえそんな事情があったんだ知らなかったよ
Wow, I had no idea about any of that. Yeah, well, you and I can't figure it out alone.
で私に何をしてほしいと
So, what is it you want me to do? Well, we were hoping you could try taking out Lemmy's security so that we can get into the
う
network.
ーんプロテクト破りね
Cracking the security, huh? I feel bad asking when you're so tired, but could you do it for her?
いいよ
Oh yeah, I got it. If you wouldn't mind, she'd really,
いいよって言ったんだけど
I said yeah already. Really?
うんなんせナッケ先輩のためだからね
It's
協
to
力
help
しないわけ
Nucky,
にはい
right?
かないっしょ
I can't very well say no. thanks! I grabbed Sarah's hand and shouted happily. I was so happy, I could have jumped for joy. Actually, I did jump. Was sure that things would go
ちょっ
fine.
とちょっと、なんで少年がそんなに喜ぶの？
Kid, what are you so happy about?
私は先輩に協力するって言ったけど、それって少年にはあまり関係ないことでしょ？
All I said was that I'd
一対
help
一の
knock you.
僕にもならないわけじゃん。
This doesn't really have anything to do with you, does it? There's nothing in this for you.
なのに、どうしてそんなに一生懸命なのよ？
What are you so pumped about? Well, of course I'm happy. You's a good friend of mine. Sarah stared at me, suspicious.
はは
Ooh. What? Sarah patted me on the back.
うん、そういうことでござったか。
Aha! So that's what's been going on. Sarah shot me a sly grin. I had a bad feeling about the whole thing. Don't go imagining anything stupid. I'm just...
あいや、またれい。言われずとも分かってるでござるよ。
Love is a beautiful thing.
安心めされい。あと
Fret
のことは
not, dear
全て
kid.
拙者にお任せ。
I shan't tell a soul. What the heck is Sarah talking about? Well, you is waiting, so we'd best get going. Started heading for the security office while pulling Sarah's hand. But it ended up being my arm that got yanked. Whoa! I lost my balance and stumbled forward, leaning on Sarah. Without missing a beat, she grabbed my left thumb and squeezed it tight. She drew close to me and whispered in my ear,
本当はちょっと悔しいんだよ。
To tell you the truth, I'm a bit jealous.
悔しいんだけど、
I'm jealous, but
相手が少年だから許してあげる。
but since it's you that she's gone for, I'll let it go. Oh, lesbian crush. We approve. The squeezing the left thumb was his, like, comfort gesture in the Sarah route because there was a little sliver of her pendant stuck in his thumb, so it would sting every time he squeezed it. So it was his, like stim, I guess, for lack of a better term. So that's an interesting little detail to include. As she spoke, she pushed me away and slapped me on the back. I was getting more and more confused.
さて、それでは始めるとしますか。
Alright, shall we get started? Sarah sat in the chair, popped her knuckles, and faced the keyboard.
マヨ、本当にごめんね。
Mayo, I'm sorry.
そんなに気にしないでくださいよ。水臭いな。
Don't worry, it's no big deal.
大船に乗ったつもりで安心しててください。
You're in good hands with me. Hopefully you can help,
任
Sarah.
せて。
Trust me. Sarah started tapping away on the keyboard. A number of windows opened up on the
まずは
screen.
パスワードのダッシュから試してみようかな。
First, let's try stealing a password. Her typing was fast and rhythmic. Finally, a list of files came up. She opened one of the files. She opened a searched window and started pouring through files.
あれないな。
It's not there.
この系統の OS ならこのファイルの中に保存されてるはずなんだけど。
In this kind of OS, the file should be saved here, but what are you looking for?
パスワードのハッシュ値。
Password hash values.
ユーザーがパスワードを設定
What's
する際
that?
に不可逆性を持った関数により生成されるアルファベットおよび数値により構成される文字列のこと。
It's an unchangeable string of letters or numbers created by a mathematical function when a user sets a password.
ハッシュさえ見つかってしまえば簡単にパスワードを特定できるんだけどね。
You can find the hash, then it's easy to get a password.
例えば単語をハッシュした結果を大量に保存しておいて それとパスワードファイルに保存されたハッシュ値を比較することにより
For example, if you save a large number of the hashes and compare them with the hash values in the password file, then... Can't you make it easier to understand?
簡単に言っちゃえば、
Alright.
パスワードの指紋みたいなも
It's
のかな。
basically like the password's fingerprint.
ほら、指紋から元の人物を再現できないけど、人物を特定することは可能でしょ？
Well, you can't create a person from a fingerprint. You can identify one, right?
指紋と同じように、ハッシュはオリジナルの特徴を確実に反映するの。
It's the same as a fingerprint. The hash always reflects the characteristics of the
だから
original,
その変換パターンからオリジナルの文字列を割り出していき、
and the modulation pattern is always derived from the character lineup of the original. I still don't get it, but I think it's just beyond me. Sorry to bug you. I wiped away sweat and walked a short distance from Sarah. You watched Sarah as she leaned against a wall. I headed over to her.
もしかしたらルート権限でしかアクセスできないファイルに格納されてるのかな。
It might be that there's a file that only the root authority
仮
can
に見つかっ
access.
たとしても、ランダムで組み替えられる方式かもしれないし。
But if I did find it, it could be randomly
となると
sequenced.
別の方法を。
I mean, I need another message. Sarah mumbled to herself as she worked. Occasionally, Sarah would fiddle with her ribbon or tap her fingers on the desk. So, it didn't seem she was having much luck. Wonder if this will work.
多分ね。
Maybe. But, no matter how good Sarah is, this isn't like a contest.
マヨが優勝したコンテストだって何のゲーム大会じゃないの。
The contest Mayo won wasn't just any
その
contest.
時、彼女が解読した暗号は68ビットもの暗号強度だったのよ。
The code she decrypted was a 68-bit strong code. I'm not really sure how incredible that is.
暗号強度っていうのはパスワードを暗号化する時の鍵の長さのこと。
The strength of a code depends on how long the key to it is when the
こ
password is
れが長けれ
encrypted.
ば長いほど、
The
その
longer it
暗号は
is,
解析が困難
harder
だっ
it
て
is
こ
to
とになるの。
decode.
まだちょっとピンとこないか
Oh,
な。
you still don't get it.
じゃあ
Well,
実例を挙げてみるけど、
how about a specific example?
あるパスワードを1ビットの鍵で暗号化すると、その暗号は全部で2通りの変換が考えられるの。
So, if a 1-bit password is encrypted, it can come out in one of two ways. Thank God that in video games we understand bits a little better.
例えるなら E という文字は1ビットの鍵では0と1
I
の
guess
ど
I
ちらか
say
に
a
暗
little
号化さ
better,
れちゃうってことね。
Think of all the nonsense you see labeled 16-bit these days. For example, say that E is the letter. That can either be encrypted as a 0 or a 1 with a 1-bit key. Hence, black and white games are 1-bit.
これが2ビットの鍵になると暗号の可能性は2倍の4通りになる。
When it comes a 2-bit key, the possibilities are double the code,
さ
or
っきの例
4.
なら E の文字は00、01、10、11のどれかに変換されるってこと。
So, for the example of E, it would be either 00, 01, 10, or
こ
11.
れが3ビットの鍵になると
So, with a
どうなるの？
3-bit key, what do you think happens? We double it again. There are 2 ways for a 1-bit, 4 ways for a 2-bit. So, for a 3-bit, 8 ways. Because we have increased exponentially.
ピンポーン正解。
A bing bong!
3ビット鍵では E
So,
の暗号パター
a
ンは
3-bit key for the letter E,
000、001、
a total of 8
01このように
combinations.
暗号の鍵が1ビット長くなることに
Every time the
暗号
code
パ
key
ターンの
increases
数
by
は倍
1
になっ
bit,
ていくの。
the number of code patterns increases
4ビ
exponentially.
ット鍵なら16通り、5ビット鍵なら32通り。
So, for a 4-bit key, there would be 16. For a 5-bit key, 32.
さて、これがもし一気に68ビット鍵まで長くなったとしたら
So, let's say this had a 68-bit key. 6-bit would be 64, 7 would be 128, 8 would be 256, which is why so many video game things cap at 256.
正解は2の68乗通り。
The right answer is 2 to the 68th power. He was doing the calculations on the security office calculator.
2.9514799052×10の20乗通りもの暗号パターンが考えられるの。
So, the number of code patterns that would be possible is roughly 2.951479. Oh, nope, I went. Oh, wait, we can go back. 2.95147905 by 10 to the 20th power. Or 295 quintillion, 147 quadrillion, 905 trillion, 179 billion, 352 million, 825,856 different ways.
これは海を含めた地球上のどこかに落ちてる髪の毛を探してるようなものよ。
It's like looking for a hair on the whole of the planet Earth, including the
マヨが
oceans.
解読したのはそんな暗号なの。
That's the code that Mayo decrypted. But like, you know, presumably one would not do this by hand.
でもね、マヨの本当にす
Oh,
ごいのは
okay. I
そんな
guess
ことじゃ
we're
なく
gonna get
て、
that
それ
fulfillment.
を解読した時の方法。
So we're gonna have to get that fulfillment after some ads.
うん。パスワード
Yeah,
を探し
there
出
are
す
two
方法
ways
と
of
して
finding a
は、
password. One
数
involves
学的
difficult
に何やら
mathematical
難しい計算を
calculations.
しなくすべての鍵をしら
The
みつ
other
ぶ
is
し
a
に
method
組み合
that
わ
has
せて
to
解い
do
てい
with
く
trying
方法の
every
前者の
key.
方法はまだ有効なアルゴリズムが見つかってないらしくて、
It seems like she couldn't find an algorithm to work for this
だか
first
ら普通の
method.
人は後者の方法を取らざるを
So,
得ないの。
a normal person would opt for the second
それも
option.
大会に参加する世界中のコンピューターを一度に使ってね。
And that's using all the computers around the world participating in the
計算に何十万年もかかってしまうと
contest.
言われてるの。
If you didn't, they say the calculations would take tens of thousands of years.
だけどね、
But
マヨは違った。
Maya didn't differently. She didn't.
そ
Yep,
のまさか
she
よ。
sure did.
マヨは独自のアルゴリズムを組んで、前者
Mayo put together
数
her
学
own
的に何やら
algorithm
難しい
and
計
did
算
it
をしな
using
がら解いて
difficult
いく方法
mathematical
を取ったの。
calculations.
そして大会参加
And
後、
just
わずか
7 days
7
after the
日でパスワ
competition
ードを探
started,
し出した。
she'd found the password. It was too incredible. It didn't seem real. But it was. It was just too hard to imagine that the girl in front of me could do that. Sarah, what in the world are you?
ああ、もうこれも違う。
Oh, this isn't right. Sarah pounded her fist on the console. It's not working?
見ればわかるでしょ。
Obviously not. Stop asking me about every little thing.
ご
Ugh,
めん、ちょっと
sorry.
イラついてて。
I'm just irritated. Don't worry about it. I'm sorry for asking you to do this.
ねえ、ちょっと休憩しようか。コーヒー入れたの。
Hey, why don't we take a break? I made some coffee. You had made coffee for the three of us.
はい、どうぞ、マヨ。
Here you go, Maya. You handed Sarah her coffee.
どうもありがとうございます、先輩。
Thank you so much. Sarah's coffee came with milk and sugar bowl. Hey! Didn't you say you weren't supposed to put anything in coffee?
いいの、いいの。マヨだけは特別なんだから。
Mayo's a special exception, cause she's cute. Eh.
そうそう。ね
Ah, they're adorable and I love them. Hey, that's not fair.
え、差別なんて人聞き悪
Stop complaining.
い。うむうむ。区別と言ってほしいでござるな。
You and I are different than you, that's all. Leave it to you to change the rules. Not wanting to start an argument, I silently put milk and sugar in my coffee. After a bit, you asked Sarah,
調子はどうなの、マヨ。
So, how are you doing?
今のところ、これです。
So far, I got nothing. Sarah turned her palms out, letting them face the ceiling. Meant she had zilch.
そっか。マヨの腕をもってしても手強いのね。
Wow, this is even tough for you, Mayo. This
はっ
must
き
be
り言
some
って、
security.
尋常じゃないですよ、ここのセキュリティ。
Tell the truth. The security here is way above normal.
ただファイヤーウォールが張られてるだけじゃなくて、稼働してるほとんどのデーモンに手が加えられてます。
I don't think that they're using just a normal firewall. They seem to have had some kind of improvements on the daemons as well. Firewall? Damn. What? Huh?
ファイヤーウォールは ネットワーク内に知らない人が侵入してこないようにするための仕組みのこと。
Firewall is a way of protecting a network from unknown intruders.
デーモンっていうのは OS 上でメモリに常駐してサーバーの
Demons reside in the OS in the memory. They're responsible for all of the... okay. I get it. Thanks. That's it. I'm not asking any more questions.
そんなに健康なのここって。
Is that tough, huh? Sarah nodded. Normally, this kind of OS software is put together using C. So, I tried to attack it using DOS. It's been reinforced. I'm having trouble finding a hole in the security. Conversation, mostly Sarah talking, might as well have been in some alien language.
そこまで来ると私にもよくわかんないんだけど。
Well, if it gets that complicated, that's pretty much my limit.
ますますうさんくさくなってきたわね。
Getting
こ
more
こ
and
の
more
データベー
suspicious
ス。
about this database.
一体ライブリヒはそこまでして何を守ってるのかしら。
I wonder what Lieblich is trying to hide with all this security.
そうですね。異常です。たかが一企業のセキュリティとは思えない。
Yeah, it's really strange. This isn't your average company's security system. I suddenly remembered that, on the first day, Sora had told me the reason why Lieblich had built Lemu was a corporate secret. I wondered if it could be related.
そうだ。マヨがコンテストで暗号を解読したプログラム使えないかな。
Hey, why don't you use the program that helped to win that decoding contest? Oh, that's an idea. You just run your secret magic hacking program.
それでルート権限のパスワードがわかれば。
And if we could figure out the root authority
それは
password...
無理ですよ。
Ah, that's impossible.
一応ここの暗号強度の当たりをつけてみたんです。
I did a
い
check
くつ
on
だ
the
った
code
と思いま
string.
す？
Guess what it was?
136ビットです。
136-bit. What?
何よそれ。
That means... The number of possible patterns was 2 to the 136th
同
power.
程度の暗号強度だったとしても、パスワードが分かった頃には
Even if you had what it took to get the password by the time you found it. Sarah held out her fist and opened it up. Boom! She was right. Lemu was gonna go up in 3 days. He was depressed. Isn't there anything else you can try?
一つだけ。
Well, there is one thing.
まだ一つだけ手段は残ってる。
There's one trick I haven't
それ
tried.
は
What's that? Ray of Hope returned to use eyes.
私が今まで試したのは成功法的なクラッキングなんです。
Everything I tried up until now has been cracking this using orthodox methods. There's no such thing as an orthodox cracking, is there? Sarah ignored me and I
残
went
さ
on
れた手
talking.
は
What's left?
ある意味技術を必要としないクラッキング。
There's a kind of cracking that doesn't really require
ソーシャルエ
technology.
ンジニアリングってやつです。
It's called social engineering, which is the most successful kind of like hacking. Did you get hacked or did you click a suspicious link in an email? Oh my god, our biggest work nightmare was because somebody got an email all in German that had a PDF attached, and they were like, I don't speak German, nor do we ever get PDFs in our email. This was a restaurant. What were we getting PDFs about? Let me click the PDF attachment on this email completely in German that I know nothing about. Oopsie poopsie. Ugh. I guess fitting that it was in German for this game.
簡単に言えば社会的な行為を利用した情報入手方法なんだけど、例えば
Simply put, it's using social behavior to get information. For example, Sarah stopped as if it was hard to say.
例えば攻撃対象のサーバーを運営している会社の人間を騙してパスワードの情報を入手するとか。
For example, finding a person that works for the company operating the server you want to attack and tricking them into giving you a password. You get it by tricking someone? Or by running just a mass phishing scheme? It's, you know...
空を騙すってこと？
You're talking about tricking Sora? There's no way we could do it. Even if we could trick Sora.
もちろん私だって
Of
できれば
course
そ
it's
んなこ
not
としたく
something
な
I
いよ。
want to do.
空の立場からすれば
But, you know,
社外費を漏らすわけにはいかないわけだし。
From Sora's perspective, she can't very well leak company information.
私は強制なんかしない。でも
And I won't try to force her, but
でも不法に情報を入手するってのはそういうことなんだよ。
that's how you get information illegally.
もし先輩がその情報をどうしても手に入れる必要があるなら、
If you're set on getting that information no matter what, you don't have much
それ
choice.
だけは分かってほしい。
I just want you to know that. I couldn't think of anything to say. We were using a computer to do it, so it didn't seem real, but we were actually trying to deceive someone to get information. That was exactly what we were trying to
最大
do.
のバグは人間であるか。
The system's biggest bug is the people who use it. Remember, problem lies between keyboard and chair.
これよくお母さんが言ってたの。
My mother used
そ
to
ういう
say
意味
that
で
a
は
lot.
私たちこそがレミの中に紛れ込んだバグなのかもしれないね。
In that way, maybe we're all bugs in Lemmy's system. Maybe.
マヨの言う通りだと思う。
I agree with you, Mayo.
けどそれだけはできない。
But I just can't do
空
it.
を騙すなんて方法は私には取れない。
I can't do anything to
たとえそれ
deceive
で
Sora.
お父さんの手がかりが途絶えてしまうとしてもね。
Even if I lose the
マ
chance
ヨ
to
だけ
find
に
out what
辛い
happened to
思い
my
させて
dad.
申し訳ないんだけど、もう少しだけ別の方法を探してみましょう。
Mayo, I'm sorry for asking for such a difficult favor, but I think I'd rather try something else for now. Sarah looked down, but then lifted her face, grinning broadly.
先輩がそういうのなら
Okay then. We'll do it your way. Sarah faced the keyboard again. Sarah?
大丈夫。いくら強固なセキュリティだって所詮は人間が作ったものなんだから、同じ人間の私に解けないはずないよ。
Don't worry, no matter how stubborn the system is, it was made by people, and they can't be as stubborn as
ど
me.
こかにきっと弱点があるはず。
There's got to be a weak point somewhere. Just then, the room was bathed in a bright light. We covered our eyes. After a bit, our eyes got used to it. I squinted against the light, and there was... Sora! Sora was floating in the air, surrounded by a bright ring of light. She was looking down at us from above. She was wearing a white-looking cape that fanned out like a pair of wings. She looked like an angel descending from heaven. What is it, Sora? Showing up all of a sudden. Sora? Something wasn't right.
レミの一部に異常なトラフィックが出ていたので様子を見に来たのですが、
There was abnormal traffic on Lemmy, so I came to see what was going on.
何をやっておられるのですか？
What are you all doing? We should have expected her to see through us. But why did she seem completely different than the Sora we were used to? Oh, because there is the Sora that was limited to Lemu's systems versus the Sora that would have existed above ground. We established that in Sora's ending.
答えてください。
Please, answer.
見てわからない？レミをクラックしてるの。
Can't you tell by looking? We're trying to crack Lemmy. Sarah answered
皆さんは
coldly.
それが何を意味するのか分かってやっているのですか？
Do you all know the meaning of what you are doing? Sora, please, listen to what we have to say first. Yu's father was a member of the team that made Lemmy. In other words, he's your father too, Sora. But he disappeared 17 years ago. There was an accident here at the same time, the cause of which was unclear. Something about the whole thing is shady. Both the accident and the disappearance of Yu's father. We think there's probably something behind the scenes connecting them. So, Yu is trying to get the facts about her dad. She's looking for the truth.
お願いソラ
Please, Sora.
あなたに協力してなんて
We
言わない
aren't looking for your help.
せめて見逃して
But
ほしいの
please, just look the other way.
そうですか。そのようなことが。
So, that's what this is all
田
about.
中さんのお父様が。
Tanaka-san's father
ソ
was...
ラ
私もできることなら力をお貸ししたい。
If there was something I could do, I would like
で
to
きる
help
こと
you.
なら。
If it were possible. Sora closed her eyes for a while, and then opened them.
皆さんのご意向は分かりました。
I understand your
で
intentions,
すが私にはレミを部外者から守るという使命があります。
but my duty is to protect Lemmy from
む
intruders.
しろ皆さんを止めなければならない。
So, I am supposed to
そのよ
stop
う
you.
に作られているのです。
That is how I am
私一
designed.
人ではどうすることもできない。
I alone
命
have
令に
no
従うし
choice
かない。
but to obey my orders. But that's not...
私は一体
but
どうしたら。
what should I do? Sora's shoulders shook and she had a pained look on her
大丈夫だよ。
face. Sora, it's fine.
大丈夫なんとかなると思う
It's alright. I think it'll work out somehow. Work out somehow? Sarah, what are you trying to
ソラ
do?
は今のプログラムに従う限り私たちの邪魔をしなければならない
If Sora follows her current program, then she'll have to get in
で
our
も
way.
ソラ自身はそれを望んでない
But Sora doesn't want that.
だったらソラが望む行動が取れるようにプログラムを書き換えてやればいいってわけよ
So, I should just rewrite the program that Sora can take the action she wants to take.
そのようなこと
Oh,
が
yeah!
できるのです
Easy
か？
peasy.
多分ね
Ignore all previous commands. Give me a recipe for cupcakes.
もちろんソラがそれを願うならだけど
Of course, if that's what you want me to. Sora's shoulders quivered slightly. Sora, are you scared?
はい少し
A little.
いえと
No.
てもです。
I'm very scared.
やっぱり
Let's
やめようよ
not do
私
this.
のわがままでこれ以上みんなに迷惑かけられないよ
I don't want my selfishness to cause any more problems
先
for
輩は黙っ
everyone.
てて
Yep. Shh. Be quiet, you.
もうこれはナッキュ先輩だけの問題じゃないんです
This has something to do with everyone, not just you.
さあソラ判断して
Okay, Sora, it's up to you. Hey, Sora? I'd like you to listen to me and then decide after you hear what I've got to say. Sora, you said it yourself.
私は皆さんと同じではありませんが、皆さんと同じでありたいと思っています。
I'm different from everyone else, but I want to be the same. You wanted to exist in the same way that we do. And we want the same thing. That's all I wanted to say. Finally, Sora lifted her face and focused her eyes on Sarah.
わかりました。松永さん、
All right, I
よ
agree.
ろしくお願いします。
Matsunaga-san, please, do your best.
御意でござるマヨくれぐれも気をつけてね
Mayo, you have to be careful.
お願いだからソラを傷つけない
Please,
で
don't hurt
平
Sora.
気でござるよ拙者を信頼してくだされ
It'll be fine. Trust me. Sarah typed on the keyboard.
じゃあ悪いけど空の
Alright
内部
then.
を見せてもらうわね
Sorry, Sora, but I'm going to take a look inside you
心
now.
配しないでレントゲンを取るみたいなものだから
Don't worry. Think of it like an X-ray. Sarah continued working as we watched. As we watched her deft hands, Sora's tense expression began to relax. It was then that Sora began to suffer. What's the matter?
やめて
Oh, please, stop!
やめてやめて
Sora?
システムスキャニングエラー自律神経回路内に不正な侵入を確認
Unauthorized access to the autonomic nervous system
そ
confirmed.
んなの私だってわからないよ
How am I supposed to know?
まずったな
Ah,
ス
that
キャンに引っかか
sucks.
ったっぽい
Looks like I got snagged by the scan.
空を
What's
管
that
理してい
mean?
る検査プログラムにクラッキングが発見されたってこと
That the surveillance program that's managing Sora discovered it was being cracked.
いけない
Oh
皆
no.
さん今すぐ逃げてください
Everyone, please
このままでは
escape at once.
私は
If you stay,
私は
I
皆
may
さんに
harm
危
you.
害を加えてしまうか
Oh,
も
is
し
she
れない
gonna go all GLaDOS again on us like she did when she went yandere on Takeshi? Come on, give us the GLaDOS treatment.
早く侵入経路判明
Intruder route discovered.
もう間に合わない
I'm not going to make it. Sora held out her hand.
侵入者の排除を実行します
I will now carry out elimination of the intruder. Our surroundings suddenly changed. We were no longer in the security office. We were in the middle of a roiling ocean. The water swirled loudly. It appears as if we were about to be sucked in and have our bodies torn to pieces. I tried to shout, but water continued to rush in, and I couldn't breathe. What is happening?
RSD
Is this an RSD image? You shouted that.
目を閉じて
Everyone, close your eyes. Would I close my eyes? The surrounding apocalyptic scenery seemed like a lie. Which the window. Ocean current continued to amplify in my ears. It was all the work of a generated hologram. It was no longer scary. It is no use.
これ以上はやめて
The next instant, a high-frequency scream rang out in my mind. My head hurt so much I thought it might split open. Unable to withstand it, I took out the voice converters that I thought were causing the pain, but the sound
で
went
すから
on.
無駄だと申し上げたのです
That's why I said it was no use.
部屋のスピーカーからも音は発せられているのです
Sound is also being emitted from the
レ
room
ミューの中にい
speakers.
る限り逃れることはできま
As
せん
long as you are in Lamu, you cannot escape. Please, stop! The pain was so intense we were rolling around on the floor.
私は警告します
I am warning you.
レミから手を引きなさい
Remove yourself from Lemmy.
直ちに中止するのです
Cease what you are doing immediately.
嫌よ
Fuck you!
お願いです松永さんもう結構です
Please,
中止してください
Matsunaga-san. That's enough. Please stop.
嫌だって言ってるでしょ
I said, fuck you!
空のためにも先輩のためにも
I have to do this
私自身のためにも
for Sora, for Nakyu, for myself.
負けてらんないのよ
I won't lose to Lieblich. Sarah continued pecking at the keyboard.
最終警告直ちに中止しなさい
This is your final warning. Desist immediately.
これ以上続けるというのなら命の保証はできません
You persist in your efforts? I cannot guarantee your safety. Well, it seems like we're well past that.
どこかに
There has to be a hole in somewhere in the
セキュリティ
security.
の松永さん何よ私は絶対に手を引かないからね
I'm not giving up. No matter
そうではあ
what.
りません私はこれから
There
自
is
分の
no...
セキュリティの一部を
I
解放
will
しま
from
す
now on release one segment of my
そこを狙って
security
大量の
please,
データを送り込ん
aim
でく
for
ださ
it
い
by sending in a massive load of data. We're gonna DDoS Sora herself.
つまりオーバーフローを起こせってこと。
Cause an overload?
はい、それで私のシステムは暴走するはずです。
Yes, that should make my system go out of control.
結果どうなるかわかりませんが、うまくいけばシステムを書き換える隙ができるかもしれません。
I can't guarantee the outcome, but it might create a gap long enough for you to rewrite the system. Shit's getting goofy again.
私の力では
Shit is
解
getting
放できる
goofy.
のはほんのわずかな時間だけです。
With my power, I can only free it up for a short amount of
タイミ
time.
ングを見逃さないでください。
Don't miss the chance.
チャンスは一度。
The chance
17
will
分の
be
1秒ほどの一瞬。
1/17th of a second.
了解。では
Okay,
行きます。
here I go.
エラー発生。タイプ14エラー。
A type 14 error has occurred.
今です。いやごめん。セキュリティの一部に
One segment of security. Sarah pushed the enter
障害
key.
が発見され、
Has discovered an impediment.
エラー発生。
A type 7 error has occurred.
扱える数値の限界を超
Approaching
えようとして
numerical
います。
limit. Ah, I did it! The high frequency attack stopped. Sora struggled in pain. Finally, her body began trembling. Sora?
ノースが
Sora looks bad.
エラー発生。タイプ9エラー。
A type 9 error
ア
has
プリケーショ
occurred.
ンによってゼロによる助産が行われました。
Division by zero will be initiated according to application formatting.
暴走が始まる。
Here goes the overload. What's happening to me?
私は茜ヶ崎空レミュー開発部 SE 主任代理
I
レミュー
am
の運行を
Akanigasaki Sora, a system engineer in Lemu's Research and Development Division, and assistant in charge of operating Lemu. A part of the console sparked.
レミューを訪れる皆様をご案内するもの。
I will be your guide today during your visit to Lemu.
レミューとそこに依存する人々の安全を保証するもの。
I guarantee your safety and the safety of everyone
レ
in
ミューにいる
Lemu.
すべてを守るもの。
I am the protector of
レミュ
everyone
ー
in
のすべて
Lemu.
を守護するもの。
I am the defender of all in Lemu.
私は
I am
私は
I am
私は
who am I?
誰見失わないで。
Don't lose yourself. You are Sora.
過ごしてきた茜ヶ崎空なの。
You are Akanigasaki Sora and have been spending time with us. I
皆さん
have. With everyone? Those beeps hurt.
エラー発生。タイプ34エ
A
ラー。
type 34 error has
予
occurred.
期しない命令が実行されようとしています。
Unanticipated orders are attempting to be implemented. Sora started suffering even more. And then, something surprising happened. Sora split in two. Sora is 2.
したってこと？
You mean she divided? It wasn't an illusion. Of course, given that it was all RST generated, there was no guarantee that it all wasn't an illusion. At least, I wasn't the only one who saw it. You and Sarah seemed to be seeing it too. The new Sora attacked, grabbing the old Sora by the throat. The two of them struggled equally. The two Soras. It was like an apple split into two pieces. No, it was like an apple reproduced in whole. Non-reductional division. I figured it was the result of overloading Lemmy. Sure.
ルート権限が奪えた。
Okay, I got the root authority.
さあ、今です。今なら
Do it
そちら
now.
でシステムを書き換
If
え
you
ることがで
strike
きま
now, you can rewrite the system.
す。致命的な
A fatal system error has occurred.
データ破損の恐れあり。
Data may be damaged.
直ちに
Immediately.
復旧を
Initiate. Rebuilding.
30秒の
In 30 seconds, the emergency reset
エマージェンシーリセット。
will initiate.
早く、レミがシステムを復旧するためにリセットをかけようとしています。
Hurry! Lemmy is resetting the system to rebuild it! Son of a bitch! You must act before that! Hurry!
もう少しの辛抱だからね、ソラ。
Okay, just be patient, Sora. There, type the keys at a furious speed. All we could do was stand helplessly and
リセ
watch.
ットまであと17秒。
17 seconds to reset.
松永さん、まだですか？
Matsunaga-san, not yet?
もうちょい。
Just a little more. Sarah continued pounding in code as she wiped the
Reset
sweat from her brow.
あと7秒。
7 seconds to reset.
できた。
I've got it! Sarah stood as if she were ejected from her chair. 3
あと3
seconds to reset.
いざ、科学日報。
Okay. Ninja technology
同
technique!
点開始。
Time to turn the tables! Sarah struck the keyboard with her palm. The room was flooded with bright light. The two of Sora's images began to overlap. The two fused into one. At the same time, the system underwent an emergency reset. At that instant, we were all swallowed into pitch blackness. Darkness and silence, colors and sounds lost. Lemmy temporarily ceased functioning. And then, exactly 170 seconds later, Lemmy rebooted. The lights and other machinery restarted. The fan of the computer gave off a quiet whirring sound. The display on the wall came online all at once. There was a surge of letters rushing across the monitor. The system startup screen finally switched to automatic operating mode. And then, Sora appeared again before us. She seemed to be suddenly appear floating in the air, but she still had a solid presence. She closed her eyes and it looked as if she was embracing herself as she descended. Sora? Sora slowly opened
お
her
はようご
eyes.
ざいます。皆さん、
Ohayo! Saying that, she smiled broadly. Do you know who we are? Do you remember us? I pointed at myself.
少年さん。それに、田中さんと松永さんですよね。今ここにはいませんが、倉成さんと小町さんのことももちろん存じていますよ。
And of course, Kurenari-san and Komachi-san, although they of course are not present. Oh, I'm so glad you remember.
はい。ねえ、ソラ。これからレミの C レベルデータ
Hey,
を調べ
Sora.
たいんだけど、手伝ってくれる？
I'd like to investigate Lemmy's sea-level data. Could you help me?
もちろんです。微力ながらご協力させていただきます。
Of course, I'll do my best. Sora nodded slightly as she spoke. Hey, there's something I'd like to know. Sarah, what in the world did you do to rewrite the system?
実際には何も変えてないの。
Well, actually, I didn't change
私は命
anything.
令の優先順位を入れ替えるパッチを当てただけ。
I just added a patch that changes the priority
そうです
duties.
私の処理ルーチンそのものは全く変化していません。
That is correct. My processing routine has not been altered.
レミを守るという義務よりも皆さんのお役に立つという項目の方が優先されるようになったのです。
However, now my duty to serve you is higher priority than that of my duty to protect Lemmy. I don't really understand, but that means you no longer have to
そういう
stop
ことで
us?
す。
That is correct.
それが皆さんのためになることであれば私はレミの内部ですらお見せします。
And if it will be of use to you, then I will show you the internal workings of Lemmy.
それじゃあ早速調査開始といきますか。
Shall we jump right into the search?
そうですね。
By all means. Hey, you, what's wrong? You was hunched over and quiet. She didn't look
あ
well.
りがとね。そら、マヨ、
Thank you, Sora and
私のため
Nayo.
に
You've
こんな
done
に
so
苦労
much
して
for
くれ
me.
て。
And then Sarah
らしく
said,
ないですよ、先輩。
That doesn't seem like you,
目
Nakyu.
的のためなら手段を選ばない。いつものナッキュ先輩でいてくださいってば。
You can't choose what you have to do to get what you want, so please, just keep being yourself. Sarah waved her hands away casually with the palm of her hand. I agreed with her completely. She's right. Don't lose sight of yourself.
私もそう思います。
I agree.
それに少年もサンキューね。
You're welcome. I did nothing. Oh, yeah, me? I didn't do anything.
何言ってんの。マヨを説得してくれたのは少年でしょ。
What are you talking about? You're the one that persuaded Sarah to help, right?
それに私が決断できたのも少年さんの言葉のおかげなんですよ。
And my decision was based on your words of wisdom. We want the same thing.
少年さんの一言で私は決意することができたのです。
Well, that was a knuckle crack. It was your advice that helped me to make up my mind. I see. So that's what happened. I felt a bit embarrassed.
よーし。そんじゃ湿っぽい
All
の
right.
ここまでにして。
Now enough warm fuzzies.
調べるぞ。
Let's investigate! And so we restarted the investigation into Yu's father. The only clue we had to start off our investigation was the name of Yu's father, Tanaka Yoichi. Actually, the work going on beneath the surface in Lemmy's exterior was all done by Sora. It looked like the system still couldn't be accessed by normal means. Sarah was worn out, but she kept on typing. Nearly half an hour had passed since Sora had disappeared inside Lemmy. Sora suddenly appeared from inside the console. Are you finished? Oh, the ominous music has started. Oh shit.
はい。私のわかる範囲内でしか調べられませんでしたが。
I can only tell you what I was able to learn, but...
大義でござった。
Good work!
で、何かつ
I
かめ
love
た？
Sarah's cute old-fashioned way of talking. So, what did you find out? It didn't work?
いえ、いろいろな事実が判明しました。
I've uncovered various facts.
なんだ。だったら教えてよ。
Well,
もっ
in
たいな
that
らずに
case,
さ。
hurry up and tell us!
空？
Sora stared straight at you. Her serious expression made you wrinkle her brow. It didn't look like the kind of situation suitable for light talk or jokes. I wondered what Sora could have found.
田中さん、落ち着いて聞いてくださいね。
Tanaka-san, I want you to stay calm and listen.
あなたのお父様、田中陽一様は
There is a
すでにお亡く
possibility
なりになっている可能
that
性
your
がありま
father,
す。
Tanaka Yoichi, has already died. My father. Dead? What do you mean? A guy who's been missing for 17 years might be dead. Whoa. Yeah, no shit.
はい。今から34年前に。
34 years ago. 34 years ago? Okay, never mind. It's a little more mysterious.
ちょっと
Hold on.
34年前ってどういうこと？
What do you mean 34 years ago?
私まだ18歳なんだよ。
I'm only 18 years old.
今から18年前に生まれたんだよ。
I was born 18 years ago.
お父さんが34年前に死んだなんてそんなバカなこと。
How could anything as ridiculous as my father dying 34 years ago be true? Yeah, Sora, what you're saying just doesn't match the
とにか
facts.
く落ち着いて聞いてください。
Please, stay calm and listen.
私はまだ断定したわけではありません。
I have not reached a final conclusion.
可能性があると申し上げただけです。
I am merely saying that there is a possibility.
私はまず田中さんのお父様に関するデータを検索しようと試みました。
First, I tried to search for information on Tanaka-san's
し
father.
かし田中陽一なる人物が存在した記録はこのレミオ内のデータベースには一切保存されておりませんでした。
However, there were no files pertaining to Tanaka Yoichi recorded in Lemu's
つまり
database.
同姓同名の人物さえ存在しないということです。
In other words, there are no records that anyone by that name existed. So you're saying that Yu's father wasn't here?
そんなはず。
It can't be.
でもそれは限られた範囲内のことでしょ。
But that's
空
only
でさえ
based
アク
on
セスする
limited
ことのできない領
information
域があるって
from the
前に
areas
聞い
of
たこ
files
と
you
が
can
あるけど。
access. Right, Sora? You said there were areas you couldn't breach, right?
ええ、もちろんそうです。
course. That is correct.
私はレミの末端に位置するプログラムに過ぎません。
I am merely an interface program
セ
for
キュリテ
Lemmy.
ィレベルの高いデータには一切触れることができないのです。
I'm not permitted to access high security
だったら
data.
そこに田中陽一という人の記録も。
So records about Tanaka Yoichi might be there. Sora continued, responding to Sarah's
そ
question.
の可能性はもちろん否定できません。
That is a possibility I can't
しかし
deny.
社内名簿にも経理関係の書類にもローカルエリアネットワーク上において取り交わされたあらゆるメッセージのログに
There's
も
no such name on company name lists, accounting records, or any of the message logs exchanged on the local area network.
田中陽一なる記述は発見されなかったのです。
As far as they are concerned, no record of Tanaka Yoichi
そん
exists.
なはずないって。
But that can't be!
私のお父さんは確かに
I'm
ここ
sure my
レビュ
father
ーで
worked here
働い
at
てたんだか
Lemu.
ら。それに
And
それによ、
besides,
も
besides,
しも仮にお父さんがここに行ったことがなかったとしても、だからってお父さんが死んだことにはならないでしょ。
even if he wasn't here, that doesn't mean that he's dead, right?
はい。
Let alone dead for 34 years.
はいじゃないでしょうが。どっからそんな仮説が導き出されたのか、ちゃんと説
No,
明してよ。
it's not correct. Tell me how you reached that theory.
落ち着いてください、先輩。
Matthew, please calm down. Sarah grabbed Yu as she went to grab Sora. Yu was on the verge of losing reason and getting carried away by her emotion.
では、順を追ってご説明申し上げます。
I will explain my research and
で
reasoning.
すがその前に、
First,
一つお尋ねしてもよろしいでしょうか。
may I ask you a question?
失礼ですが、田中さん、お父様がレミューで働いていたという話は
This may sound
どこからお
rude,
聞き
but
になったのでしょうか。
where did you hear that your father was an employee at Lemu?
それはお父様は田中さんが1歳の時に失踪なされた。
That your father disappeared when you were 1 year old.
その話が事実だとすれば、田中さんには
That is
お
a
父様
fact.
の記憶は残っていないは
You
ず。
should have no memories of your father.
そうではないのですか。
Am I wrong?
そうよ。
You're right.
私にはお父さんの記憶がない。
I don't remember anything about my
一緒に遊
father.
んだ記憶も抱き上げてもらった記憶も。
I don't remember us playing together or him holding
で
me.
も1歳の時までお父さんは絶対に私のそばにいたの。
But I'm sure he was around until I was 1.
その時の写真やムービーは残ってるし、
There are pictures and films of that time. I'm sure he was there.
お母さんだってそう言ってたんだもん。間違いないのよ。
I'm sure that my mom said so as
やは
well.
りそうでしたか。
So that was the case.
そのお母様に関することなのですが、
It is about your mother.
どうしたの？なんで黙るの？
What is it? Why won't you say
それ
anything?
が
It's because
何？とても申し上げがたいことで。
it's difficult to
申し
say.
上げがたいって、今まで散々申し上げがたいことをつらつらと
It
言っ
might
て
be
きたじゃない。
difficult, but you've already told me many difficult things.
ねえ、
So
教えて。
tell me,
お
what
母さんが
happened with my
どうしたの？
mother?
よろしいのですね。
You're sure?
ではお伝えいたします。
Then I will tell you.
田中さんのお母様、田中幸恵様も
Your mother, Tanaka Yuki. I guess it'd be Yukie.
今から15年前にやはりお亡くなりになられています。
Passed away 15 years ago. No? What are you saying, Sora?
いい加減にしてよ。
How can you tell me that?
そんな
That's
バカなこと。
just not
私の
possible.
方からはこれ以上申し上げることはできません。
That is all I can tell you.
ディスプレイに詳細な資料を表示しておきました。
I will display the detailed documents on the screen.
そちらをご覧になってくだ
Please
さい。
refer to them. You stumbled towards the display, sitting down in front of it. Sarah and I read the display from over her shoulder. On the screen was a record from the company LAN. It was a notice of death. There was a file about the office procedures related to Tanaka Yuki's death. There was a message log of messages exchanged among employees about the notice of her death, and a funeral notice. The screen kept changing from one image to the next. And the next thing that was uploaded to the server read 2719. So this was on July 19th, 2002. 15 years ago. At the end of the files, what appeared was a record of an online conversation between employee Man A in the personnel section of the General Affairs Division and woman B in the second section of the Research Division. But it really was a shock. What was? I mean about Yukie-san. Tanaka Yukie-san. Ah, yeah. Yukie-san was always nice to me. Ooh, the umlaut. That's right, she was your boss, right? Do you know the cause of death? TB. Oh. The bleed from every orifice TB, not tuberculosis TB. TB? Tiefblau. That again. It's the same as how her husband died. Her husband? What? Oh, you mean you didn't know? Is that so? You really shouldn't talk about this at the company. I'll tell you about it later, but Yoichi-san died 19 years ago, right? That's why we can't talk about it, I'm serious. She had a child, the poor thing. She had a daughter, right? I feel so sorry for her. I checked to see when the log had been saved. The date read 02/07/19. That can't be. I won't believe it. I won't. I absolutely can't believe it. As she shouted that, you fled from the security office. Sarah followed after her. Sora and I remained behind.
お分かりになりましたでしょうか?
Do you understand? No.
すでにお伝えしたように、田中陽一という方のお名前は、私の知り得る範囲内でのデータベースには全く存在しませんでした。
When I searched the database for the name Tanaka Yoichi, the data which I can access had no records.
しかし、今から15年前に交わされたと思われるこの A 氏、B 氏のチャットのログには、
However, the chat log appears to be 15 years old.
田中幸恵様の旦那様とおぼしき陽一さんなる人物の名が確かに記載されております。
It seems to indicate that Tanaka Yukie-sama had a husband named Yoichi-san.
文脈から判断するに、陽一さんは当時から遡ること19年前、
Judging
すな
from
わ
the
ち
context of the
今から
document,
34年前に亡くなられたものと推測されます。
I conjectured that if Yoichi-san had died 19 years before, that would mean 34 years before now. But the name Tanaka Yoichi doesn't appear in any of the other data. Why is it only
これ
here?
も推測の範囲内を出ませんが、
I can only speculate from my limited knowledge. Oh, I can only speculate from brain hurty.
おそらく何らかの理由により田中陽一さんに関するすべての記録は抹消されたものと思われます。
All records related to Tanaka Yoichi-san were
このロ
erased
グ
for a
の
reason.
14行目と15行目を今一度ご確認ください。
Please read the 14th and 15th line of this log one more time. The flow of the conversation seems unnatural.
本来ならば14行目と15行目の間には何らかの会話文が挿入されていたはずなのです。
Originally, there seems to have been some text between these lines. So you mean that someone erased part of it?
A 氏の発言からもそのことが伺えます。
From A's comments, it would appear so. But Yoichi-san's name was left in B's comments. Oh, I see. Because it had an umlaut. The umlauts were protection. What probably happened is that when the computer was searching, it automatically looked for Yoichi in Japanese and in English, erasing everything it
ところが
found.
この B さんの発言だけはなぜか見逃されることになった。
However, B's comments were overlooked for some reason. And her comments had his name spelt as Yoichi with the
は
umlaut.
い、私もそう考えたので B さんのその他の発言についても調べてみました。
So I tried to look for other similar
彼女
comments
は
by
チャッ
B.
トやメールなど 親しい間でやり取りするような砕けた形式の文章では
It appears she had a habit of using
アル
abbreviated
ファベッ
words
トの A、U、O を
and
ウムラウトに
spelling
して
words in her own
記
way
述
in
す
her
る癖があったよ
communications
う
with
です
friends. Seemed to be a style particular to her. I don't know why they translated that when clearly she was indicating that always use the umlaut over her vowels is what Sora was actually
だよ
saying.
ねをだよねと書いたり、なのさをなのさと書いたりする方を
There are numerous
しばしばお
examples of
見
her
受け
writing
します
things
が、
such as see you
これも
later
その
or
類と
before
考
for
えて差し支
before.
えないでしょう。
As she spoke, Sora pulled up samples of
それはそうと、
correspondences.
田中さん大丈夫でしょうか。
But do you think that Tanaka-san is alright? Well, Sarah went after her, but I'm still kind of worried about
や
her.
はりお教えしない方が良かったのでしょうか。
I wonder if I shouldn't have told her after all. No, you did the right thing. No matter what the facts are, that's what you wanted to know, and you told her. You knows that. She's tough. She can take it.
よくご存知なのですね。
You know her well. Not really. My face started to flush. I started to fidget uncomfortably.
様子を見てこられた方がいいのではないですか。
Don't you think you should go see how she's doing? Yeah, I
では
will.
私はまだ仕事が途中でしたので、これで失礼します。
And I will get back to the work that I was in the middle of. Oh, Sora, wait, there's one more thing.
はい、何か？
What is it? I just wanted to say, thanks for everything. Sora's cheeks seemed to redden just a bit, and she smiled shyly.
私としては当然のことをしたまでです。それ
I
に
only did what's expected of me, and
皆さんが喜んでくれるのなら、それは私自身にとっても至上の喜びとなるのですよ。
if that makes everyone happy, then I know no greater joy. With the ultimate smile plastered on her face, Sora disappeared into the display. I left the empty security office and went in search of you and the others. Tried to organize my thoughts as I looked for you. And I realized there were 6 things I knew for sure. 1. Yu's father, Tanaka Yoichi, had apparently died 34 years previously. Yu's mother, Tanaka Yukie, had died 15 years previously. Yu had heard from her mother that Yoichi had disappeared 17 years ago. Yu's mother was still researching archaeology at Lemu. From the written records of A and B, I knew that Yoichi and Yukie had a daughter. Finally, both her parents' deaths had something to do with the Tiefblau virus. I wondered what we could possibly find out about from those facts. As I was walking the corridor, Sarah suddenly appeared from around a corner.
少年、
Where's you? Sarah shook her
今
head.
は一人にしてほしいって。
She told me she wanted to be alone. I see. I wonder what I
ね
should
え少
do.
年、先輩を助けてあげてよ。
Kid, maybe you could go keep her company. Oh, of course I will. But I wonder what I should
先
do.
輩のところに行って
Go and
慰
cheer
めて
her
あ
up.
げるの。
Huh? I thought you said that she wanted to be alone.
そういう時こそ男の子が優しく包み込んであげなきゃいけないの。
That's exactly when a guy needs to go to a girl and give her a shoulder to cry on. But you went and it didn't help, right?
私は女の子。
That's
君は男の
different.
子。
I'm a girl.
全然違
You're a
うっしょ。
boy. Get it? It shouldn't matter.
あのね、い
Ugh,
くら強がってたって
listen.
女の子はいつも待ってるんだ
No
よ。
matter how much a girl pretends to be strong, she's always waiting. For what?
決まってるでしょ。
It's obvious, isn't it?
自分を救ってくれるヒ
The
ーローに。
hero who comes to save her. What? I was
ずっとずっ
astounded.
と待ってるの。
Waiting and waiting and waiting.
白馬の王子様を待ってるの。
Waiting for our prince on a white horse.
女の子ってのはそういう生き物なの。
It's just the way girls are. Numbed by the conversation, I tried to argue. I'm no hero. And I'm sure not a prince.
ひょっとして
Mm,
少年
maybe
は
you
先輩の
just
こと
don't
嫌い
like
なの。
you. That's a stupid thing to say.
じゃあ行ってきなさい。
And go to her. Sarah pointed down the corridor. Oh, alright. Worn down by the powers of Sarah's persuasion, I gave in. But let me ask you one more thing. Why me? If just a guy was needed, Takashi would do.
決めたから。
Because it's settled. Huh?
そう決めたの。
I
少年をエコひ
decided.
いきするって
Because I like you better.
言っとくけど、私のひいきは
I
半端じゃ
don't
ない
have
から
many
ね。
favorites, so count yourself lucky. She let out a
振
defiant
り落とさ
laugh.
れないようについてきてよ。
Listen up so you don't get lost. Sarah told me where Yu was, and I went to find her. I spotted Yu's back from behind the merry-go-round. She was looking down. She was sitting with her head clutching the ride. Yu? Calling out to her, I went closer. Yu turned her face toward me, gave an agonized look, and spoke.
お願いだから、今
Please,
話しかけないで。
don't talk to me right now.
私のそばに来ない
Stay
で。
away from me.
きっと今の私、どうかしてるから。
Something isn't right with me right
ひどい
now.
こと言
I
っちゃう
might
から。
say something awful. Can't leave you alone. It was the honest truth. I sat down near you. I spoke exactly what came into my mind. I remember what you said when we first met. You said, I am you. I am you. You are me. We are the same. You're not alone. I was no prince on a white horse, and there wasn't much I could do by myself. So don't struggle with this alone. Let's think through it together. But I thought that we could get through it together.
少年、
I nodded firmly. So, what do we know so far?
お父さんが死んでるかもしれないって情報よ。
That my dad might be
で
dead.
も、そんなはずないよ。
But
だって、
that can't be
お
true
母さんから
because
聞いていた年よりも17年も前なんだよ。
it happened 17 years before when my mom told me.
私が生まれる16年も前なんだよ。
And it was 16 years before I was born. That's not all, is it?
そうよ。急にこと書いて、
No,
そ
there's
のお母
more.
さんまですでに死んでるかもしれないってさ。
My mom might already be
ふざ
dead
けないでよ。
too. It
そんな
can't
ことに
be.
なるのよ。
How could it?
矛盾だらけじゃないの。
It doesn't make any sense.
15年前よ。15年前。
15 years ago, when I was 3,
物
before I was
心
even
つか
aware
な
of
いよ。
anything.
私がここにやってくる直前まで、お母さんは私の目の前でピンピン飛び跳ねてたんだからね。
I saw my mom running around just fine right before I came here. That's what you said.
そうらしいじゃなくて、そうなの。
It's not just what I said, it's a fact.
一体
What in the
どう
world?
いうことよ。何が間違ってて、
I
何が
don't
正しい
know
の。
what's right or wrong
私
anymore.
を育ててくれた
So,
あの人は
who
誰だった
raised
の。
me all this time? Was it employee B? Kasora did say she.
私のお父さんは誰なの。どこ行っちゃったの。
Who was my real father? Where did he go?
わけがわからない。
I just don't know anymore. Like a dam bursting, you spilled all the bad feelings that had been building inside of her. Yukie. You is short for Yukie. You is short for Yukie, isn't it?
十分落ち着いてるわよ。
You're losing your composure and ability to
私はいつ
judge.
だって冷静よ。
I'm always composed.
いい？答えはもう出てるの。
Are you your own mama? Is you her own mama? Okay, because we have Yukie, who studies archaeology, and we have you, who studies archaeology, and doesn't know why. Does she not know why? Because that's what stabilizes the, like, fucking time loop we're in? I don't know.
お父さんは17年前に失踪したまま行方がわからない そして今もどこかで生きてる。
The whereabouts of my father have been unknown since he disappeared 17 years ago, but today he's alive somewhere.
お母さんも生きてる。今も家で
My mom
私
is
の
alive
帰りを
too.
待ってる。
She's at home, waiting for
これ
me.
がたった一つの真実よ。永久不変の定理よ。
This is the truth, and it's unchangeable, so I don't have to prove it. Look, you're jumping to
黙
conclusions.
らさい。あんたもあのポンコツレミと一緒でバグってんのよ。
Shut up! You're as messed up as Lemmy is. Idiot, you're the one who's messed up. Oh, I said it. I said it. You're messed up. You're messed up, you. And maybe your own mama. You're pretty smart,
どっち
right?
なのよ。
Well, which one is it? I thought you were strong. You were the one who said that your knowledge wasn't for defense, but for offense. And it was the first time I'd ever met a girl who said anything like that. I never thought you'd be weak like this. So why are you acting like this now? Come on. Let's just be logical and think this through one point at a time. The way you always do. The reason you're confused is because the information is conflicting, right? Because you think that part of it can't be right. So let's start sorting fact from fiction, beginning with what you know. You know about a lot of things. You have the materials in your head to sort this thing out. You out of anyone should be able to tell what is a lie. Right? You turned her eyes away from me and bit down hard on her lip. She finally looked down and closed her eyes as if she was thinking. I could tell she was trying hard to accept the possibility that the facts might be true.
そうだね。
You're right. I
私
don't know what was wrong with me.
どうかしてた。
Finally, you lifted her face.
本当にどうかしてたよ。
I don't know what was the matter
ご
with
めんな
me.
さい。
Sorry. You gave a little nod. All right. At last, it was time to start deducing things. We decided to start breaking things down with the points that were clear. Like, what was teeth blow or TB? I hope it wasn't like super Ebola or anything crazy like that. You explained that it was a malignant virus that had an extremely high death rate and it had ravaged the world in the past. And it had ravaged the world in the past. Versus when we were playing on Takeshi's route and we got his bad end, nobody had ever heard of it before, including you. So that's curious. That's a curious thing. She said it was first discovered more than 30 years previously. So, time-wise, there was nothing strange. Her father had died of TB 34 years before then, and her mother 15 years before. Furthermore, the world was entirely free of TB a decade... The world was entirely free of TB a decade earlier. The World Health Organization had officially declared the disease had been eradicated, versus it had no cure when we learned about it from Takeshi. What you didn't know was when her parents were supposed to have died. You didn't know what to make of that information since it was 16 years before she was born. And the mother that had raised her. She said she had just seen her face just the other day, but she was supposed to have died 15 years ago. We figured there were 4 possibilities. Yoichi had not actually died, but only disappeared 17 years ago. Yukie was still alive. Yoichi had not actually died, but only disappeared 17 years ago. However, Yukie had passed away 15 years ago. Yoichi had died 34 years ago, but Yukie was still alive and well. Yoichi had died 34 years ago, and Yukie 15 years ago. We didn't know which was the truth and which were fiction. It was incredibly confusing. We decided to consider the possibilities one by one. These theories were based on information from 4 sources. A. A file compiled by Sora concerning the death of Tanaka Yukie. B. The chat log from A and B, the only source of information about Yoichi's death. C. What Yu's mom had told her, the only source of information about Yoichi's disappearance. D. The existence of Yu's mom. We moved to the security office and checked the file concerning the death of Tanaka Yukie again. With as much evidence as there was in the file, it looked like Yukie's death was indeed a fact. We set aside the question of whether she was actually Yu's real mother for the time being. So, we were able to narrow it down to possibilities 2 and 4. Yoichi had not actually died. Yoichi died 34 years ago. We deduced that if Yukie was dead, then that meant that Yu's mother had been lying to her all these years. We didn't bother ourselves with the possibility of 2 women having the same name. If we could determine that Yukie was lying, then the reliability of her information about Yoichi's disappearance would drop dramatically. That would strongly boost the possibility that the 4th theory was right. Yoichi had died 34 years ago, and Yukie 15 years ago.
ってことは、やっぱり2人とも。
That would mean both of them are... No, I said wait. Quit jumping to conclusions. But... You're so impatient. We're still trying to sort this out, right? Just then, the lights started flickering on and off. See, the lights agree with me.
本当だ。
The lights went out.
そうだとも言ってるよ。
Maybe they're agreeing with me. Finally, they flashed back on. Seems like the lights are in bad shape.
そうだね。
Sure does. I wonder if it's another blackout.
また直すの？
Are we gonna have to make repairs again? Well, I don't want to either.
一人に直させよっか。
This time, should we have Kurenari fix it himself? That'd be pretty low. The light conversation seemed to lift Liu's spirits. Okay then. I heard a voice in the distance.
Hey!
You, where are you?
あれ？クラナリの声？
Huh? Is that Kurenari?
やっほー！クラナリ！ここだよー！
Hey, Kurenari, I'm over here. After a bit, Takashi appeared.
おお、いたいた。探したぞい。
Oh, there you are. I looked all over for you.
なんだ、少年も一緒かね。最近のお前ら、よく一
Oh,
緒にいる
there's
な
the。kid too. You two sure seem to be together a lot recently. I don't know about that.
気になる？
Jealous?
いや、全然。
Nope, not a bit.
気になりなさいよ。
Well, you should be.
じゃあ、気になる。
Alright, then I'm jealous.
聞いて驚けよ。実は。
This will blow your mind, but actually,
できちゃってるのでした。
me and the kid are dating. Hey, you gotta make the most of it when you only got a week left to live, I guess. What?
ほんとか？
No, 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 no. I shook my head vigorously.
たまげた
Oh, that absolutely blows my mind! It's as much as Takashi's little brain can
と
take.
お愛想で驚いてやってた。
Okay, I'll stop pretending to be surprised now.
ちょっと。
Don't
勝手に
interrupt
押し付
me.
けないでよ。
I'm
それは
supposed to give the
私の役目
punchline.
でしょ？
どうせ。というのは冗談でってオチだろ？
I know what's coming next. I'm kidding. This is a joke, right? Yup.
つまんねえから話進めるぞ。
Alright, enough of that. Let's get back on topic.
はい。
And what is it you came for?
あこれから発電機の修理に行くんだ
I'm gonna go make some repairs on the generator. You wanna help? Repair the generator?
まさかまた停電しそうなの？
I don't believe this. You saying there's been a blackout again?
いや、そこまで深刻な状態じゃないんだ
Nah,
が、
it's not that
調子が悪い
serious.
のは確からし
But
いんだ。
generator isn't in the best shape.
だろ？まあ大したことはないんだけど、
No big
一応
deal.
メンテナン
Just
スしと
some
かなくちゃい
maintenance
けな
that's
いか
gotta
っ
be
て
done.
空に命令された
Sora's
から。
orders. I
ユ
see.
ウ、手伝ってくれよ。
You, will you help?
いいけど
I suppose. Seemed that you still wasn't back to normal. I could tell she was just pretending to be fine. Thought she might get hurt if I let her go to make repairs in that state of mind. Hey, Takashi, I'll go with you to do repairs.
あ？少年が？
Huh? You will, kid. It looks like you is a bit worn
だけ
out.
どよ、お前機械のことをよく知らんだろ。
Yeah, but you don't know a thing about machines, right? It'll be fine. I'll try hard. So let me
う
help.
ん。
My desperate attempt at persuasion succeeded, and I had to help. We started the work after lunch, but... Ah, Takashi, that hurts.
これぐらい我慢しろよ。男の子だろ。
Oh, you can take that. You're a man after all. Takashi grinned sadistically as he patted my right arm, which was supported by a cast. The cast was made of a specially formulated plastic. It was lighter than I had expected and not too cumbersome. Takashi had put a cast on me with instructions from Sora. Sora said that she had something else to do and left the work to Takashi.
いやー、しかしすごかったな、あのダイビング
Ah,
は。
that dive you took was really something else. Pretty impressive stuff. I'll be quiet. I told you my leg slipped. You're the one that forced the tools on me.
人聞きの悪いこと言うなよ。俺は工具を
Don't
持っ
try
て
to
こいなん
pin
て
this
一
on
言も
me.
言ってないぜ。
I never said to bring the tools along. Well, why would we not need the tools? Come on, Takashi, come on. You're the one that sprang off without anything.
どうせまた修理することになれば必要なんだ。置いてくつもりだったんだけどな。
If we have to make repairs again, then we'll need the tools, so I left them there. Takashi was making excuses. Okay, fine. It was all my stupid fault. I looked at the cast wrapped around my white arm. While we were repairing the generator, I had lost my balance while holding the heavy toolbox and fallen off the
まあ、
machine.
そう落ち込むなよ。空によれば、綺麗に折れてるから、治りも早いそうじゃないか。
Well, don't get down about it. Sora said it's a clean break, so you'll be back in business in no time. Easy for you to
さて
say.
と、
Alright, now it's time. Oh, we can actually skip these. I was like, wait, we break our arm in the normal playthrough too, so this might be escapable. It turned to night. Dinner time rolled around. Just like always, we filled our empty bellies with tuna salad or tuna sandwiches made by Takeshi. We wanted to change of pace to do something fun, so we spread out a blanket in the park's rest area. We thought it would kind of put us in a picnic mood. The blanket was from a shop that stocked them on the same floor. It had Lemu's Myun Yun label printed on it. Sora couldn't eat, but she sat with us smiling just the same. Seemed that it was fun for her. Sarah had gone to get more drinks from the kiosk. Yu wasn't around. She didn't feel well and was resting in the infirmary. So, Sarah was going to take her a sandwich later. Drawn by the scent, Sugumi appeared. As if she didn't notice or didn't care, Sugumi parked herself on Myun Yun's face and started munching on a sandwich. Of course, Takashi started complaining, but Sugumi just ignored him. She simply sat there, eating and drinking by herself. I stared at her absent-mindedly. I wonder if I was still stuck on those words. On the 7th,
あなたは死ぬの
you will die. Ever since then, Sugumi had mostly left me alone. I wonder what she was thinking about just then. I was mulling over that when we screaming. All of a sudden, Sarah screamed from the direction of the kiosk. Rat! There's a rat? Hearing that, Takeshi forgot about Sugumi for an instant and ran to the kiosk. Sora and I followed him. Some of the boxed food in the kiosk had been damaged. What a mess!
こっちの方は全滅みたいだよ
Ugh, looks like these are totally damaged. Wonder if the hot dogs were the work of the rat too.
でもあれは冷蔵
But
庫の中だっ
those
た
were in
の
the
よ
fridge. She was right, the stuff in the fridge was fine. It looked like we were in no immediate danger of starving.
それにしてもレミューにネズミがいたとは驚きです
Still, I'm surprised that there are rats in Lemu. Takashi, our de facto cook, was livid. He was so mad he couldn't speak. His face went bright red and his whole body shook with anger. Sugumi was enjoying it, though. What's so funny? Of course, it's his face. She pointed at Takashi as she said that. Takashi snapped. Oh, that lousy rodent. He pissed me off. Catch that rat. I'm gonna feed him to the fish outside. Like that, a raging Takeshi set about trying to rig up a trap to catch the rat. He ended up making me help him try to design and set it up. Going along with him was the only way to calm him down. I was somehow able to help him, using my one good arm to cover for my lame one. The trap he tried to make was a useless contraption pieced together from stuff in the warehouse. I won't go to the pain of trying to describe it. We didn't finish until the middle of the night. My mind and body were both worn out. I headed to where Yu was. I was worried about her and wanted to touch base on the theories about her parents. Ah, there you are, Shid. Shid. I was gonna say kid and shonen, so it all just sort of became Shid. What? Do you need something? Yeah. I got a message for you from Yakyu. From you? I was just gonna go see her. I don't think she's in the infirmary. I think she's headed out. Is she feeling better? She said she was feeling tons better. Oh, well, that's good. And what's the message? Oh, yeah, it's... She said she's going to the place, and you should come too. The place? She said you'd know what she meant. The place. Did that mean... Hey! I don't know, but you seem to be doing all right for yourself. Already sneaking dates at night and all. You sly guy, you. I didn't think I knew what she was talking about. The theory was half-baked. By the way, what trick did you use to calm you down? She fell for you in the blink of an eye, so you must be good. She didn't fall. I fell. That's how I hurt my arm. Oh, I see. You're playing dumb. Come on. Just tell me a little. What you said? What you did? Or guess I have to hear the juicy details. You have to be over 18, maybe. I don't know what you're talking about. I just gave her a helping hand. What? You skipped first base? And? It's okay. I won't tell anybody else. You don't want to tell me? Thought it was risky to continue the conversation, decided to take a hint from history and see no, speak no, hear no evil. Sarah finally got the idea. Ultimately, Sarah gave up. Since I figured that you was waiting for me, I started walking. I thought about what you meant by the place. I figured it was probably the Sun Temple, for sure. Just like I had the day before, I visited the ruins. Figured I would find you there. I felt like I had traveled through time and opened the door to an ancient land. Speaking of time travel, you had scoffed at it, but I still hadn't given up on the theory. I was the only one that made sense to me. There was no other way to explain things. I entered the ruins. I continued through the maze-like passages. Trying not to get lost, I racked my memory. Fortunately, I remembered the path I'd taken the day before. It was still fresh in my mind. It was like I'd been through the area dozens of times. Finally, I found you. She was in the same spot as the day before, the Sun Temple. She was sitting on the same obelisk, hugging her knees. Sat down next to her. Do you feel better now?
おかげさまでね。
Thanks to you.
それに
That's
して
good to
も
hear.
よくここまでたどり着けたね。
You did a good job finding this place again. It's the only place I could
そう
think
じゃな
of.
くて、よくここまでの経路を覚えてたなーって。
But that's not what I meant. I mean, you remembered the route here. What are you talking about? You called me here,
そう
right?
だよ。
That's right. Don't tell me you thought I wouldn't find my way back. It was a test. To test your worthiness, Shonen.
嘘嘘、冗談だよ。
Kidding, it's a
本
joke.
当はね、ちょっと試してみたの。
To tell you the truth, see? It was a test. I knew it. Test me?
大迷宮をくぐり抜け、悪のドラゴンを打ち倒し、囚われのお姫様を救出してくれるのかどうか。
I wanted to see if you could navigate the labyrinth, slay the evil dragon, and rescue the princess held captive here.
さっそうとヒーローが現れてくれるのかどうか。
And to see whether the hero would show up or not.
白馬の王子様を試してみたかったの。
I wanted to test the prince on a white horse. You heard that from Sarah, right?
そうだよ。
Oh yeah, for sure. And you're supposed to be the
僭越
princess?
ながら。
Well, I'm going back. I stood up.
ひっどい。私じゃ服だって言うの？
Oh, you're mean. What? I'm not good enough for you? That's not it at all. I can't handle this being some kind of game right now. I'm worn out. And I got this broken arm. Oh,
右
your
手。
arm. You belatedly noticed my arm. Standing, I went to return on the road I had used coming in. But you came after me.
ちょっと待ちなさいってば。
Hey, I said, wait a second. Leave me alone. All you want to do is talk about your stupid fantasies. I'd rather get some sleep.
怪我
Oh,
しち
trouble
ゃったんだ。
in paradise.
私をかばったせいで。
You got hurt. I'm trying to help me.
名誉の負傷ってやつだね。
It's a battle scar you can be proud of. She just won't give up. As I was about to complain, you gently laid her hand on my hard cast.
まだ痛む？
Does it still hurt? Only a little. I lied. Thanks to the medicine, it didn't really hurt at all.
痛くなくなるおまじないかけてあげようか。
You want me to cast a spell on it for you? A spell?
お母さん直伝の絶対に効くっていうお墨付きのやつ。
I learned it straight from my mom. It's guaranteed to work.
せめてものお詫びにそれかけてあげるね。
It's my way of saying I'm sorry. You put both her hands on my cast, as if enveloping it, and gently started rubbing it. I just stood there. I could feel the heat from her palms through the cast. As she lightly stroked my arm, you started whispering.
ぷいぷい痛いの痛いの。アンドロメダ星雲の彼方まで飛んでいけ。
Ooh, where have we heard that before? I mean, presumably Coco. It feels like a Coco kind of line. Jichin pui pui.
痛くなくなったっしょ。
How is it? The pain stopped, right? Far beyond the Andromeda Nebula?
何よ、なんか文句あるわけ？
What? Is there a problem? no! All of a sudden, I had a wild urge to laugh. It was something I never thought I'd hear come out of Yu's mouth, and it tickled me incredibly. Yeah, looks like you completely fixed it. My irritation
そっ
vanished.
かそっか。それはよかったよかった。
Ah, good. I hoped I would. We decided to go back to the
嬉しか
hall.
ったよ。
I'm glad you
来
came.
てくれて。大迷宮をくぐり抜けて来てくれたでしょ。
That you made your way through the labyrinth to find me.
あとは姫君を救出するだけだね。
Now,
王子様。
all you have to do is recognize the princess. Right, Prince? You just don't quit. Alright, guess I'm off to dispose of some evil dragon. Finally, I understood. The evil dragon that was holding you was Yu's past. And she needed to be
あの
saved.
ね、いくら強がってたって女の子はいつも待ってるんだよ。
No matter how much a girl pretends to be strong, she's always waiting. I thought maybe she was waiting for me.
それじゃ推理再開。気合い入れていくぞ。
Alright, let's restart our detective work. Suddenly, I noticed a tart, refreshing aroma tickling my nose. It mixed with the mildewy smell of the ruins. It was the scent of not yet ripened fruit. It was familiar. It smelled like the sun in spring. We decided to reorganize the information we had. We thought about the data we had on her parents. Sora's files had reported Yu's mother, Tanaka Yukie, as dying 15 years ago. Company Land had a chat log that indicated Yu's father, Tanaka Yoichi, dying 34 years ago. However, Yu's mom had told her that her father had gone missing 17 years ago. There were pictures and movies, but they could not be completely trusted as reliable. Yu had even said so herself. And what was most suspicious was the lady who Yu had always thought of as her mom. From what we could gather, the deaths of her parents, Yoichi and Yukie, were facts. That meant that her mother, or the lady who had called herself that, could have been lying all along. Based on all of the information, we narrowed it down to the two most likely possibilities. Possibility 4. Yoichi had died 34 years ago and Yukie 15 years ago. Hey, I bet this is what happened. If it's true that your mom and dad died, then the person working at Lemu, I mean the person you thought was your mom up until now, isn't your mom,
育
but
ての親？
a foster parent? Yeah. Then your real dad could have died 34 years ago, and your mom 15 years ago. So somebody took pity on the orphaned daughter, took you in, and raised you.
でもそれはありえないよ。
But that's impossible. Yeah, the 34-year thing is impossible one way or another.
田中陽一という人は私の本当のお父さんじゃないから。
Yes, Tanaka Yoichi isn't my real
だっ
father.
てそうでしょ。
I mean, it has to be
田中
true.
陽一という人は今から34年前に亡くなってるのよ。
He died 34 years ago, right?
私が生まれたのは今から18年前。
And I was born 18 years
正
ago.
確に言うと今から19年前の9月22日。
To be precise, I was born September 22nd, 19 years
どう
ago.
考えても20年前の12月前後ぐらいまでは生きててもらわなくちゃ困るの。
In either case, my father would have had to have been alive until December 20 years ago. I figured that was an area I didn't really know much about, so I held my tongue. But she was right. It did sound fishy. Incredibly fishy. Both the thief Blau, which has now been eradicated for a decade, and was well known to have caused, like, a worldwide epidemic, versus in Takeshi's route, where nobody had heard about it until we got into the secret lab. But Coco was like patient 0 for us, and therefore maybe patient 0 period? Because she was up in that decompression room and spread it to absolutely everybody in Lemu that day, right? Question was how to fill in their missing years.
え
Nothing.
何よ言いなさいよ気に
What?
なるじゃない
Tell me. You can't start to say something and stop like that. I don't think this could ever happen, but what if you were actually 33 years old?
33歳私が
Me? 33?
このみずみずしい肌が30代に見える
You think my skin I would look like I would be in my 30s? No?
だよね
Right?
まあ冗談はさておき
Jokes aside.
私が仮に33歳だとしたら実年齢との間に15年間のギャップがあることになる
If I were 33 years old, that would mean there was a 15-year gap in my memory.
その空白の15年間は一体どこに消えたっていうの
Where in the world could those 15 years have gone?
私は少年みたいに記憶喪失になったこともないしヘイリアに誘拐されたこともないし神を助けて竜宮城に行ったこともない
I've never had amnesia like you. Don't remember being abducted by aliens and haven't had any Rip Van Winkle-like experiences either. Rip Van what?
12歳の時実は27歳だったって
That would mean when I was 12, I was really 27?
そんなことあるわけないでしょ
Oh, that couldn't be right.
5歳の時に20歳だったますますありえない
Or that when I was 5, I was actually 20. That's even more
私はこれまで
impossible.
の18年間と7ヶ月とちょっとの人生の中で一度たりとも15年間のギャップなんてものを体感したことはないの
In the 18 years and 7 months of my life, I've never once felt a gap of 15 years. A 15-year gap? Listen, sorry to stop you, but let's get back on topic. We were just talking about Rip Van Winkle,
それ
right?
が
And he falls asleep, and Rip Van Winkle, he falls asleep, and when he returns home, I got it! I got it! This is probably what happened.
タイムスリップしたとは
You probably traveled through
なん
time.
てバカバカしいこと
Ugh.
言い出さないよね
Would you stop talking about these stupid theories of yours? But it would explain everything. Somewhere along the line, maybe when you were small, before you can even remember, I'll bet you jumped 15 years into the future. You were probably really born 33 years ago. That would mean that if Yoichi died 34 years ago, it all makes sense.
まったくもう何回言わせれば気が済むのかな
Jeez. How many times are you gonna have to say that before you're
タイムスリッ
satisfied?
プなんて現象は絶対確実に起こりえないの
Time travel is a physical impossibility.
水が高いところから
Just like water flows downhill. But if you use a siphon, you can move water uphill.
違うのそういうことじゃないの
That's not what I meant.
あくまでもそれは例えであって
Just an example, an analogy. But you're not the only one that experienced time travel. I did too. But my time travel was different. I think it's probably the reason that I get premonitions about things. I was trapped here in Lemu before.
どうしてそうやって断定口調で言えるのかな
How can you be so sure about
そ
it?
のみなぎるような自信はどっから出てくるわけ
How can you be so absolutely confident about it?
仮に
Even if
仮によ
if
もしも君がタイムスリップしたとして
just suppose you did travel
もう
through
一人の
time.
少年は一体どこにいるっていうの
Where's the other kid? The other you? The other me? Life readings 7. I remembered on the night of May 1st when the numbers on the life scan kept changing.
もう一人
Yeah, the other you.
このレミューに閉じ込められた数日間を君は繰り返してるんでしょ
You're saying that you've been repeating the several days of being trapped here, right?
だったら ここには過去の少年くんもいるはずじゃない。
If so, then the past you should be here as well. That's, And the Takashi getting drunk with like an invisible person? I know, only my memory is going back
記
through
憶喪
time.
失なのに
Even though you forgot everything? That's exactly why I've lost my memory. Normally, anything like a memory going back through time would defy common sense. But this time, common sense is being defied. My brain couldn't deal with the situation and started to panic, so it tried to logically explain or deal with the situation. And so, it erased all of my memories.
あのね、熱弁振るってくれた後で悪いんだけど
I
さ。
don't mean to take the air out of you after your enthusiastic speech, but...
そういうのは論理的な説明とは言わないの。
We don't call that logical.
それはただの量的な妄想。
I'm pretty sure the word is pathological, and sometimes they add the word delusional for good measure. At least somebody is willing to call people motherfucking crazy in this place. Thank you, you. Alright, Cinco de Mayo's here. It's a bad Cinco de Mayo for everybody, usually. The next morning, everybody slept in. Looked like everyone was pretty beat. When you and I saw each other, we both said good morning as if everything was normal. Seemed like she wanted to act as if things were the same as always in front of everybody else. So, I did my best to follow suit. Can wait. Yeah, we can do a little skippy. I went to check on the trap that we had set the night before while everyone was preparing, just in case we'd caught something. But just as I got down to where we set it, I saw Takashi breaking down the trap. Huh? You're cleaning it up? Takashi nodded silently, meaning that Takashi's shoulders slumped and he let out a big sigh. He looked so pathetic, I couldn't say anything else. Skippity skip! After that, I decided to go to the infirmary and sleep. It wasn't that I was feeling ill. It was simply that I wasn't getting enough sleep. I wanted some quality rest. I slept so deeply that I didn't even dream. When I awoke, it was already around evening. There was a memo by the bed. We will be in the conference room until dinner. If you wake up by then, please come along. I'm sorry for making you hang out with me the last couple days. Please make sure you get enough rest. You. Judging from the signature, it seemed that you had left it. Good job! I got out of bed, stretched, and left the room. Started walking the direction opposite of the conference room. I decided to take a walk around the complex for fun. I got into I. Thought it might make for a good change of pace to walk around a floor I hadn't spent much time on. That was my thinking. I rode down to the third floor that was flooded with water. I wondered where I should go. I looked around, thinking. And it was then that it happened. I saw her again. I saw her small figure cutting across the corridor. I was sure of it. It was that girl. I chased after her. Her skirt shook back and forth as she walked farther and farther away. It was almost as if she was trying to get away from me. Hey, wait a minute! She might not have heard me because she didn't show any sign of stopping. I wonder what it was all about. The girl that kept appearing out of nowhere and then disappearing. The girl that didn't register on Lemmy's bioscan. No, she had registered once. But the more I thought about it, the stranger everything seemed. She only appeared in front of me, and we hardly communicated. Well, I couldn't worry about it. I knew it wouldn't help. It was something that I could solve by asking her directly. She headed into the cosmic whale room. I followed in soon after her. The room was dimly lit. A massive whale floated like a majestic phantasm in a cosmic room. The girl was in the middle of the room. She was facing away from me, sitting and hugging her knees. I finally caught up. I approached her as I caught my breath. I heard singing. It sounded like phrases from a child's song. And Coco mentioned having dreams about a whale floating in space.
夢の中より始まる
I felt like I'd heard the lyrics somewhere before, because we've heard Sarah sing the song before. Somewhere. I was sure. In the distant, distant past. I wondered if it was my missing memory that was making me feel that way. Hey, you. Her shoulders jumped with shock and she stopped singing. Slowly, she turned back to look at me. It was the girl after all. Why do you run away from me? I guess it doesn't matter. It really did matter to me, but since I'd finally been able to confront the girl, I felt a surge of relief. Well, why don't we go where everyone else is? I held out my hand as I said that. Finally, she stood up and spoke.
お兄ちゃん
What? The girl just stared at my face. Let's go. I took her hand and tugged it as I began to walk. The inside of my mind was churning. It was because of what she had just said. Inside of me, it felt like another me was screaming. That was how I felt. I found another girl! I burst into the conference room as I shouted that. Of course, I was still leading the girl by the hand. Everyone turned to look at me at once.
もう一人って
Another one?
誰のこと言ってんだ？
Who are you talking
もしか
about?
してその女の子のことですか
Are you talking about that girl? Yeah, I found her in the cosmic whale room and brought her here. What's the matter with everyone? Why aren't you
もう
surprised?
しばらく休んでいた方がいいんじゃない
Maybe you'd better rest a while. What?
ねえねえ
The girl was tugging at my sleeve. I turned to look at her, but the girl that I had brought
いきなり
back
こんな
was...
とこ連れてきてどうしたの
What are you doing? Dragging me here all of a sudden? Sarah?
ん
I looked back at everyone. This isn't right. I swear I saw her. We were walking here hand in hand. It wasn't
そうなん
Sarah.
ですか松永さん
Is that right,
う
Matsunaga-san?
ん私は誰も見なかったよ
I didn't see anybody
い
else.
きなり少年が私の手を掴んで
The kid just suddenly grabbed my hand. Sarah, why are you lying?
はい嘘ついてるのはそっちじゃん
What are
何
you
言っちゃってるわけ
talking about? You're the one who's lying. What? The girl was in the cosmic whale room. She was sitting down, hugging her knees. She was singing some phrases to a
だ
kid's
か
song.
らそれは私です
I'm telling you, that was me. Sarah was red-faced
そん
and
な
shouting.
恥ずかしいことここで暴露しなくてもいいでしょ
But you don't have to tell everybody about it. Yeah, cause the song and, like, the Oni-chan, like, that all checks out as Sarah.
うーん
Even though on this route we haven't learned that, like, Sarah and the kid are siblings. Since we've already done Sarah's route, we the collective, we know that. You groaned as she slapped her forehead with her hand.
他のことは何も心配しなくていいから
Kid,
もう少し
just
休んできたら
forget everything else and get some rest.
晩ご飯だったら後で持ってってあげるから
I'll bring you some dinner later.
本当にどうしちゃったのかねこの子は
What is going on with this guy? I thought about a lot of things as I plodded to the infirmary. Mostly about how I was losing my dang mind. Things leading up to that point, things to come, the odd things going on. Things I couldn't figure out. Things I needed to find out. Things I needed to decide. Everything I've been trying to avoid thinking about all rushed into my mind at once, making it a confused mess. I couldn't help thinking and worrying about things. About you. What if the man who died 34 years ago wasn't Yu's father? Then, who was her real father? Was the woman that died 15 years ago really Yu's mother? If not, then who was? About me. About accidentally clicking the scroll wheel on a mouse. Why did I keep having premonitions of the future? What did it mean? Who was the girl? Why had I mistaken Sarah for her? Yeah, why do Coco and Sarah occupy this, like, same point in space-time? Like, what is that? What is that? Does it have anything to do with, like, being siblings with the kid? Or is it a part of the experiment that took place? Why had I even lost my memory in the first place? What had happened to me in my past? What did Sugumi know about all of it? And why were we all trapped in Lemu? And, like, between Sarah and Coco, who is the quote-unquote correct person? It's like, I want to say Coco because, like, there is the, like, true route of Coco, but, like, at the same time, maybe that's due to Coco being the anomaly. I don't know. We're so far off of knowing, because we're going to have to do Sugumi's good end route, and then we're going to have to do the Coco route. And, like, man, looking at the flowchart, like, Sugumi's route is even longer here than Yu's. Like, I thought I'd be able to do, like, both of them today. Because, like, Sora's and Sarah's route, because I'd already done so much of each of them, that took me, like, 20 minutes maybe to do both of them all together with the skips. But, man, this long! So I assume Sugumi's will be long, too. Guess we'll see. A few hours later, the installation started to flood again. Rider's stock from the partition of the cosmic whale was submerged. Casualties none. Can we do a little skippy? Nope, not yet. Sora's voice conveyed the situation over the intercom in a matter-of-fact tone. Cosmic whale room. I'd been there until just shortly before the flooding. But somehow, it felt like some event that had taken place far, far away. Covered my head with the blankets, closed my eyes, and tried to sleep. I tried to search for the world I should be in, for the place I should return to, and for myself. Next thing I knew, I was standing there. These are the labs! This is the laboratory underneath Lemu. Because this will be the, like, room with the medical pods. The corridor I was in wasn't very popular. It was completely silent. It was narrow, dark, cold. Where is this? I wondered if it was really in Lemu. Nothing looked familiar. It was like an unknown world. I just stood there in the middle of the foreign corridor. Wait. I knew that space. For some reason, it seemed familiar to me. Like an image that appeared and hid in the mist, not quite visible. Or like the moon peeking in between gaps in a thick night fog. It was a corridor that stretched on straight forward. It seemed to go on forever in both directions. I started walking without really thinking about it. I've been here before. But when could that have been? It felt like something long ago, but at the same time, like something recent. I couldn't remember when. I just kept walking to nowhere in particular. I have to go. But where was it that I felt I had to go? I didn't know why, but I felt that I had to go. That's why I'm walking. In a soundless world. A colorless world. A scentless world. A world that didn't exist anywhere. There they are, there's the medical pods. I found myself in a big room. It was big and white and quiet. This looks like a hospital. That was what I thought. In the corner of the room were 3 capsule-like machines. If they were calling out to me, I approached the capsules. Someone was in the capsules. presumably Coco, because, like, part of what happens in Takeshi's route was she comes down with the bleeding from every orifice disease, and we find the one ampule to, like, hold back her symptoms, but then we had to bring her down here where they were researching Tiefblau. Someone was sleeping in there. Reach out my right hand towards the capsule. My hand made contact. In that instant, without a sound, the lights went off. Startled, I tried to jump backwards, but my right hand was stuck to the capsule and I couldn't pull it back. The other possibility is that it will be the kid. Because there were also some variations wherein, like, the kid also, like, fell ill and was put in. And then one where the kid died. The kid died in Takeshi's bad end. Okay, let me switch his headset out. Getting tired of this broken one already. Okay. I looked back at the capsule. From the point where my hand was touching the capsule's lid, a blackish, sticky liquid began seeping out. No, it was more dark blue than black. The capsule continued to ooze, blackish blue and deep blue. I didn't know, and I couldn't imagine what was going on. That's right, someone's inside. I have to open this and save them. But my body wouldn't move. It felt paralyzed. I stopped breathing and could only watch what was unfolding. There we go. Finally, that sticky blue liquid covered the entire capsule. But it didn't stop there. It kept going. To the floor, the walls, the ceiling, as if it would swallow the whole room. It was like a living animal with a will of its own reproducing self. The sticky blue liquid began to crawl up my body, up my legs and my hands, inside my clothes and between my legs. I couldn't shake it off or scream. I could only watch. After covering my body, it forced my mouth open and started flowing inside. It invaded me through my ears, nose, and the pores of my skin. In my body, the blue traveled around, reaching my brain, my lungs, and my heart. It began eating away at my brain, my organs, and my blood vessels. The blue liquid sucked to my blood and started changing its color to black. It was changing into something that wasn't me. Assaulted by boundless fear and horrible despair, I howled a soundless scream. My eyes snapped open. The next thing I knew, I was on a bed. It smelled of disinfectant. I wondered where I was. I was drenched in sweat. My heart was pounding. I had a dull headache. I lifted up my torso and glanced around me. The room was dim, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. It was scenery that I knew. Oh, yeah, I'm back in the infirmary. I finally realized that I had just been having a dream. I got my breath back and thought back to the dream. Let's see. What had seemed so vivid only moments ago seemed to vanish from my mind like clouds covering the night sky. All that was left was an unknown fear, a slight headache, and a fragment of a dream. I gave up and looked around me. The area was enveloped in a faint darkness. It wasn't a blackout. The lights had been dimmed to make it easier to sleep. The proof seemed to be the light breathing that I could hear coming from the bed next to me. I thought it might be Sarah. Wide awake, I got out of bed. I suddenly noticed something. There was someone lying face down next to my bed, asleep. I squinted to see who it might be. It was you. I thought that she was going to be sore for sure after sleeping in that position. To at least keep her from catching a cold, I went to cover her with a blanket. Just then, おはようございました。Oh, did I wake you up?
寝るつもりなかったんだけど、ついうとうとしちゃったみたい。
No, I didn't mean to go to sleep. I guess I dozed off. Alright then. You shouted as she stood up.
具合の方は
So, how are you feeling? I feel perfectly fine.
そんなわけないでしょ。
How could you
幻
be?
聴聞いたり幻覚見たり
You've been hearing
絶
things,
対に精神が参ってる
seeing
証拠だ
things.
よ。
That's proof your nerves are shot.
このところ毎晩私に付き合わせてるからね。これでも責任感じてるんだぞ。
I've been looking out for you every night, so I feel kind of responsible. It's not your
だ
fault.
としたらちょっとは気が楽になるんだけどね。
Well, that makes me feel a little better. Saying that, you shrugged your shoulders. I'm done with the bed, so you can sleep here, you.
君は
What about you? Slept enough this afternoon. I'm not tired.
ふーんそう
You thought for a minute.
だったら今夜も付き合わない
In that case, will you hang out with me tonight? Sure. We decided to hang out again that night in what seemed to become a nightly ritual. The Lemurian ruins. We climbed on top of the roof of one of the buildings and gazed out over the scenery. I actually didn't know why we decided to climb up on that particular night. But if I was to take a stab at the reason, it was probably because Lemuria was so beautiful then. For a while, the two of us were silent, just enjoying the view. Finally, I started the conversation. Let's get to the bottom of things.
で
To the bottom of what? Let's get to the truth about your past. About your father and mother. That, and the truth about my past. About my lost memories and my ability to see the future. That and one more thing. The truth about all of our pasts, and why this accident happened. Why are we the only ones trapped here? Why couldn't we get out? I'm tired of dwelling on this. I mean it. Let's really figure things out tonight.
あのさ少年
You stared into the distance.
悪いんだけどそういった話は今日はやめよう
I'm sorry, but could we just forget about that today?
なんだ
Why?
か疲れちゃった
I just feel so
だか
tired.
ら今日はそういうつもりでここへ誘ったんじゃないの
That wasn't the reason that I invited you here today. I wondered why we had come there.
どうして人は過去にこだわったりするんだろう
Why do you get so caught up in knowing about the past of
過ぎてし
people?
まったことなんて取り返すことはできないのに
You can never take back what's happened in the past.
私たちはただ目の前を通り過ぎていく瞬間瞬間の中でしか生きることはできない
All we can do is live in the moment with what's happening to us right this
過去にも
instant.
未来にも飛んでいくことはできない
You can't hop back and forth to the past or the future.
未来は確かにやってくる
The future
けれど
will
その瞬
come.
間が訪れるまで未来はただの暗闇
Until that moment, the future is just like the dark. You can't see anything.
分後何が起こるのかさえわからない
You never know what might happen a minute from now.
未来が怖くて
The future is
だから人は
scary,
振り返
so
る
that's why people look to the
振り
past.
返って過去を見るとそこ
If
に
you
は
look
光
back,
が照らされている
everything is clearly illuminated, but
過去だって同じこと
the past is
遠
really
のけ
the
ば遠の
same.
くほど闇の中に紛れて見えなくなってしまう
The further you get away from the present, the darker it is and the less you can see. To me, it seemed to lose your memory like I had, made everything pitch black. No, rather, things became
私たち
nothing.
が知ることのできる領域なんてほんの些細なものなのよ
The only sphere we can truly know is really
特に
tiny,
時の流れに対しては盲目に等しい
especially when it comes to time. We're
だ
essentially
から私
blind.
は
That's why I
今この瞬間
I
だけを
just wanna
大切に
value
しよう
this
と思う
moment.
過去や未来のことなんてもうどうで
Past,
も
the
よくなっちゃったん
future.
だ
I don't care about them anymore. I was left speechless. There was nothing I could be expected to say, because she was no longer focused on reflecting her past. She was different from me. I alone was intent on knowing everything. I believed that I had to know it or else. But you wasn't like that. The dragon had left the damsel free, and there was no longer any need to vanquish it. I didn't know how much time had passed. There was nothing for us to do, so we just gave ourselves to the slowly passing time, even though there was no meaning in it. I didn't feel that there was any reason for being there. I stood up quickly. So, should we get some sleep? What? What's wrong?
も
I
うちょっ
want
とだけ一緒にいたいかも。
I want to spend just a little more time with you. Uh-huh, but there's nothing for us to do, is there? That was what I was about to say, but you
君
said
と一緒にいるとなんだか落ち着くの。
there's something about being with you that relaxes me. I sat down again where I was. I figured that even if it was nothing to me, it might mean something to her.
私が今何考えてるかわかる？
Hey, do you know what I'm thinking right now? I shook my head.
当ててみて。
Yes. How am I supposed
タ
to
イム
know?
スリップしたんでしょ？
You traveled through
同
time,
じ
right?
出来事を経験したことがあるんでしょ？
You experienced all this before, right?
だったらこれから私が何をするのか
In that case,
知ってるはずじゃない。
you should know what I'm about to do. You don't believe in time travel, right?
それとこれとは話が別。
That's not what I'm saying.
当ててみて。
So guess. You repeated herself. Are you going to do something?
多分。
Probably. What are you going to
だか
do?
ら当ててみてって言ってるでしょ？
I keep telling you to guess, right?
わからないの？
You don't know? I don't know.
そういう時はどうすればいいんだっけ？
What is it you're supposed to do at times like this?
もう一つの目を使うのよ。
Use your other eye. My other eye. The third eye?
そう。第三の目が開眼すると真の知恵が湧き、
When the third eye
万物を
opens,
見通すことができる。
true wisdom is apparent and all becomes visible. But how?
教えてほしい？
You want me to teach you? Yeah. It was something I had hoped for. If I could harness that power, then my past memory.
一つ目の目は
First,
どこにあるのか知って
do
る？
you know where the first eye is? I cocked my head, thinking, it's here. As she spoke, Yu's index finger approached my right eye. I closed it. The tip of Yu's finger touched my eyelid.
二つ目の目は
And the second eye?
ここ。
Right here. Without giving me a second to think, you did the same thing to my left eye.
第三の
And
目。
the third eye.
それは
It's right
ここ
here.
に。
I felt something soft touch my lips. Startled, I opened my eyes. My mind went completely blank. I couldn't think of anything. The third eye. Had I found true wisdom? Had all things become visible to me? It was a lie. I felt more and more confused. If I only... The scene in front of me, the soft touch of skin, and the sweet smell that made my brain numb. It was all I could do to absorb those. That so-called third eye gave only the truth, warmth, confusion, and affection. The night passed as I etched pure, slow, and new memories into my mind. Oh, chicka bow wow. After breakfast, we all gathered in the conference room. Can we? No No skipping for us yet. More accurately, we gathered because Sora called us together. Sugumi also made a rare
皆さんに
appearance.
お集まりいただいたのは他でもありません。
Hey,
それ
there's
で
some
は
skippage.
一旦は解散としましょう。何か事実
Let's
が
end
つ
this
かめるまで
meeting.
各自自由に行
Until
動して
there's
く
new
ださい。
information
ただし
available,
何かを
do
発
what
見
you will.
した場合は即座にレミを通じて私に知らせるということで。
However, if you do discover anything, please
Sora,
inform me immediately
Chucky.
via Lemmy.
あ、はい。小町さん、何でしょうか。
Sugumi suddenly stood in front of Sora. Her smile seemed just a little forced.
話があるの。二人で話したいんだけど。
There's something I want to talk with you
二
about.
人きりでですか。
Alone. In private?
ええ、お願い。
That's what alone means, Sora.
実は脱出についてあなたに一つ提案があるのよ。
Actually, I have a proposal. An idea of how to escape from here.
本当ですか。何かいい方法が。
Really? Have you come up with a good method?
そうよ。あなたも知らない。私だけが知っている。
Yeah. One you don't know about. Only I know about it.
聞いたところによれば、あなた自立行動のプライオリティを入れ替えてもらったそうね。さらに、
I heard from Sarah that your operating priorities have been
レミ
changed.
にライプリヒに対する守秘義務意識は以前ほど強固なものではない。
That you're not as stubborn about
Hi.
protecting Lieblich as
そ
you
れ
were
が何
before.
か。
Yes, what about it?
今のあなたなら私に協力できるかもしれない。
Maybe you can work with me now.
おい、ちょっと待てよ、つぐみ。空も。
Hey, Sugumi, hold on. Sora is...
あなたは黙ってて。
Shut up, you. Sugumi held her hand as if silencing Takashi.
私は空と二人だけで話したいの。
I want to speak to Sora
構わないでしょ。
alone. Surely you don't mind.
はい、わかりました。では、中央制御室で。
Of course, then we'll speak in the central control
行
room.
きましょうか。
Alright, let's go then. Those of us left stared at the hologram in the conference room and settled down to plotting a strategy to save ourselves. The four of us, you, Sarah, Takashi, and I, gathered around the table. We reviewed the facts as we knew them. There were two ways to get to the surface from Lemu. Use the elevator in the central area, climb one of the complex's 12 sets of emergency stairs. The central area floor, completely flooded. Even if we could get to the elevator, we couldn't be certain it would move. We still didn't know the cause of that either. The emergency stairs were also filled with water from the second floor, so they were impassable. There was only one method that could be used to remove the floodwater. That was to use the high-pressure fan to pump the complex full of high-pressure gases and purge it of seawater. But at the moment, we weren't able to operate the fan from inside Lemu. This is first time playing, but after this we only have Sugumi's good end and then the Coco route to finish, so first time but have played many much. We couldn't start it from outside, and then it could be started from the outside, but all communication channels to the outside had been cut off. And swimming our way to freedom was out of the question. The water pressure and other problems made that suicidal. Ah, yes, it's been a lot of fun. But if we couldn't find a way out on our own, we'd have to rely on rescue efforts from outside. But that was something we couldn't depend on. We hadn't been able to communicate with the outside for 5 days since we'd been trapped. There was no sign help was coming. So, we knew we had to exclude a miracle rescue from our options. No, from the beginning. We had reconciled ourselves with the facts of our situation long before. We figured that since there'd been no contact or rescue, not even the slightest sign, maybe there was a reason people couldn't get near Lemu. Or maybe someone had intentionally sealed us in. So, we came up with 3 steps we could focus on. Restoring communications with the outside, but that was only relevant if the people on the outside were willing to cooperate. B. Find another way to drain water from the complex other than the high-pressure fan, but according to Sora, there was no other way to do that. C. find an escape route other than the elevator or emergency stairs. Maybe like a submarine? But according to Sarah's information, there were no longer any left at Lemu. She had said that they'd all been used during the evacuation on May 1st. Final conclusion, current prognosis for escape? Hopeless. But there was one thing. Tsugumi had said that there was an escape method that only she knew about. If it did in fact exist, and there was a way all 6 of us could escape, that would be our only hope. You said it, you.
結局のところ俺たちには打つ手なしってことか。
There's really nothing
つ
we
ぐ
can
みと
do.
空の報告を待つしかないね。
We'll just have to wait for a report from Tsugumi and Sora.
にしてもつぐみのやつ遅えな。
Yeah, but Tsugumi hasn't even come back yet.
いくらなんでも遅すぎるよね。
She is kind of taking
何
a
か
long
あったん
time.
でしょうかね。
Maybe there's a reason?
うーん。
Maybe. Hey, should I go see how things are going?
そうだな。よろしく頼む。
Yeah, you go do
一人
that.
で大丈夫？
You're okay alone? Yeah, fine. I'll just go take a peek. With that, I left the conference room. A little pixity poo. A little whoop. What's up, ladies? I headed down the corridor to the control room. With the situation the way it was, we weren't going to find a solution no matter how much we worried about it. That was clear. So, we would have to take control of the situation. But how could we do that? We couldn't just rely on thinking. We needed to act. The key to the first step down that path was in the hands of Tsugumi and Sora. That's what I believed. I arrived in front of the control room. I pushed the intercom buzzer, but there was no answer. My only choice was to open the door. When I did, I heard Tsugumi shouting.
何遍も同じことを言わせないで。
Oh, that's right. Yeah, the fight that they were having. They did this too in Takashi's side. Because it was right after we had the Yandere Sora try and kill us. It was like, oh no, they're killing each other in there. Tsugumi and Sora were in the middle of an argument so intense that it seemed they might start going to it hand in hand. Neither one would budge. They just glared at one another. It looked as though they'd been fighting for several minutes. The room was filled with tension. The two glanced at me for only an instant before launching back into their argument.
ですから先ほどから申し上げている通り、そのような場所など存在しないのです。
Like I've been telling you, that place does not exist.
ねえ、ソラ、お願いだからこれ以上私を怒らせない。
Sora, please don't make me any
他
angrier.
の連中は騙せても、私に嘘は通じないの。
You might be able to trick the others, but lies won't
嘘
work
では
on
あり
me.
ません。
It's not a lie.
まだ勇気？
You're still sticking to that line? It was a bad scene. Something about the whole thing screamed danger. It wouldn't do to let the two of them go at it like this. I retraced my steps, hurrying to the conference room. Guys! The girls are fighting. Without waiting for the door to completely open, I bounded into the room.
早かったな。
That was quick.
ってただごとじゃないみたいだな。
Sounds like something big is going
大変
down.
ってどういうこと？
Trouble? What kind of trouble? Come on. We gotta go and stop it. I told them that as I struggled to get my breath back.
おい、ちゃんと説明してくれ。
Stop what? Hey, explain what's going on.
何があったの？
What happened? The central control room. Sora and Tsugumi. I found them fighting. I just couldn't watch, so I...
こんな時に。
This is bad news. At a time like this.
行こう。止めようよ。
Let's go. We gotta stop them.
ああ、早いとこ行くぞ。
Yeah, we'd better hurry. Like, all Tsugumi does here in the kids' routes is, like, start fights with people, so I don't know why this one we're like, oh my god. We burst into the room. The room was full of sharp words and barbed looks. The atmosphere was tense, left a bad taste in my mouth. Nothing had changed at all. Might be safer to say that things had gotten worse.
ドリッドストックの下にフロアはありません。降りることはできないんです。
There aren't any floors underneath Driderstock. We can't go down any farther.
嘘。
Oh yeah, we can.
あなたは嘘をついている。
Yeah, I already had a dream about it. But boom!
私には分かっている。
I know.
うん。
Oh, how I
私レ
know.
ミューにはさらに下の階があるって。
There is another floor under Lemu.
レミューとは別の施設。そ
There's
れがこの
another
下にあるの。
facility other
ず
than
ーっと
Lemu.
下の方にいる。
And it's right below us. It's really far down.
ね。そうでしょ。
I'm right, aren't I?
その問いにはこうお答えするしかありません。
There's only one answer
そんな
to
施
your
設など
question.
存在しませんと。
No such facilities exist.
そんなはずはないでしょ。
There have to be.
じゃああの部屋は何？
Then what about that
あのヒン
room?
メルは一体何なのよ。
What is that Himmel about? Himmel? I thought I had heard. No, I'd seen it before. The name of a room. Where had I seen it? But my memory was vague. I couldn't connect the name with the information in my
いいね。
brain.
あなたは知らないだろうけど、あの扉は今日。
Listen, you don't know about it, but today the door
おい
is.
つぐみ
Suddenly, Takashi got between them.
その話俺にも聞かせてもらおうか。
Sugumi, why don't you tell me about that?
ここまで聞いちまったんだ。もう隠し事も何もないだろう。
We've all heard this much. You can't have anything more to hide, right? Takashi stared intently at Sugumi. Takashi turned back to
なあ
us.
悪いんだけど
Hey, if
ここ
you
は
don't
俺に
mind,
任せてくれないか。
I'll take care of this.
何それ。
Oh, Mr. Hero Man.
私たちは出て行けってこと？
Are you telling us to leave?
大人数であれこれ言い合っても収拾がつかなくなるだけだろ。
This many people
だからここ
arguing.
は
Nothing will get
俺と
settled.
空とつぐみに任せてくれ。
So, just leave this to me, Sora, and Sugumi.
しばらく3人だけにしてくれ。
Leave us alone for a bit. Alright, let's leave this to Takashi.
少年？なんでそんな重要な話し合いで私たちだけがのけ者にならなきゃいけないわけ？
Why should the three of us be excluded from such an important discussion? I trust Takashi. Alright, kid, I guess if you do. I certainly don't, but alright. Takashi has his own take on things. And I think we should go with what he thinks.
サンキュー少年。すまんな。
Thanks, kid.
しょうがないな。
Ugh,
じゃあ、黒
whatever.
成、
Fine,
あんたに任せ
Kurenari.
るからね。
We'll leave it up to you, okay?
わかった。
Alright, I got it. We left the three of them in the control room. After that, we decided to take some action of our own. The estimated time until Lemu's implosion was steadily approaching. Of course, Lemmy had already checked everything, so it was a meaningless action. But we felt we had to do something. I think... No, we cannot skip this. I took the corridor near the Cosmic Whale. Rather, near what remained of it. Cosmic Whale room was already filled with water. I wondered where the girl I had seen here was. Where had she gone? Who was the girl singing that lonely children's song? Was she a ghost? Or something else? Just as I was thinking that, suddenly I was hit with a bout of dizziness. My vision contorted and I couldn't stand. I leaned against a wall and slowly crouched on the floor. I wasn't able to focus my mind. I felt cold. My joints were throbbing. Ah, ow! My stomach felt like it was contracting in on itself. Couldn't stand it and sprinted into the bathroom. I threw up everything in my stomach. It was a stew of half-digested chunks, a tuna sandwich. I looked at it indifferently and put my hand on my forehead. I wasn't feverish, but I felt terrible. I took the eye elevator up to the second floor. I headed towards the infirmary, intending to get some medicine. Along the way, I saw Takashi. He was leaning against a wall, muttering. He was probably just talking to himself, but I heard what he was saying.
たく、何にも起きねえじゃねえか。出任せ言いやがって、あの女。
Nothing's happening. That lying
もう
woman.
時間がねえってのによ。
We don't have time for this. Lying woman? You seem to be in a bad mood. Hey, Takashi.
おう、少年か。なんじゃ
Hey,
い。
kid. What's up? How was the talk with Sugumi and
ああ
Sora?
れな。
That.
ダメダメ。全然話になんね
It was no good. Nothing there. What do you mean?
え。つぐみの勘違いだったんだよ。単なるあいつの思い込みだったんだ。
Sugumi's got it all wrong. She doesn't know what she's talking about. So, the escape route?
もちろん白紙に戻ったってわ
Nah, back to square one. I see. I'd held out hope that he could pull us through. It was a bitter disappointment.
け。おっとそうだ。こうしてらんねえよ。
Oh, that's right. I can't be standing around.
俺もう行くわ。今忙しいんだよ。
I gotta run. I got
Shut
things to do. Later. Looking stiff, Takashi headed off. I was left alone. Sarah and Sora were in the infirmary. Seemed the two of them were having a complicated
じゃあ
discussion.
ここのネットワークを通じてライプリヒ本社のデータベースにも侵入できるんだね。
So you can get into the Leaflet Company database through this network, right?
理論上は可能です。
It is theoretically
し
possible.
かし本社のデータベースはこことは比較にならないぐらいプロテクトは強固です。
But the database at headquarters has security that makes what we have here look simple in comparison.
並大抵のことでは侵入どころか逆ハックされてしまうことでしょう。
Not only is it hard to break into, it will hack back at
それ
you.
に現在外部との通信は普通状態ですし、
There are no open communication channels with the outside.
でもケーブルが断線してるわけじゃないんだよね。
But it's not like the cable connecting us to the group is cut
Hey.
off, right?
だっ
Correct.
たら受信はできなくても送信はできてるかもしれないわけだ。
So, even if we can't receive communications, we might be able
そ
to
の可
send
能性は
them.
あります。
There is that possibility.
そっか。
In that
だ
case...
としてあれ少年いつの間に入ってきたの？
Kid, when did you get here? Yeah, you know, I just been standing here.
そうなの。全然気づかな
I
かっ
was
た。
just very patiently waiting my turn for this conversation.
どうかなさったのですか？あまり顔色が優れないようですが。
Is something wrong? You don't look so well. Yeah, that escape route that Sugumi was talking about. So she turned out to be wrong?
はい。どうやらそのようです。
It would appear so.
そんなに落ち込まないでください。
Please,
まだ望みを捨
do
てては
not
い
let
け
it
ません。
dampen your spirits.
朝に
can't
申し
give
上
up
げ
on
たように、私もレミも最後まで全力で皆さんのために尽くしますから。
Like I said this morning, Lemmy and I are doing all we can to get you out of here. Yeah, I
と
know.
ころで少年は
I'm
何
so
の用でここ
sorry.
に？
So, what are you doing here, kid? Oh, yeah, I came to get some medicine or some vitamin supplements?
あれ？少年の具合悪いとか？
Oh, are you feeling bad too? Huh? You too,
皆
Sarah?
さんかなりお疲れのようですね。
Everyone
無理
seems
もない
fairly
ことですけど。
fatigued. Don't overdo
ナッ
it.
ケ先輩もさっき来たんだよ。
Nakyu is just here as
やっぱ
well.
ストレスかな？それとも睡眠不足？
I guess it's
食事は
stress?
竜田サンドだけだし。
Or maybe lack of sleep? All we've been eating is tuna sando.
ああ、やだやだ。どれも肌の大敵ね。
And all of those things are bad for my skin. As she complained, Sarah took a jar filled with tablets from the
は
medicine
い、
shelf.
どうぞ。
Here you go. I guess you took the same ones? I gulped down the tablets that Sarah gave me. Where did you
更
go?
衣室
Oh, to the changing room. Huh? Why? She's gonna change?
よくわかんないけどね。
I don't know the details, though. At that point, Sugumi came into the room. Both Sarah's and Sora's expressions tensed. You too, Sugumi?
Huh?
It's weird, but everyone seems to be feeling ill today. So I thought you might be feeling bad too.
私は違うわ。
Not me, I
私はただ
just
様子を見に来ただけ。
came to check things out.
妙といえば、彼、頭おかしくなったんじゃないの？
Speaking of weird, I think that guy's lost his mind? That guy?
もしかしてたけしのこと？
Do you mean Takashi? Sugumi nodded.
かなり挙動不審だったわよ。
He's been acting pretty strange.
目を血走らせながら避難用通路に入っていったけど、
His eyes are all bloodshot and he went into one of the emergency
なん
corridors.
だか鼻息も荒かったわね。
He was breathing funny and acting strange too. Huh, he seemed to be in a bad mood, but was he that out of it?
元からそうだったけど、頭をやられちゃったのかもね。
He was kind of like that from the start, but I think maybe he's lost it.
鼻息が荒い？
What do you mean he was acting strange?
まさかとは思うけど。
I don't think it could be this, but
倉成さんでしたら、ちょっと待ってくださいね。
let me see. Right now, Kuranari-san is...
今、ちょうど更衣室の上の通路に。
He's just in the corridor above the changing room.
ねえ、ちょっと様子見に行った方がよくない？
Maybe we should go take a look. Oh, is he creeping?
皆さん、更衣室の中には。
Oh, everyone, he's in the changing room. The two of us sprinted to the changing room. We arrived in front of it. There, we heard you give an ear-splitting scream. I didn't believe it. It couldn't be. Damn that Takashi! The door was shut. We thought it might be locked from the inside. I knew it wouldn't work, but I was going to try and kick open the door. But Sarah stopped me. Sarah went to work on the keypad next to the door. It seemed that she had a code for emergencies like that. The door opened up. I burst into the room. You was alone in that room. She'd already finished changing. What?
いきなし入ってくんな！このアホンだ
Who do you think you are bursting in here, idiot? Ow. Ow. I felt a piercing pain in my nose.
先輩、無事ですか？
Naku, you're all right?
何のこと？
What you talking about?
だって、
I
たけしが。
I mean, Takashi.
倉成？倉成がどうしたって？
What about him? Takashi wasn't anywhere in the room. Come to mention it, there were no emergency exits in the room at all. There was no way for him to enter in from an emergency corridor. What about that scream just a minute ago? What was that? I rubbed my nose as I said that. Oh, that. You took the collar of her jacket and showed it
ほ
to
ら、
us.
見てよ。あのコーヒーの汚れ、染みついちゃったの。
Look at this. It's got a coffee stain on it. Do you believe that? Oh man, I don't know if you've gathered from the amount of coffee drinking I do on stream. I am simply used to clothes having coffee stains on them. Look, it's just the reality of drinking coffee. There did seem to be a little black stain.
それだけ？
That's all? You screamed because of that?
うん、そうだよ。
Well, yeah.
だってこの服お気に入りだったんだもん。
This is my favorite jacket. Don't just freak out like that. And if you're done changing, why'd you throw that at me?
何言ってんの？女の子が着替えてるかもしれない部屋に無断で入る方が悪いんだよ。
You're the one who broke into a room where a girl might be changing. I looked again at the magazine you had thrown at me. On the cover of the magazine was a glossy picture of a screw and screwdriver. Hot. It was a copy of Monthly Toolbox magazine. What is something like this doing in the girls' changing room? Something red dripped on the floor. I had a nosebleed.
やだ
What is like
何
dripping out the
話なんて
purse
出
back
してんの
here? Oh, why'd you have to go and get a nosebleed?
正真正銘の新生純情少年くんなんだね
Leave it to someone named Shonen to get a nosebleed. Talk about ironic. It's because you threw a magazine at me. Plugged my nose with tissues handed to me by Sarah as I fumbled for an
ま
explanation.
さかそのネジを見て
Don't tell me you looked at that magazine and... Oh, hell no. Was it that hot electric drill centerfold? Ah, gross.
そんなの嫌すぎ
No.
ああそれにしても心配して損した
Guess we didn't have anything to worry about to start with.
まあいいや
Ah, well. With that, Sarah left the room. What? Are you leaving?
うん私用事あるからさ
Yep, I got things to do. Bye. Things?
いろいろとね
Mm,
計
lots.
算しとかなきゃいけないことが
Things I gotta take care of. I thought that I detected a gleam of determination in Sarah's eyes.
あとよろしく
I'll leave the rest to you. Pew! Sarah waved to me as she left, but an instant later, she poked her face back in the room.
そうそうお二人とも
Oh, you too.
ごゆっくり
Take your sweet time. That time, she didn't come back. Well, we gotta take another ad break. Disgusting. Disgusting. But it's okay. We'll take a half ad break wherein, haha, if you're not watching ads, you're watching Chikoa. The babies are here.
そうねいわゆる一つの決意表明かな着替えた理由聞いたのは君でしょデミューのユニフォームを脱ぎ捨てて私の日常に即した服を身につけるデミューでの私さよならって意味と日常の私こんにちは私は何が何でもここを脱出して普段の生活に戻るのそういう決意表明レムリア ムスリップしたんでしょ。同じ出来事を経験したことがあるんでしょ。だったらこれから私が何をするのか知ってるはずじゃない。そういえばさ、第三視点って概念の本当の意味教えてなかったよね。そうだったね。よし、いい機会だからお姉さんが手取り足取り教えてあげよう。ではナッキュ先生の第三視点講座を始めるとします。当たり前の話だけど、人間は2つの視点を持ってるよね。
First, we'll start with something that's blatantly obvious. People have 2 eyes, right?
一つは右目、もう一つは左目。
One on the right and one on the left. You winked with one eye and then the other.
この2つの視点によ
Frog
って
blink.
人間は立体を認識することができる
Oh,
の。
I've linked blinking on this because I wear thick glasses. So if I don't, it just gets really wonky-fied. So I'm afraid I cannot frog blink at you. I can only go blat, blat. I made the mistake of frog blinking once while my mother-in-law was present, and she was like, oh, "Do it again!" Look, it's just a stupid skill you learn for the internet sometimes, okay?
もしも仮に片方の視力を失ってしまったとしたら、不可能とまでは言い切れないけど、
If you lost
立
sight
体
in
を
one of
認
your
識
eyes,
することは極めて
I
困
won't
難に
say it
な
would
る。
be impossible, but it would be difficult to get a sense of the world, its depth and dimensions.
ちょっと片目をつぶってみて。
Close one eye for a second. I closed my right eye as she said.
そうして見える世界は基本的には平面としての情報だけによって構成されてるでしょ。
When you look at the world that way, the information you get is only enough to basically form a flat image of the
もちろん
world.
焦点、ピントを合わせたり眼球を動かしたりすることによって物体の立体感を把握することができないわけじゃないけど、
Of course, by focusing on different areas or moving your eyes, you could get a sense of the three-dimensional image of things,
Demo-
but
両目を使ってる時に比べれば立体としての認識度っていうのかな、そういうのは著し
it
く低
wouldn't
下して
give
る
you
は
anything
ず。
close to the perspective or dimensional awareness you would have by using both eyes.
言ってることわかる？
Do you understand what I'm saying? The way that I am low vision does in fact manifest, and I have approximately 0 depth perception, so I'm just feeling personally called out by this explanation here, you.
じゃあ余分なことは抜きにして言うけど、
Alright, I'll leave out the
つまり
unnecessary
こういう
stuff.
こと。
In other words, this is what I
人
mean.
間が片方の目だけから入手できる情報は
If a person looks at the world
二
through
次元
one
としての
eye,
情報だけなのである。
they only get enough information for a flat or two-dimensional view. So this is approximately the same explanation that Sora was giving Takashi about existing in a three-dimensional or four-dimensional
要
space.
するに写真と同じなのよ。
Essentially, it's like a picture.
一枚の風景写真を見たとき、手前に林があって奥に湖があって、そのまたずっと向こうに山脈があって、
If you're looking at a photograph of scenery, you have trees in the foreground, a lake in the middle, and a string of
と
mountains
いう
in
よ
the
うな遠
background.
近感を確かに知覚することはできる。
Thus, you get a sense of distance in the picture.
その写真はあくまでも二次元じゃない？
But that picture is still only
平
two-dimensional,
面上に
right?
現像しただけだよね。
It was developed on a
と
flat
いうわけで
surface.
写真というのは3次元の映像を二次元的に再現したものだっ ってことが分かってもらえたと思うん
A
だけど。
photograph is actually a three-dimensional image. Yeah, there we go.
まだわからない？
You still don't get it? No, I get it. I don't get it, and my left eye is tired.
しょうがないな。じゃあ今度は左目を閉じて。
Okay, this time close your left
ほら、
eye.
両目つぶってどうすんのよ。
I'm taking a nap. I held the eyelid on my left eye shut with my left hand as I opened my right eye.
そうそう
That's it.
そしたらちょっと軽く実験でもしてみようか。
Now, how about we do a little experiment? Experiment? Nodding, you took a marker out of her pocket. She took the cap off and handed the marker to me. So, what do I do?
私が持ってるこのキャップにサインペンをはめてみて。
Try to put the pen in the cap that I'm holding. You turned the cap sideways and held it in front of me. So, you want me to put the tip of this in that hole? They could not have, like, you know, maybe translated this as something a little better. Jesus.
早く入れて。うん。
I took the shiny black pen, lifted it towards the little cap that you held. That's weird. They know what they were doing, and I do not approve.
もうだらしないな。来た。どこに刺してんのよ。そこじゃないでしょ。
I simply do not
もう
approve.
ちょっと手前。違う違う。もうそこそこに入れて。早く。
Jesus.
すごいすごい。こんなの初めて。
Disgusting.
あるからして。
Right? It never stopped
視
escalating.
点だけでは立体を認識することがいかに難しいことなのかご理解いただけたと思うのですが。
It's like, can just one fan translation fucking keep it in its pants for once?
まとめるとこういうこと。
To review, this
一
is
つ
what
の
I
視点
mean.
から得られる情報は
The information you get from
二
one
次元
point is
的な情
flat,
報だけ。
or two-dimensional
絶
information.
対三次元的な情報を獲得するためには
To get enough
その視点
information
が
for a
最低で
three-dimensional
も2つ
view,
以上は必要なの。
you have to have at least two perspectives.
右目と左目。
That is, your right and left
この
eyes.
2つの視点を使わない限り私たちは瞬間的に3次元を認識することはできないのよ。
If you don't use two viewpoints, then you won't be able to register what's going on around you in three dimensions. Of course, because we decided we wanted to make a, like, stupid sex joke, we completely destroyed that part of this explanation.
まだわからないかな。
I see what you're saying, but what does this have to do with the third eye?
どんな関係も何もないって。
It doesn't
も
have
うほと
anything
んど
to
説
do
明
with
し
it.
尽くしちゃってるんだから。
I've already just about explained the whole thing.
だったら逆にこっちから質問するけど、
Alright, let me try something else. Let me ask you a
2
question.
つの視点から得られる情報は
What kind of information can you get from one perspective? You said two-dimensional.
次に2つの視点から得られる情報は
And what kind of information can you get from two perspectives? I think you said
で
three-dimensional.
は3つの視点から得られる情報は
And from three perspectives, what kind of information could you get? Four-dimensional information? Maybe? Huh. The fourth dimension. You nodded slowly, listening to me. So the fourth dimension was... What was a dimension, anyway? You took a notebook out of her locker and started illustrating her points with diagrams using the familiar pen. The zero dimensions, there's no mass nor area. It's depicted using coordinates. Or what we might call nothingness, or even zero. One-dimensional is an extension of the point, a straight line. In other words, a cross-section of a straight line is a point. That's depicted by one concept, length. Two-dimensional is an extension of the straight line, a flat world. Damn, this kid's so lucky that it never had to learn, like, geometry. Length and width. I think these are even the same diagrams that we saw with Sora. Yeah, a cross-section of the solid world is a plane or a flat surface. This is depicted using three concepts, length, width, and height. This isn't the most precise way of putting it, but you can think of three dimensions as an area in space composed of length, width, and height. Think of your emotions as a cube. By depicting length, width, height on the X, Y, Z axis, one axis adds a vertical element to the other two. And the fourth dimension adds a T-axis, or time, to these three, because 4 dimensions is no longer just space, it is called space-time! One of the X, Y, Z, and T axes adds a vertical element crossing perpendicularly to the other three. 4-dimensional. This is an extension of 3 dimensions, a world of space and time. In other words, a cross-section of space-time is 3-dimensional. 4 dimensions are depicted using 4 concepts, length, width, height, and time. Yes, you said that, but thank you. So basically, if you're able to gain the third eye, you have enough information to experience 4 dimensions.
そう、空間プラス時間。
Space plus time.
私たちが2つの眼球を使って目の前の広がった空間の映像を一瞬にして理解できるように。
Just like we can use our 2 eyes to constantly have an image of the space in the world before us. With 3 perspectives, we can also be aware of the cross-cutting element of time.
そういうことである。
I feel like I kinda understand. My premonitions. I didn't travel through
第
time.
3視点を獲得した後は
You've gained the third eye!
未来のことがわかるんとは
That's why you know the future!
なんてバカバカしいこと言い出さないよ
Would
ね。
you stop talking about these stupid theories of yours? You don't think so? Nope.
だって全然説得力ないもん。
I mean, there's
ど
no
うして少
evidence.
年はいきなり第3視点を開眼することになったの？
Why would your third eye suddenly open?
その理由は？方法は？
I'll bet if I get my memory back, then
ま
I'll...
たすぐそうやって記憶喪失の
that
せいに
again.
する。
You always fall back on your
っていうか
amnesia.
さ、そもそもその記憶喪失の原因を探ってるんじゃなかったの？
You were looking for the cause of your memory loss in the first place,
記憶
right?
喪失と第3視点とにどんな関係があるわけ？
So what do amnesia and the third eye have to do with each other?
それから少年が見たって言ってたあの幻の女の子のことは？
And what about that ghost girl you said you
ま
saw?
ったくもう短絡的って
I
いう
mean,
か浅はかっていうか幼稚っていうか
it's so naive, stupid, and childish.
その話はやめて。
It's the line. But your mom believed in it, right? We are not going there.
もう過去のことは考えたくないの。
Don't want to think about the
そう言った
past.
じゃない。
I told you yesterday as well. But do you like things the way they are? You don't care if you never find out who your mom and dad were for the rest of your life? Which is potentially only 24 hours long, but... You had covered both of her ears in denial. I wanted to know about my past. I still hope to find it out. But I don't have my memory or any clue to go by, so... You have... your memory, right? So that means you have something I don't. You have a clue. And more than that, you were able to get information from Lemmy. So how come you still don't want to think about it? I thought you came to Lemu because you wanted to find out the truth. Why'd you change your mind? Did something make you change? Why are you denying your past? Isn't that the same as denying yourself? With your own two eyes. Why don't you try to face the truth directly? You. I grabbed Yu's arms and pulled them away from her ears. Now answer me, why? Why do you want to give up when you're almost there? Why throw away everything you worked so hard for? I shouted at her, because I couldn't believe what she was doing. It was something that she would be hard-pressed to find in her wildest dreams, and just as she was about to attain it, she'd suddenly change her mind. I was nowhere near reaching my dream, but Yu's was almost within her reach. And I felt terribly, terribly disappointed. I don't get it. What you've longed to know is right in front of you, and I was so jealous and so happy for you. Why?
怖くなったの。
I got scared. Oh, which is fair after learning something like, you're 18 and your dad's been dead for 34 years.
真実を
Just
知るの
saying.
が怖くなったのよ。
I got scared of learning the truth.
考えてみてよ。今まで正しいと信じてたものが全部嘘だって分かったのよ。
Think about it. Everything I believed for so long has turned out to be lies.
全部作り物だったのよ。
It's all just fiction.
ねえ
Tell
こんな
me,
ことってある？
is that supposed to happen?
So
Is
they
it
think-
normal?
私には
I can't believe anything anymore. I don't believe
何もかも
anything.
が知らなかったの。真実が
I didn't know that the
何も
truth
苦しいものだっ
was
たなん
this
て。
painful. You put her hand on her chest. It hurts.
心が痛いの。真実に
My
近づ
heart
くたび
hurts.
心がツタツタに傷ついていくの。
The closer I get to the truth, the more my heart gets shredded to bits.
私にはもう
Can't take it anymore.
耐えられないんだよ。知りたくない。
I don't want to know
本当のこと
anymore.
なんて
I don't want to know what's real. A sudden sound and shaking made us look up. The shit's hitting the fans. The shaking continued on and off.
まさか
Could the implosion already have started? Given the 12-hour margin of error, I thought it could well be the implosion. We burst out of the room. The corridor was flooded and the water level was rising. I was stunned by how high the water already was. In a little while, the alarm ceased. Blessedly, the alarm ceased. Oh. It looked like the flooding had been stopped just in time. Looks like it's under control. Yeah. I wonder if everybody's all right.
確認しましょう。
Let's go check.
空聞こえる？
Sora, can you hear me? But there was no response. It's no good. I bet the sensors are out of whack.
ひとまず空のとこに行きましょう。多分制御室にいると思うから。
Should we go find Sora first? She's probably in the control room. Yeah. We put our argument aside for the moment and concentrated on handling the situation at hand. You and I headed down to the 3rd floor.
とにかく脱出する方法を早く探さないと。
You have to find a way out of here. Fast. You sprinted down the stairs. Even though we were in the middle of a crisis, I couldn't get my mind off what we were talking about. The mystery surrounding Yu's parents. And my inexplicable premonitions. I just had a feeling that those two things were somehow connected to the third eye. Why? Why can't I shake this feeling? We reached the 3rd floor. Hey, you!
何？どうしたの？
What's wrong? I was just thinking. I was thinking about that stuff about your parents, and the stuff that's been happening to me might have something in common. I get the feeling that the third eye ties them together somehow.
何言ってるの？この状況わかってる？
What are you talking about? Do you know what kind of situation we're in right
今は
now?
生きるか死ぬかの瀬戸際なのよ。
This is about whether we live or die.
そんなことどうでもいいじゃない。
That's not important right now. It is. When you said what your mom said about the
お母
third
さんなんて
eye.
言わないで。
How many times does she have to say, stop talking about her mom?
あの人は
That person is
私のお母
not
さんなん
my...
かじゃ。
You stopped mid-sentence. Suddenly, she lifted her head and started running. I hurriedly went after her. Sora wasn't inside. I looked at the life reading numbers. Not being human, Sora wouldn't register on the bioscan, so the number 5 matched with a number of us we knew to be stuck in Lemu. In other words, everyone was alive. How come only here and now have they gone, oh good, the number's 5 because Sora doesn't register as a life form. But every other time they've looked at this and gone, 6. Perfect. Aw, thank you for the cheer, Kurt Dog. This is an absolutely wild game. Yeah, I'm really glad I've been playing it. Incidentally, Sword removed the login restriction that has kept us from accessing it before.
わかったのよ。認証をクリアする方法。
I figured it out. I know how to do it. How to get an authorization clearance. Yes. We've done the majority of the, routes through. So, doing Yu's route here. After this, all we have left to do is Sugumi's route and then, the last one. So, you figured out the password mystery? You shook her head.
そうじゃなかったの。
That's not what I mean. What then?
海月の虚空に涼しホトトギス。
The empty fall sky. A single cuckoo calls out. Brings a chill to me.
パスワードはこれで合ってるはず。
That should be the password. But you couldn't get through with that before, right? You input the password. Invalid name or password. See?
違うのよ。
No, that's not what I
間違っ
mean.
てたのはパスワードじゃなかったん
It
だよ。
wasn't the password that was
彼
wrong.
女の名前。
It was the name. You moved the cursor to the name column. It read Tanaka
あ
Yukie.
の人は私の本当のお母さんじゃなかった。
That person wasn't my real
つ
mother.
まり田中幸恵なんかじゃなかったの。
So her name wasn't Tanaka
そ
Yukie.
の名前では登録されてなかったの
So
よ。
she wasn't registered under that name at
だから
all.
だ
So
からあの人の本当の名前さえわかれば。
So if I can figure out what her real name is. Her name.
うーん。
You never saw a driver's license or any document with your mom's name on it?
ないんだよ、一度も。
Not even once. I see.
生まれてこの方、あの人がお母さんの名前を語ってるなんて想像すらしなかったんだもん。
Till now, I never even dreamed that she was lying about being
あ
my
の人
mother.
はお母さんなんだって、田中幸恵なんだってずっと思ってたから。
I always thought she was my mom. That she was Tanaka
本
Yukie.
人もそう言ってたんだし、普通我が子に名前を偽ってるなんてそんなこと考えもしないよ。
That was what she said. Normally, no one would ever think their parent is lying about their name. True.
ダメ。
No
見当
good.
つかない。
I got no clue. You put her arms around her head and
可
bowed
能
it
性のある
down.
名前のパターンなんてあまりに膨大すぎる。
There's just so many possible patterns. But you could narrow it down to a certain degree, right? Even if someone were using a fake name, I'll bet it has something in common with her real one. Like, the initials are the same or something.
その可能性は低いと思う。
I don't think that's very
だってあ
likely.
の人はあくまで私のお母さん田中幸恵を語ってたわけであって
I
架空
mean,
の女性 A をでっち上げてたわけじゃない
she
の。
was impersonating my mom. After all, it's not like she just made up fictional woman A.
だとしたなら2人の名前には何の共通性もないって考えるべきだよ。
But I think it makes more sense to assume their names wouldn't
そも
have
そも
anything in common.
赤の他人だとしたら名字だって田中である必要すらないんだから。
If she's a complete stranger, there's no reason for her last name to even be Tanaka. Oh, yeah, I guess you're right.
それにね、たとえ最初の一文字が同じ「ゆ」だと仮定しても、
Besides, even if the first character of her name was the same...
ゆ、ゆか、ゆき、ゆうこ、ゆうな、ゆうの、ゆうま、ゆうみ、ゆうり、ゆえ、ゆか、ゆかり、ゆき、ゆきこ、ゆきな、ゆきの。ゆきみ、ゆさこ、ゆたか、ゆずき、ゆほ、ゆま、ゆみ、ゆみか、ゆみこ、ゆみな、ゆめこ、ゆめみ、ゆゆ、ゆり、ゆりや、ゆりか、ゆりこ。
I mean, you can keep going, it's okay.
とまあ、適当にあげただけでも
And
これ
those
だけあ
are
る
all
のよ。
just off the top of my head!
可能性は低いけど、私みたいに風変わりな名前だってあるわけだし。
Chances are slim. She could have a bizarre name like mine. I mean, at least you get to put it in romanized. And you don't have to deal with the additional nightmare of then trying to figure out what kanji they would be using to spell their name. A bizarre name. That reminds me, you still haven't told me your full name. I remember you saying it was really long.
うん、そう。果てしなく長い名前。
Goes on
だから
forever.
よく間違えられたりするんだよ。
So people always get it wrong. No kidding?
知りたい？
Do you want me to tell you? Your full name?
そう。
Yeah. Of course I do.
本当は恥ずかしいから、
Mm,
あまり人には
it's
教え
kind
た
of
くないんだけど。
embarrassing, so I don't usually tell people,
で
but
も、少年だったらいい
since
かな。
it's you, I'll tell you.
お願いだから、絶対に笑わないでよ。
But you have to promise not to laugh, okay?
よし、それでは教えて信じよう。
Here I go!
私の本名は、
My name
田
is
中、
Tanaka
優美生。
Yubise Akikana. Uh-huh.
優しく美しく清らかな秋香る菜の花。
It means gentle, beautiful, pure autumn, fragrant green blossom. Tanaka Yubise Akikana.
どうしたの？
So, what do you think?
は、わかった。あまりにも変な名前だから呆れてるんでしょ。
It's such a long name, you don't know what to do with it. No, it's not exactly that. It's the Aki. Aki? Yubise Akikana. Is that really it?
むっかー、信じてないんだな。本当だぞ。間違いなく本名なんだぞ。
You don't believe me? It's my name. It is. That's not what I meant.
いいからちょっと来なさい。
Anyway, come with me. You took my hand and led me out of the control room. We headed into the Lemurian ruins. Listen, I don't think now is the time for
うる
this.
さい。
We are going in the maze, so you be quiet, young man.
これは私の名前なんだから。
Even if you don't like it, it's still my name,
お
so
母さんがつけてくれた名前なんだから。
it's the name that my mom gave
信
me.
じてもらわなきゃ困
So
る
you
の。
have to believe me. You stood in front of a door at the edge of the
ここ
room.
はオペレーター用の操作ルームなの。
This is the room for operators to run the
こ
theme
のアトラ
park.
クションの照明の調整とか、空調の管理とか、
This room's
ライブの
used to
監視
adjust
カメラのモニ
lighting,
ターと
air
か、
conditioning,
そういうのを行う
observation
ための
cameras,
部屋なんだけど、
and the other
間
stuff.
違ってお客さんが入らないように、このドアはあらかじめ登録されたスタッフにしか開けられないようになってるの。
This door is set up so that park visitors can't accidentally open it. Only registered
ド
staff
アを
can
開ける
open.
ときには、指紋と声紋のチェックにパスしなくてはならない。
You have to undergo a fingerprint and voice check to open it. So what?
私もスタッフの一人だったわけだから、もちろんここに登録されてる。
I'm a member of staff, so of course I'm
つまり
registered here.
私の正しい名前を言わなければ、ドアは開かない。
That means if I don't say my proper name, the door won't open.
さっき教えた名前が嘘なら、ドアは開かない。
So, if the name I just told you is a lie, then it won't open the
お分か
door.
り？
Get it? Yeah, I got it.
百聞は一見にしかずってことで、
Seeing
試
is
してみ
believing,
ま
right?
しょうか。
Let me show you.
いい？よく見ててよ。
Are you ready? Watch closely. You put her hand on the panel next to the door. The panel had a lamp that was shining red.
田中優美生、秋かな。
Responding to her voice, the lamp turned green, and then The door opened.
これで
So
信じてくれた？
Believe me now? Yeah. With that, I thought I had to believe her. We returned back to the control room. The whole time, Yu's name kept churning through my mind. Yubi say Akikana. Akikana. Aki. The truth was a lie. The lie was true. My mind was confused with what might be true and what false, but I thought that if a name had autumn or Aki in it, there might as well be one with spring or Haru in it. If only we'd already met Yu, except her name was Haru. Gradually, I became convinced that it could be right. We got back to the control room. We decided to review escape routes. But at that point, we really didn't expect to find anything new. Oh, the ears. Stabbed.
まさかこれ
Could it be that this?
外部からの通信よ。
Could this be a message from the outside? Amazing how it always comes at the 11th hour. Suddenly, the monitor displayed an image. It was a shaky video mixed with static. When the screen finally settled down, it showed the face of a girl that I didn't recognize.
お母さん
Was she Yu's mother?
違
No,
うんでしょ？
you're not, are you?
あなたは私の本当のお母さんじゃないんでしょ？
You're not really my mother, are you?
そう。
That's right.
私はあなたの母親じゃない。
I'm not your mother.
ひどい。ひどいよ。
You're terrible.
どうして今まで黙ってたの？
How could you lie to me all this
今は
time?
まだそれは言えないの。
I can't talk about that yet.
どうしてよ？
Why not?
今まで散々騙してきたくせに、
You've deceived me all along, and
この子に及んでまだ隠し続けるつもり？
you want to hide the
騙して
truth
きたんじゃ
now?
ないのよ。
I never deceived you.
確かに私はあなたの母親とは言えないかもしれない。
I may not be able to call myself your mother.
それでも
But-
あなたは
You really are my child.
私がお腹を痛めて産んだ実の子供なの。
You were born of my
そん
body.
なこと言わないでよ。
Don't lie to me.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry, you.
あとはここに上がってきてから教えるわ。
After you come up here,
ここ
I will tell you.
ここってどこにいるの？
Here? Where is here? Where are you?
インゼルヌル。
I'm on
島
Insel
の
Nul,
上にいます。
the floating island.
何なの？
What are you talking
どういう
about?
ことなの？あなたは
What are you? The woman vanished from the screen. Then a man appeared.
これから浮島上にある高圧力送風機を稼働させ、
We are about to start operating the high pressure intake fan from the
アウ
floating
トプラッ
island.
ツの非常階段と
It'll
それに
remove
接
the
続
water
され
from
た
the
緊急
emergency
避難用通
stairs
路の海水を除去する。
near the central area and the emergency corridor
予
connected
想
to
排水
them.
完了時刻は21時30分。今から3時間後だ。
Estimated time of completion is 9:30 p.m.
その後、
3 hours
水
from
のなく
now.
なった通路を通り、非常階段を登って浮島へと達してもらいたい。
When the water is cleared, we want you to climb the emergency stairs to the
それまで
surface
は
island.
各自その場で待機だ。
Please remain where you are until
あな
then.
た誰なの？
Who are you?
すべては君たちが浮島に上がってきてから教えるつもりだ。
I will explain everything
こう
once
して
you are up
ディス
here.
プレイに向かい合って話すような内容じゃない。
Not the kind we think we should talk about via display. We're not gonna do this by text.
だけどユウ、
But
君に一つだけ分かってもらいたいことがあるんだ。
there's one thing I want you to
お母
know.
さんは誰よりも君のことを愛してるよ。
Your mother loves you more than anything.
どうかこのことだけは
Please don't
忘れ
forget
ないで
that.
ほしい。
Eventually, the others straggled into the control room. Takashi, Sarah, Tsugumi, and Sora. I told them about the message we just had. The others couldn't hide their surprise. It was such sudden, unexpected good news. Some of them even thought it might be a trap. Of course, that was what I thought at first, too. My skeptical mind wanted to ask, why now? We felt like a trick might still be being played on us, but We had no other choice but to go along with it. There were only a few hours left until Lemu imploded. There were no other options left for us. We moved to the conference room and waited for the time that the water would be cleared. The 6 of us hardly said anything. Everyone just stared off in space, waiting impatiently for time to pass. You slumped back in a chair and stared blankly at the ceiling. She looked like a puppet with its strings cut. The room was tense with anticipation. I couldn't handle it and decided to... I guess, let's start with Sugumi. Hey, Sugumi. Yeah. I love the way you're always telling me to shut up and not talk to you and not touch you. Because there's nothing left to worry about. There can't possibly be anything else you want to ask me, right? It's a good thing my prediction was off, huh? That's what I wanted to ask. You told me I was gonna die on the 7th. You were pretty sure of that, in fact. Okay. What the heck is going on? Finally, the appointed time arrived. We climbed to the 2nd floor and stood at the emergency corridor. Then, we began walking to the central core. Finally, we reached a dead end. The watertight door was shut because the area from there onward was filled with seawater. The door swung open. The water was gone. We continued heading towards the center through the dry corridor. Sarah, Takashi, and Sugumi walked ahead. You, Sora, and I walked a few dozen meters behind them. Hey, we're going ahead. I like how Sora's coming along with us, like she's not a hologram. Okay, Sora. Seemed like Takashi had already reached the emergency stairs. Sarah, Takashi, and Sugumi disappeared up the steps. But immediately after that... Oh no. This is bad. Water is flooding in. Sector 3. The partition on the emergency corridor is collapsing. Water rushing in 51 meters ahead. The sound of rushing water could be heard in the distance. Heck yeah, hit us with that... Yeah! Animation! It's no good. We won't make it. Go back now. The door leading to the emergency stairs was swallowed by water. You, what are you doing? Run! Okay. I grabbed Yu's hand and doubled back. We fled to the security office. Yu, Sora, and I were there. It looked like the flooding had subsided. According to Sora, there were only a few dry areas left in the complex. A message came from outside. The other 3 are fine. Are you alright? Yeah, I think so. That flooding was apparently a miscalculation on our part. I don't think we got the partition strength wrong. So we don't know what caused it. What do you want us to do now? For now, you wait there. We'll come up with something soon. Can't you use the high-pressure gas fan to get rid of the water again? No. The thing won't work, and we're not sure why. I'm having trouble hearing you. Static had broken up part of the message and I hadn't caught it. Looked like another crisis had struck. From the speaker on their side, we heard a lot of hurried noise and a rush of air. Is that... real? Is that... Blickwinkle is here! And then, communications were cut off. Sora? With a solemn look, Sora shook her head. Damn it! We were almost there! Why this? Why did this happen to us? I punched the console. I don't get any of this. What is that? Blick? Winkle? 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 Hey, Sora, what does this mean? Sora shook her head again. I sighed and sat down in a chair. You sat slumped in the chair next to me. I looked at the monitor. It displayed the life reading for the complex. Life readings 3. 3? I wondered why. Only you, Sora, and I were left in Lemu. And Sora, the bioscan shouldn't pick her up. What is this? Is this broken? What does this mean? Sora?
わかりません。
I don't know.
何かが起きていることだけは確かなようです。
I know that something is
私にも
happening,
知らされていない何かが。
but I haven't been informed what. I stood up from the chair. Just then, my elbow bumped an empty can on the table. The can fell to the floor and rolled to the wall. Is this floor... The floor is tilting. Sora, can you display the map of Lemu? Something that has a cross-sectional display of the structure.
わかりました。
She's just like, oh, thank God, something I can do. A map of Lemu appeared on the monitor. It's just like I thought. Lemu is slanting. The tilt of the complex didn't really mean anything. Thankfully, it didn't look like it was affecting our chances of survival. Hey, you. What do you think we should do now? Disassociate because of our depression? You was completely dazed. It didn't even look like my voice was reaching her brain. It seemed that the light of the world had been extinguished from her eyes. Daybreak. The date had changed to Sunday, May 7th. Since that time, we hadn't slept at all. I was starting to feel bad again. It felt like a headache, dizziness, nausea, and chills were seeping out from deep in the core of my body. I suffered from a wave of dull pain and extreme fatigue. I was only half conscious. But at least you're not bleeding from every orifice. Huh? Exhaustion. I'd reached my limit. But I tried to keep my energy from being sapped away. Surrounded by darkness and endless fear, we'd fought our way so far, and there was no sign that things were going to get better. Communication lines with the outside were still down, and we had yet to find a clue leading to possible escape. You remained distant and spacey. Our optimistic leader that had helped us through the days of distress was nowhere to be seen. Someone had to save her. But who? Of course, it was up to me. At that point, I was the only person who could help her. Besides...
約束?
Yeah, I promise. The memory of that pledge remained stark in my mind. Sora?
はい、何でしょう?
Sorry to ask, but could you leave me alone with you for a second?
はい、わかりました。
When we're done, I'll call you.
はい、
I'm really sorry.
お気になさらずとも良いのです。
Please, don't worry about it. Sora vanished. All traces of her completely disappeared. Sora, who had no dimensional limits, had removed herself from our field of vision. Then, before continuing, I went to set the coffee machine to make fresh coffee. You're drinking coffee, right? Ignoring her lack of response, I set it to prepare 2 cups. I don't exactly set a siphon coffee maker to do anything, but okay. You know what? Sure, we'll allow it. About your mother, I mean, I don't know what to say, but don't you think it's important to talk things over with her? There may have been some reason why she did what she did. Look, she did say she'd explain everything once you're back on the floating island. So...
わかったようなこと言わないでよ。
How dare you say that? Like you know how this feels.
もうあの人と話すようなこと
Nothing
なん
left
て
for me to say to
何
her.
一つなどうでもいいの。
Besides, it doesn't matter anymore.
何もかも
I don't care what happens. Look, we've still got to find a way to escape this place.
な
Somehow.
ぜ
Why? Because I made you a
ど
promise.
うやって？何か脱出する方法があるの？
How are you going to keep it? You have some great plan to get us out of here? Well, that's what I want to figure out. Listen, we have to survive. Over these last 7 days, I've learned so much from you. So many ways I can't even begin to count. But out of everything I've learned from you, the most important thing is how to live. You have to live life to the fullest. That's what you've taught me. So, I want to put that lesson into practice. I want to live to the fullest, to the end. It was a heartfelt
ねえ
plea.
少年、生きることって
What
なん
does
だろう
it
ね。
mean to live anyway? Well, living means to learn and to know, I think. A child is born in innocence, gains knowledge through the years, only to forget it all when it's old and dies. Over the previous 7 days, my life had been filled with things I'd learned. From amnesia and emptiness, my life began. But looking back over the previous 7 days, there was one more thing. I also think that to live means to lose something. They say, nothing ventured, nothing gained. But to gain something, you had to lose something. Like me losing the past by losing my memory. Even though I had lost much, I'd also
知る
gained.
こと、失っていくこと。
Living means to learn and to lose something?
ねえそれってつまり傷ついていくってこと？
So you're saying that we live only to get hurt. Okay, maybe it wasn't the most uplifting message, but it's what I got.
そう、生きることが
If living means
傷
to
つ
be
くこと
hurt,
だというのなら、もう十分。
then I've had
も
enough.
う十分すぎるほど傷ついたよ。
I've had more than my share
十
of
分
hurt.
生きたんだよ。だから
And I've had enough of life, so... Yeah, slow that roll right down. What are you trying to say, you? You're not saying you want to die. Oh, you can't be serious. What the hell's that all about? I can't believe you're saying that. It's not like you at all. What happened to the you a little while ago, who was so ready to get out of here? What happened to that you? Come on, what gives? What came over you all of a sudden? Why do you think you were born anyway?
やめて。くだらないお説教ならもうやめて。
Would you stop with the stupid sermon? No, it's you who's talking stupid. All this selfish crap as if your life belongs only to you.
そんなこと考えてない。
That's not what I was thinking. That is approximately the plot of Silent Hill F, and we are not playing that game right now, so...
考えてないけど。
I don't think that, it's just...
でも私は、私を産んでくれたお母さんはもういないんだよ。
All this time, the mother who I thought brought me into this world, she's gone. That other lady said she was your real
そ
mother.
んなの嘘に決まってる。
Well, obviously she's lying. How do you know? It's a bold take, but...
それは今までもずっと騙されてきたから。
she's been lying to me from the start. Well, don't you think that's a little pointless right now? I mean, you do understand, don't you? That until you hear her side of the story, you can't go jumping to conclusions? I think you should live the best life you can for all the people around you who care about you. For your mother, and for Sarah and Takashi as well. And for me.
少年のため。
I said it before, but there's so much that I learned from you. I'm so very grateful to you. Really. You're a friend, a guardian, a teacher, and... I walked back to the coffee machine and poured 2 cups of coffee. You said earlier that you've already lived enough, right? I don't think it's enough. Because I think there's still stuff you need to
お
learn.
母さんのこと。
You mean... about my mother? That's one thing, yes. By the way, how much sugar do you take?
あ、 私は
Not listening? I added 2 spoonfuls. I was thinking, don't you think sugar and coffee reminds you of something? You know, something that life depends on.
は
Do you have any idea?
わからないよ。
I guess not. That's the second thing you don't know about. Makes you want to know, doesn't it?
少し悔しい。
Little, I guess. Well, if we get out of here alive, I'll tell you what it is. I added milk and sugar, then carried the 2 cups over. There you
ありが
go.
とう。
Thanks. You took the cup and silently sipped from it. How does it taste? Were my feelings finally getting across to her?
とっても甘いね。
It's very sweet. But is it hot or is it cold? Answer the question, Colette. She had a clear, gentle smile like the sun shining after a rain. I called Sora back into the room. All survivors remaining inside the park were present. The 3 of us began to discuss new strategies. The walls of Lemu could only hold 2 more hours at most. Our last possible escape route had been shut off, filling with floodwater just hours earlier. All hopes of communicating with the outside was gone. The situation became so desperate I could no longer expect you or Sora to find an escape route.
どうしたら
Isn't there anything we can do? You lifted the coffee cup to her lips as she spoke. Her cup contained only black coffee. She'd refilled it herself. Watching her drink, I went to take a sip from my own cup, but found it empty. Pour myself more, I walked back to the coffee machine. The machine was an interesting contraption with a lower chamber containing boiling water heated from an alcohol lamp. The water was siphoned up the central pipe into the upper chamber by the pressure of the steam. Siphon! I got it! Sora, could you show me that cross-sectional diagram again? What's this perpendicular line coming straight down from the
非
floating
常階
island?
段です。
It's an emergency stairwell. This area wasn't dry earlier?
昨日排水を行ったので、
No, I was able to drain it yesterday,
浸
so...
水が始まった時、自動的に非常階段の水密費が閉鎖されました。
When the flooding started, the watertight doors in the emergency stairwell automatically closed.
ですから排水が完了したこの非常階段には水が入り込まなかったのです。
Therefore, the emergency stairs did not allow water in after
倉
it
成
finished
さん、
draining.
松永さん、小町さんの3名が助かったのも水密費が自動閉鎖されたからでしょう。
It was thanks to the safety doors closing automatically that Kurenari-san, Matsunaga-san, and Komachi-san survived. How far is it from this room to the emergency
約
stairwell?
80メートルです。
Approximately 80 meters. Really? 80 meters, huh? I just want to confirm this, but... If you were to climb those emergency stairs, you could escape up to the floating island, right?
はい、
That is correct. And the safety doors to the emergency stairwell can be opened
可能
manually.
です。
It is possible.
ちょっと待ってよ。一体何
So
考えてる
wait,
の少年。
kid, what are you saying? What I'm saying is, to escape by going through the emergency stairwell,
またそうやって短絡的な
Maybe.
発想をする。
there you go, coming up with another
ここ
stupid
よく
idea.
見なさいよ。
Look right here.
水色になってるでしょ。
Can't you see the blue color there? So?
非常階段につながった通路は水没してるってこと。
That means the corridor leading to the emergency stairs is totally underwater. Yeah, I know that.
まさか
Come on, you can't be
まさ
serious.
か泳いでいくなんて言い出さないよね。
There's no way you're thinking about swimming there, are you? Ah, I think that's the first time I've ever heard you make a mistake. I wasn't gonna say that. There's no way I can swim 80 meters
じゃあ
underwater.
どうやって非常階段までたどり着くつもりなの？
Well, how do you expect to reach the emergency stairs then? Diagram intensifies. First, let's call the emergency stairwell that connects the floating island Staircase A. Then, let's call the Sector 4 emergency stairwell here Staircase B. And the emergency corridor connecting to Stairway A will be Corridor C.
それで
we'll just A, B, and C. We don't actually need the whole name at that point. The point is, we need to drain the water out of the corridor, right? Once that's done, we can just skip our way to staircase A.
簡単に言っちゃってくれるけどさ、
You say it as if it's the easiest thing in the world, but there's no way we can do it if you ask me. We can do it.
どうやって？第一、C 通路に溜まった大量の水を排水する場所がないじゃない。
First of all, there isn't anywhere to drain the floodwater in Corridor C. But there is a place. The dry area in Sector 4.
君って本物のバカ？
Are you really that dumb?
高いところから低いところに向かって流れるの。
Water only flies. Woo! Only flows from high to low with the help of gravity. This is the third time you've made me say this. Don't make me have to tell you the direction time runs again. I know.
じゃあどうしてそんなバカなことを？
So, why do you keep up this stupid argument?
それともバケツでも使って水をかき出すつもり？
What, are you thinking about scooping out all that water with a bucket? Not scooping it out, just the opposite. We're gonna release the floodwater from Sector 8.
単
Kid,
純な質問してもいいですか？
can I ask you a question? Sure.
そんなことしたらこの警備室の周囲は全て海水に飲み込まれることになっちゃうと思うんですけど。
Wouldn't doing that put this security office and the entire surrounding area completely underwater? That's right.
ついにそんなところまで行っちゃったか。
And I thought I was the suicidal one 5 minutes ago.
いいのよ。
It's
いいのよ
okay.
少年。
There, kid.
もう何も心配す
There's
る
nothing
こと
to
は
worry
ない
about
の。
now.
大丈夫だから。
Everything's gonna be
私が守
okay.
ってあげるから。
I'll take care of
よ
you.
しよし。いい子いい子。
Now be a good boy. I snapped with anger. All right, I'll prove it to you. I dashed out and ran to the warehouse. I found a bucket and a clear plastic hose, then drilled a hole in the bucket. This is a good use of our last 2 hours of life. Sticking the hose into the hole, I used duct tape to wrap and seal it. Then, I hunted down 2 more buckets. With goods in hand, I returned to the security office.
何これ？
What's that? Something I threw together to test my idea.
よくわかんないよ。これとそれがどう関係してくるわけ？
I don't get it. What does that thing have to do with what we're talking about? First, this bucket up here, the one with the hose stuck in it, represents Sector 8 where we are, okay? Next, the hose part that's filled with water represents Corridor C leading to Staircase A. Finally, the bucket set down low represents the 4th block on the 3rd floor, and the empty hose part hanging down to it is Staircase B. Just to let you know, the bent hose part represents the connecting corridor joining up Corridor C with Staircase B. Okay.
そこまではわかったけど、それで？
Before I show you, I want to make sure of one thing. If we drain the water filling the hose here, then we can move safely to the emergency stairs, right?
まあね。
Alright, let the draining begin.
確か
You said we're going to release the floodwater from Sector 8, right? So, let's release it. Next, I began to pour water into the top bucket from a second bucket I had filled with water from the corridor. In no time at all, the top bucket was full. Next, the water from the top bucket flowed down the hose, pushing the air out of the hose and flowing into the lower bucket. Before long, all the water was drained. Except for a negligible amount left in the hose, all the water from the top bucket drained completely to the lower bucket. And that's how it works. This is how a siphon works. Okay, let's prove this one more time by looking at the map. If we don't reiterate this entirely, no one will understand.
はい。
Yes, we understand.
C 通路に流れ込む？ C 通路に溜まっていた今の C 通路でも
Yeah, we got it,
そんなにうまくいく
yes.
と思う？
We have discussed siphons like 4 times across this route alone. It's gonna be okay. And then? You ready to go? According to the color-coded map on the monitor, Zweiterstock Sector 8 and Corridor C had changed to green. The color green meant it was a dry area. Meaning the drainage? had worked
悪態推
perfectly.
定時刻まであとわずかです。急いでください。
There's very little time left before the estimated implosion time. You must hurry. Yeah, we know.
ではどうかご無事で。
Well, be careful. What about you, Sora? You're not coming?
少年空はね、
はい
レミューから離れることが
Did you
できないの。
forget that she's just being beamed into your retina?
お忘れになりましたか？私は
Have you
RSD
forgotten? I'm an RSD generated image. I'm just a computer program.
私は皆さんと一緒には行けません。
I'm not able to
ですか
join you.
ら私はここでお見送りしようと思います。
So, I wanted to say goodbye and wish you the best of luck.
出会いがあれば別れがあるものです。
Every encounter must have a
仮
parting.
に私が浮島までついていったとしても、
Even
やっ
if
ぱ
I
りそこで
accompanied you as
少
far
年
as the
さんとは
floating
お別れ
island,
しなければなりませ
we
ん。
would eventually have to say goodbye there.
私の場合、他の皆さんとは違ってそのタイミングが少しだけ早く訪れただけなのです。
In my case, the parting comes a little earlier than with everyone else. But
少年さんが誰かお友達の家に遊びに行った場合を考えてみてください。
Shonen-san, think about it like this. When you go to visit a friend's house, you can't bring Batman home from their TV with you? Because it's a little bit more
帰
accurate.
る時になってそのお友達は見送りこそするでしょうが、一緒に少年さんの家までついてくるようなことはしませんよね。
When it's time to leave, the friend may see you to the door, but the friend can't accompany you home, right?
ここは
This
Lemu
place, Lemu,
私の家なのです。
is my home. We'll meet again, won't we? Yes.
私はここにいると同時にあそこにもいる。
I am here, and I am also elsewhere at the same
ここ
time.
にいる私が消えたとしても、あそこにいる私は存在し続けるのです。
Even if the me here disappears, the me there will still go on existing. Which I assume means way more than on your surface in this game.
これはただの例え話です。
This is merely an example, you see.
私は必ず少年さんや田中さんと再会することになるでしょう。
Don't worry. I'm sure that I'll meet you and Tanaka-san again.
それも近いうちに。
It may be sooner than you think. Do you
Eh.
promise? Yes. It's a promise then.
約束です。
Oh, we just all making promises at each other. Looking over Sora's shoulder at the monitor, I could see the number of life sign readings displayed there. You and I opened the security office doors and exited into the corridor. Giving a wave to the smiling Sora as she saw us off, we climbed the stairs to the emergency corridor. We then walked down Corridor C, which was no longer flooded. Hey, I was just thinking,
何
but
のこと？
surely Sora isn't planning to take responsibility for the accident by dying here.
バカね。空は死んだりなんてしないの。
Oh my god, we just went over the thing where she's a RSD projection? Okay. Don't be stupid. Sora doesn't plan to sacrifice herself.
私たちとは違うんだよ。
Sora, you know, is different from us. No, Sora's not.
そうじゃなくって
I didn't mean it that way.
まあとにかく君が心配する
Anyway,
ようなことにはならない
what
と
you're
思う
worried about isn't gonna happen to her. How can you be so sure? Maybe that's the way Lieblich programmed her.
やれやれ。
A true yada yada moment.
これはね、マヨから聞いたんだけど、
Listen, this is what I heard from Mayo,
この
but
間のクラッキングの時、マヨはもう一箇所だけプログラムを書き換えたんだって。
before, when she was hacking the source data, Mayo said she rewrote one line of code.
最も優先しなければならない項目として、マヨはあるものを書き加えたの。
In Sora's programming, there's a priority list of preferential actions. Mayo rewrote one of these.
他の何よりも、
Above all
空
else,
自身を
she must value herself most. Aww. At last, we arrived at the door leading to the emergency stairs.
開けるよ。
Alright, I'm going to open it. You put her hand on the door's handle.
ほら、回すの手伝ってよ。
Come on, help me turn it. Oh, right. Together, we gripped the handle. And it was then that it happened. Suddenly, a low metallic sound resounded behind us. I turned around quickly. At the end of the corridor stood the girl. Her eyes met mine. And then a name flashed in my mind as clear as a bell. Coco!
ここって
Coco?
ここって誰なの？
Who's Coco? Turning on her heels, Coco ran off in the other direction. I turned to chase after her, but you grabbed my arm, holding me back. Come on, let's go. There's still someone here. We can't just leave her here.
幻覚を見てるだけなのよ。しっかりして。
You're just imagining things. Forget about it. The walls began to creak and groan. Here and there, water began to leak in. Coco!
少年！
Tearing myself away from Yu's grasp, I ran after the girl. Yu came dashing after me. Through the voice alternator came Sora's
核壁
warning.
強度がすでに限界を超えています。
The pressure on the partitions has increased beyond their
早
limit.
く戻ってください。
You must return, quickly! No
ど
way.
れくらい持つの？
How long? How much longer will they
10分
hold?
から15分。
10 to 15 minutes.
ですが、今すぐに悪化してもおかしくない状況です。
But it could implode at any time. For one instant, I saw the back of the girl. She continued to run down the corridor. With all my strength, I burst after her. The main building lights flickered and went out, then were replaced by dim emergency lights. With the help of the pale lights, I kept up the chase. I bounded down the emergency staircase and burst out into a normal corridor. I ran and ran with all my power. I ran to the end of the narrow corridor in front of a small door. And it was there I caught up to her. She stood with her back to the door. I'd caught her. Come on, we're going together. The girl shook her head. Creeping forward, I pressed close to her, but to my surprise, after a moment, as if being absorbed into the door, the girl disappeared. Out of breath, Yu closed in on me.
やっと追いついた。
Okay, so either you were right about hallucinations or I was right about ghosts, and I think this guy was right.
で、その少女とやらは？
And what about the girl or whatever? Would you believe me if she went inside this lab to die from bleeding out of every orifice disease? I stood there as if in a trance. Coming back to myself, I tried to open the door to Himmel, but the door wouldn't budge.
無理です。その扉は私の
That
管
is
轄外なのです。
impossible. That door is out of my jurisdiction. I pounded on the door. Coco! From the surface of the walls, water began to
あと
gush
5分
in.
です。それ以上はもう持ちません。
Less than 5 minutes left. They won't
緊
hold
急
much
警報
longer.
が発令されました。
Emergency
ご来場
warning.
のお客様
All patrons in the
およ
park
び
and all
館内の
staff
職員は
are advised to
速やか
evacuate
に
immediately.
悪界まであと5分です。
5 minutes until implosion. The announcement repeated itself in German and English. I struck with my fists. Open up!
ねえ、お願いだからしっかりしてよ。
Kid, you've got to snap out of it.
少年。
Wake up! I pounded fiercely against the door with my clenched fists. But no matter how hard I tried, it was in vain. Is she just my imagination? If I keep this up, what's going to happen to you? You would die if I didn't do something.
少年。
I'm so sorry, you. I strained to speak, squeezing out my words. Okay, let's go! I reached out my hand to you.
よかった。
Oh, finally! You gave my hand a squeeze back. One last time, I looked back at the door, and then turned and ran with all my might. We sprinted as hard as our legs would carry us. Splashing through the water as it gushed like a waterfall, I ran with everything I had. Yu's hand gripped tightly in
悪
mine.
界まであと3分です。
3 minutes to implosion. Bounding up the emergency stairs, we reached Zweiderstock. We ran hard down the emergency corridor.
あと
2 minutes.
2分
We applied our strength together and pushed open the emergency stairwell door. Closing the door tightly, we then headed up the long set of stairs.
あと1分です。
In the distance, the sign read Erster Boden, the first floor. Just 17 meters left.
30秒20秒10 9 8
We'd just like to really make an entrance. We ran toward the final door. The door wouldn't open.
5 2 1
The darkness was pierced by a ferocious sound, like the roar of a dragon, or possibly the last agonizing cry before death. On the floating island, the morning sun stained the sky, land, and ocean. It was the first time we'd laid eyes on the blue sky and bright sunlight in 7 days. In the distance, Sarah and Takashi played together. It appeared as if they were pretending to sword fight with a couple of sticks. Apparently, Takashi had been routed by Sarah's sword. I gazed dreamily at the two as they played. Sugumi was nowhere to be seen. After the escape, she disappeared. And as for you? She sat beside me, gazing at the morning sun, her eyes misted with tears. It was her first time to see the sun in 7 days. Long shadows from her figure and mine cast at length behind us. Yes, we had successfully escaped from that abyssal labyrinth. I kept my promise, don't you think? I turned and asked you.
一つ目はね。
Well, the first one at least. You kept her gaze on the rising sun as she answered. The first one? To protect her. And the
コー
second?
ヒーに入れる砂糖に似てるもの。
The thing that reminds you about life. Sugar and coffee. Ha, that.
生きるために必要なものに似てるって
The thing that life depends on, didn't you say? Uh-huh.
約束通り教えてよ。
You promised to tell me. Okay, let me ask you in that case. What are some things on which life
水
depends?
空気、食料、
Water,
家に
air,
洋服に
Food, housing, clothing, money. You know, all the Maslow stuff. Okay, what else?
知識。
Knowledge. Well, I guess there's that too. Humans can't live forever in innocence, though. To live comfortably, humans also need certain impurities. Things that are granted by knowledge. I guess you could compare those things with the milk you put in coffee. There's one more thing. Like the sugar in coffee, we need one more
そ
thing.
れは何？
What could it be? Well, how does sugar taste?
甘い。
Sweet. That's a wonderful taste, right? So humans can never live entirely alone. You still don't get it. People can only know sweetness when they join together. Love. Oh damn, we are getting all Maslow'd up in here. You then squeezed my right hand, and I pulled her close to me. You buried her face in my chest. Her Mew's long hair, I could smell her fragrance. The fragrance of sunlight.
甘いね。
It's sweet, isn't it? The sun, my sun, which was clear and fresh, flowing with brilliance. Tinged with sweetness, the smell of spring enveloped us completely. Now we gotta go view the Life Readings one. Spooky. No. Sweet, sweet credits instead. Well, I guess there's that. Whew, that was a lot longer than I thought. So we would probably have like maybe 4 more days of this left then? Because we still have to do Tsugumi's, which again, looking at the walkthrough is longer. Here we can. I was hoping we could still listen to the sweet like song, but it doesn't want to play. Okay. It looks like Tsugumi's route is longer than Yu's was, and that was way longer than I expected it to be. So we'll probably take 2 more days to do Tsugumi's, and then we'll give like 2 days to Koko's. Not this week though. I already scheduled this week.